Sound art is a product that is a speaker and it's art. We combine it together and we call it sound art. What makes it so unique that any picture can be your speaker? Sound art gives you the high quality sound without the ugly speaker. This isn't a picture with a speaker, the picture is the speaker. Just imagine your wedding picture uploaded onto a canvas and now it's speaking 10,000 tunes. I mean, it's a very cool concept. What we like so much about it that you can take anything that means something very special to you, upload it on the canvas, have it hanging up in your room, your balcony, wherever you want to put it, and now it's a speaker. I mean, how cool is that? It's something that we have that and no one has. No one has this product. It's just a great gift to give anybody. It's just a neat concept. Around here we say, art never sounded so good.
A season of fun-filled, action-packed, edge-of-your-seat GT3 racing. Later, the North American Racing League sets up for its second special event right here on PitStopTV. Welcome to the virtual Long Beach, California. Glad to be here virtually and glad to share the mic this morning, not this afternoon or evening, this morning, with JP Costa and Zach Lindgren with Emerson Arden over on our socials. JP, the last time we saw GT3 cars on the channel was back at Donington Park, and what a blast Round 8 was. Twists and turns, and not just in the course itself, but through the entire championship picture. We didn't know who was going to win that pro title, or even the amateur title for that matter. We didn't know who was going to walk away a champion at Donington until the dust had settled.
Well, not only what a race it was, what a championship it was, and well, coming from Donington, it's definitely a different venue, and as you mentioned, we didn't know what was going to happen until the final few minutes of the race. We're actually making calculations on the go to see who's going to win the championship, and well, today we're here for a very different event. It's not a sprint race, it's an endurance event, so quite different for some of these guys, at least on the NARL schedule, and well, I cannot wait, and I'm glad to be joined by you and Zach as well.
And Zach, I'm glad that you're back. It's been a while since we've had you on commentary here at PitStopTV. We've had you on social media a couple of times. Long Beach, California. You and I, we're both West Coast boys, albeit you from a little further east than California. It's cool to see the bright, sunny morning of a new day at Long Beach.
Absolutely, especially at Long Beach. I mean, this track is extremely treacherous. There's not a lot of passing zones. It's very tight. Yeah, like you were saying, from a couple of West Coast boys, it's cool to see a bright sunny day out in California shining bright today.
Yeah, I mean, it's just cool to see this place in the sim at all. If you go back a few months, we didn't have a proper Long Beach street course, and having all of the buildings around this place, you can see H&M, you know, we saw Cinemark there. We've got everything around this place, all the apartment buildings in Long Beach, all the high-rises and everything. Having this is so incredible to me as somebody who had the tech track for the Long Beach street circuit and had raced on it a few times. This is so cool still to see everything loaded up now, JP. See all the street signs and everything. I mean, look at that. Look at that. Can you beat that? I don't think so.
Yeah, it's crazy watching IMSA and obviously IndyCar race here, and then seeing this on the sim is just amazing to see the level of detail that our racing has gone through. You can see here, pretty sure this is a public plaza. I'm not pretty sure. I haven't been to Long Beach, haven't been to the US, but it's just so amazing to see this place with this much level of detail on iRacing and seeing how much the sim has progressed over the years, you know. And well, I'm pretty sure these boys are going to be scraping a few walls here today, so hopefully we can see a little bit of details on those bright concrete walls.
Practice underway so far this morning here, Zach, and you can see some of the times checking in from these drivers, these teams, and you'll notice there's an extra color thrown into the mix here. It's not just the normal green and yellow anymore. We have purple in there. That's Pro-Am. We have 3 classes of drivers and teams. The green is still your pro category, and they will be the 2-digit numbers. If you go down to purple, you've got your 200s. Those are your Pro-Am teams, a mix of some really fast drivers and maybe some drivers who are a little more new to the sim. And then your amateur teams are still in yellow, and those are guys that are still working their way up through the iRacing ladder.
And I think that's a very creative mix to have. I mean, they're all in the same GT3 cars. They're all in the same kind of speed cars, all in the same setup. But to have different level experiences kind of split up each group of the race, I think that's very interesting to have. And it's going to be interesting to watch as the race progresses to see how pros, Pro-Ams, and amateurs all kind of mix together along the 4-hour period of a race.
Taking a look at some of the cars finishing up practice here. We are so close to getting qualifying underway. We've got a couple of special interviews coming up after qualifying. Boy, today is going to be a good one. The Acura Grand Prix of Long Beach. Of course, IndyCar and IMSA, they're there this week. I know a couple of friends that are down there having a great time. I am entirely jealous, but also very gifted, very thankful to be here this morning, this afternoon, and into the evening with the North American Racing League, ready to go racing for 4 hours. That's the part we haven't really touched on. 4 hours of racing today. That is the goal. Let's take a look at Long Beach, the street circuit, of course, JP. It is a wild one. Turn 1, at least what you would think is turn 1, is really just a bend on East Shoreline Drive as you head down to turn 1. And it actually becomes West Shoreline Drive, down towards that first corner through a, or well, I guess, on Aquarium Way, we'll say, into the water fountain, of course, the famous fountain here at Long Beach. Turns 2 and 3, they are hectic. They usually cause some lap 1 mayhem. That's just, there's no other way to put it. They usually cause an incident on lap 1. We shall see. Hopefully we don't see that today. If you go further on towards turn 4, turn 5, things tend to kind of spread the field out a little bit onto Shoreline Drive. Take the left turn onto Pine Avenue. That's turn 6 and 7. Turn 8 puts you onto East Seaside Way down to the Firestone turn. Indy left brings you around what feels a bit like a carousel before taking the hairpin and ending the lap back on East Shoreline Drive.
It looks like a relatively simple track layout, but once you actually drive it, it gets pretty tricky. I guess one advantage that we have here today is pretty much each and every single, well, every single car is from the same class. You know, we're not going to have an IMSA style of race where you're going to have LMP2s and GTEs and GT3 cars. Everybody's going to be on the same machinery, so that should help out a bit in the traffic whenever we get to that point. Obviously, being a 4-hour event, drivers are going to be lapping one another left, right, and center, and having those 90-degree corners, well, that can prove quite tricky for some, but obviously it's going to provide some great overtaking opportunities throughout the race.
And JP, let's not forget the title battle that we talked about a little bit ago. This is how things ended up. After 8 races, these are the standings from the first season of North American Racing League action. You can see how close things were. This is incredible for a GT3 series going to some of the world's best circuits. 8 races to have the top 3 come within 4 points of one another and completely flip-flop. The drivers that finished 1st and 2nd in Pro initially were 3rd and 4th going into that race. They end up taking the championship if you're, well, Fabio Zamperlini for Full-Time Esports. And Matthew Dench and Jackson Rosende, they dropped. Scott Kimbrough, he came in 5th. He's now tied up, or I guess teamed up rather, with Scott Reister for today. And a lot of these drivers are returning for this event, but not all of them. We're getting a lot of extra drivers and a lot of extra teams for today. Spencer Hewins was one that was hopeful. Unfortunately, it seems like he won't make it for today, but we know that Joshua Benjamin should be in the field as well as Philip Ranieri. I think we should see Federico Tamayo, William Coffey, and Mike Braun and some others throughout the field.
Yeah, exactly, and this just shows the quality of the fuel. For me, one of the highlights, obviously, Fabio Zamperlini won the championship on the most, I guess, dramatic manner. But Scott Reister, you know, he hasn't won a single race, and he finished 2nd on the championship, while Matthew Dench and Jackson Rosende both won 3 races each, and just shows, you know, the importance of just being consistent over the championship. And that's going to be something that the drivers will have to take into account for today's race. It's a 4-hour event. You have to stay consistent, have to stay clean if you want a shot at winning this race. You know, 1 lap pace, yes, it will get you pole, it will get you safe throughout turn 1, but during a 4-hour event, you have to keep your nose clean, you have to keep your car intact, you know, and all that sort of stuff. It's going to come together for this 4-hour event to make sure the one that keeps itself clean is going to win the race.
A lot of qualifying times are rolling in as drivers and teams are getting onto the Long Beach Street Course for the first time, at least as far as marked competition, if you will, here, Zach. This is a really crucial point in time for a lot of guys. This is going to be stressful. They want to go out there and put their best on the line, and it's going to take the best to certainly start on pole in your class. That's the big thing. Of course, you're not racing everybody on the racetrack. There are some that are going to be outside of that which you have to worry about. So if you're, let's see, it looks like Alex Dunn here for Ronin Academy, number 32. He scored his number 20. I think that'll get sorted out, or we'll make do at the very least. Sitting on pole right now has got to feel pretty solid.
Well, especially in iRacing, because I think we all know that if someone wrecks at a road course, the caution doesn't really come out. So the further you are in front of that wreck, the further you are able to advance in front of the rest of the field. So I think qualifying is definitely going to pay dividends. It's going to absolutely give the advantage to, obviously, some of the faster people. But it's a very crucial time, extremely crucial time.
We're watching Gustavo Ariel for Full-Time Esports. That's Tony Kanan's team working across the start-finish line, going for pole. Does he get it? No. In fact, he's going to drop down to 3rd as BRB KTF Esports, piloted currently by Victor Miranda. That Audi's looking good. Moves up to 2nd place. This is the pole battle in Pro, but if you go down to Pro-Am as some more times come in fact, Casey Kerwin in the car. Look at this number 70, Maradnas Esports. They are one of the pro teams. Casey Kerwin racing for Denny Hamlin and Michael Jordan in the eNASCAR Pro, I got to think about this, eNASCAR iRacing Coca-Cola Series, there we go. He is a pro NASCAR driver on the sim. Looking pretty good so far in a Lamborghini Huracan. I think he has come to play. And I've noticed a lot of those guys, yes, they're really good on ovals, but JP, they're broadening their horizons, getting into more road races. I've seen Keegan Leahy do it with VRS. I've seen Casey Kerwin now here this evening, or I guess this morning, this afternoon, whatever it is, for Cash Days at Long Beach.
Yeah, exactly. Some of these drivers are able to not only be great at eNASCAR, not only be great on oval races, but some of them do carry that talent over to road course racing, and that's just amazing to see. Some of them, obviously, we know that they have, let's say, a better time at ovals than some others at road courses, but some of these guys just are able to be good at both of them. And something interesting I was looking at on the pro category, it seems like the whole grid is dominated by either the Audi or the Lamborghini. It's not something that we saw throughout the NARL season, that we saw the BMW sometimes coming alive, the Mercedes, all these sort of stuff. Looks like the pro teams are sticking with either the Audi or the Lamborghini, which both drive pretty similarly. And looks like backhand towards the Pro-Am and the amateur category, we do see a bit more of, let's say, a diversity of cars. So that's interesting to see and interesting to take in mind, because we all know how close the field gets in that pro category.
A lot of times rolling in, 3 minutes left thereabouts in qualifying. These drivers have a few more moments to get those times in. Ronin Academy currently on pole by virtue of Alex Dunn on top of the standings. You can see Victor Miranda currently in second. That is for BRB KTF Esports. Undercut Racing Team White has moved up into third. That's number 3 this afternoon. Full-Time Esports, that's Tony Kanon's team. They sit in the 4th position, and wouldn't you know, they're number 48. That's rather convenient, isn't it? Manatee Racing currently sitting in the 5th spot. Late Apex in 6th. Radicals Online, that we just saw actually. Soto behind the wheel currently in qualifying is 8th. Casey Kerwin puts the Miranda's E-Stars Lamborghini currently in the Radicals Online is 7th, and Miranda's E-Stars in 8th by virtue of Casey Kerwin. Full-Time Esports, the other Tony Kanon team, number 49, sits in 9th, and Schaller Sim Racing, currently Daniel Hake behind the wheel, is 10th in qualifying. The first Pro-Am car was Empire Racing. We saw him for a moment. That was Scott Reister. Scuderia Chicken House, rather, Max Wobbles. Isn't that a name? Max Wobblezak. He sits in the 2nd spot in Pro-Am.
And I was looking at some of the times, and some of these guys are just barely in front of each other. I mean, separated by mere tenths. They're all within a second of each other. So, I mean, it's not a huge gap within the field. These guys are all pretty much right on top of each other. So, to set a time quickest in your class right now, I mean, you have to have a lap down. It's going to be exciting as the race comes closer and closer that these guys are pretty much right on top of each other. And these guys are not really going to give much of rooms.
Here's Dark Horse Esports, Kevin Sandiego behind the wheel. We've seen a lot of him in previous broadcasts. Think back to the Lucky Dog Esports League way back in 2020, early 2020 that is. We saw a lot of Kevin Sandiego in those races. He is 16th currently for Dark Horse Esports. It looks like he checks in the 6th position in Pro-Am competition. Your amateur pole sitter currently is William Coffey for Good Time E-Racing, sitting in the 22nd spot overall. Next up in that class, behind 22nd, is going to be way down. It's Big Problem? I don't know. Big Promble Motorsports. Austin Powell behind the wheel there. He sits in 29th. It's a 7-position difference, JP. That's big.
Yeah, that's a big gap. And it just something that we kind of saw, I'm pretty sure, Andrew, throughout the season. Always an amateur driver just kind of pops up and does great in qualifying, sometimes does great in the race. Obviously, this is a 4-hour event. But, qualifying, William Coffey, again, just stellar qualifying performance. And the rest of the grid, the rest of the amateur category seems to be quite close together. But, just that one, not underdog, but that one performance just stands out, above all else.
Here's Sean Patterson, currently the slowest time of anybody. Now, I don't want to highlight it for that reason, but they are bringing up the rear currently in the 37th spot. It looks like we'll have 38 if Wahooka Racing makes it onto the grid, but they do not have a time yet in qualifying. Patterson Racing here. Sean Patterson, solo. He's on his 5th lap so far. This is a guy that I think will be a sleeper. Yes, he's 6 seconds off the pace for now. That's off of the pro pole sitter. But I think as the race goes on, as he gets more comfortable in this McLaren, it looks like he's in. Is he really? Hang on, can we get Patterson? Can we get Sean Patterson? I got to see this. Is he? Yeah, he's in a McLaren. That part in and of itself is rather impressive. So Sean Patterson in a McLaren. That is going to be a hard card to figure out. Qualifying done, wrapped up. Then we'll revisit the starting grid here in a little bit. But first, we've got a couple of people to talk with. What do you say we go ahead and bring in the team captain of Full-Time Esports? Yes, Tony Kanon's team. And JP, I'll hand things over to you.
Well, bom, Bruno, felizmente a gente pode fazer essa entrevista em português aqui. Bom, uma corrida de 4 horas, aparentemente o quali ali não foi do jeito acho que vocês esperavam, mas como é que vocês se prepararam aqui para essa corrida? Qual que é o line-up de vocês hoje?
Tudo bem, João? Prazer, obrigado pelo convite. Se quiser, eu posso falar um pouco inglês também, meio arriscadinho, mas se precisar, a gente traduz. Cara, a gente preparou legal, a gente tava com muita dúvida para decidir qual carro a gente ia. Esse bop do último do iRacing ficou muito bom, os carros estão muito equilibrados, então a dúvida era grande para saber qual carro era melhor para essa pista. Acabamos indo com o Audi, a gente achou que ele tem um pouco mais de curva, um pouco mais de performance, ele é um pouquinho mais arisco, mas a gente resolveu arriscar para essa corrida. E eu tenho muita confiança que o Ariel vai fazer um ótimo stint aí, ele tá mais rápido que eu, ele deveria ter feito o quali mesmo, a volta dele foi boa, ele disse que um pouquinho, não perfeitamente, mas o tempo foi bom, acho que a corrida é muito longa, então vamos focar para ser seguro e conseguir acompanhar os primeiros aí. O Alex Duni tá muito forte.
E para essa corrida aqui, a estratégia de vocês vai ser aquela clássica, deixar a corrida se desenrolar ao redor de vocês, ou já vão tentar atacar um pouco no começo? Se quiser compartilhar, né? A gente sabe que às vezes o pessoal quer esconder um pouco o jogo, mas se quiser compartilhar, qual que seria a estratégia no começo?
Sim, a gente sabe que é importante não desgrudar dos primeiros ali. Eu acho que vai ter bastante economia de combustível, porque essa pista é extremamente difícil de passar, então ninguém vai querer arriscar no começo, mas o importante é ficar no trenzinho ali do pelotão da frente.
Bom, eu tenho certeza que com o ritmo que vocês têm, o grid da Pro tá absolutamente, assim, ridículo, né, de forte, tá muito forte esse grid, mas eu garanto aí, eu vi o nome do pessoal da equipe, tá bem forte essa equipe aí. E, bom, eu vou deixar vocês se concentrarem pro treino, mas vocês têm alguém para agradecer os patrocinadores?
Sim, vamos agradecer aí ao Tony Canan, ao Maurício Ferreira. Nós juntamos a equipe com a Full Time Sports, para quem não sabe, a equipe real da Stock Car, então tá sendo super legal. A gente tem o patrocínio da B8 Seguros e meus patrocínios particulares, Simped e a B8 Seguros também, quero agradecer muito. Obrigado, viu? Boa transmissão para vocês.
Opa, obrigado. Boa corrida aí, Bruno. Well, talking to Bruno, well, it was quite a long interview, but, you know, we can tone it down to a few bullet points. You know, the car choice, they were quite, you know, undecisive about the car choice. They ended up going with the Audi because, you know, they thought even with being a little more tricky to drive, it felt like the faster car. And, you know, they were happy with the BOP because it seemed like the BOP really brought each and every single GT3 car close to one another. So it was an extremely hard choice. And obviously they're taking risks with the Audi. When we talked about the race pace and obviously a bit of the race strategy, I guess it's pretty much going to be the form throughout the field is going to be saving fuel, you know, for until the end of the race, essentially. He knows how difficult it is to overtake a Long Beach. You know, it's an extremely tight track. It's dangerous to overtake. So, you know, he knows that it's important to keep in touch with the leaders. You know, he congratulated Alex Dunn, who we're going to be talking to shortly, about his qualifying performance. So he knows how important it is to keep the car close to the leaders. And, well, you know, he's extremely, let's say, interested. He's extremely happy with the performance that they had in qualifying, and, well, he's confident for the race as well.
Well, as you see the 01 car jump up to fastest here in warm-up, what do you say we bring in the pole sitter, Alex Dunn, the fastest qualifier in qualifying at Long Beach? That's a pretty solid title. Alex Dunn getting things done. No pun intended, but it works out here in qualifying for Cash Days. Alex Dunn, you got a copy?
Hello, sorry.
Hey, how you doing, man?
Not too bad yourself.
Well, I'd imagine not quite as good as you, sitting on pole for 4 hours at Long Beach. How's that feel, buddy?
Yeah, I think it's a good feeling to be on pole. Decided to do the race with Ronan for some fun. and yeah, managed to get a good lap in quali and put it on pole.
What's the preparation like coming into a race at Long Beach, especially for 4 hours, and especially with this fixed setup dynamic? I know a lot of special events on iRacing usually go the way of open setups. How is that different coming into a fixed setup race?
To be honest, it's not. There's not really a whole lot of difference. It's still same attitude, even with a fixed setup. You know, you still drive the same way and still the same attitude. To be honest, we haven't really done a whole lot of preparation for this race, but it's still the same attitude as how you would take it into a normal endurance race.
Now, what is the plan? 4 hours, Long Beach. I mean, usually you go into like the Daytona 24, what have you, and you double stint. You kind of know what you're going for. What is the plan here, especially with some teams going for 2 drivers, some teams going for 3, even a few solos out there? Does anything change? Undercuts, overcuts? What's the idea?
At the moment, to be honest, I'm not really sure because I actually won't be able to start the race because I have to be somewhere. But so we'll have to wait and see. We're not really sure on our strategy just yet.
Well, if you have to be somewhere here, then I really do appreciate the fact that you're here talking to us for a few moments here. As far as a team, real quickly, and then we can let you go here. How do you approach qualifying? Who gets the nod as far as qualifying, going out there trying to set the fastest time? How do you approach that?
Same as how you'd approach every qualifying, really. Just go out on track and to do the best you can and try to do the best lap possible. I'm quite comfortable with this car and I enjoy driving around Long Beach, so yeah, it was kind of just the approach of, and I had the mindset that I wanted to try get pole, and that was pretty much it.
There you go. Alex Dunn, your pole sitter. You can see one of his teammates currently on track for Ronin Academy. That Lamborghini looks great. Don't bang it up too bad. Hopefully you guys do pretty good today, and we'll see you later.
Thank you.
Alex Dunn putting the number 32, well, it scored as number 20. We'll work through that as the day goes on, but putting Ronin Academy on pole. That is a great-looking Lamborghini there. We do have William Coffey standing by as well. Zach, will hand him your way.
Alrighty. William Coffey, 4 hours at Long Beach. Are you prepared, buddy? I mean, I ain't got much of an intro. This track pretty much speaks for itself. You guys put down a good time. Are you guys prepared?
Oh, dude, I'm excited. This is going to be a good time.
Now, how do you, we were asking a few drivers before, how do you approach a track like Long Beach? It's very narrow. There's not a lot of passing zones. It's very treacherous towards the back half of the track. How do you approach a track like Long Beach?
I think it's just more about surviving, especially with 4 hours going into it. We're just going to have to stay off of colliding in each other, stay off the walls, and I think it'll just kind of sort itself out.
Understand. Now, with you being in the amateur class, so you're being kind of towards the back, you said staying out of Calamity. Is that more of like a strategy, kind of just wait and see, let it all fizzle itself out? Are you guys more in the... excuse me, I'm... Total brain loss here. It's not a good sign for 4 hours. Are you guys more of a strategy to try to get through the field, just kind of stay where you're at?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I think it'll just kind of figure itself out, just kind of like a lot of these other endurance races with slower I rating levels. It's just going to be me this evening. My partner broke his collarbone riding a super bike this weekend, so we'll just it'll just be me cruising around and just hoping for the best.
Well, with you having the quickest time in amateur as of right now, and in qualifying, it's pretty good that, or it's pretty inspiring that you're the only one out here on track.
Well,
for your team at least. We don't want to hear about your teammate though. That's terrible news to hear about him breaking his collarbone like that, man.
Yeah, a freak baking accident, but he'll get better.
Well, shout out and praise to him, and obviously a speedy recovery. But no, you've got the quickest amateur time out here. Man, we wish you the best of luck. We wish you the best of luck for the rest of the race. 4 hours, man. That's a long time to be in a car.
Yeah, we'll just get it done. We'll just race to the bathroom and during pits, just like real life, right? But I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
We thank you for taking the time, man. Have a good race today.
All right, thank you so much.
There's William Coffey, somebody we've talked about a lot back in the, most recent, the only NARL season so far. We talked a lot about him in that amateur category. Glad that he's here today, and hopefully he has a good time racing, as the name suggests. We got Scott Kimbrough in the waiting, the Pro-Am pole sitter, the fastest qualifier in Pro-Am competition. Scott Kimbrough, we've talked a lot about you as well, and that 242 car teamed up today with Scott Reister, somebody that you raced a lot back in the 8-race season. What's that like?
Well, the season kind of seeming like a cakewalk compared to trying to get laps around this place called Long Beach, because this place is dangerous. So I'm just hopeful that I could survive. That's what I'm hopeful for.
Yeah, this is definitely an interesting racetrack in that regard. We expect a few beats and bangs throughout the race, and certainly the fountain is going to be difficult. How do you approach that? Putting that car so high in qualifying, the pole in Pro-Am, how do you try and get through the fountain lap 1?
Carefully and being a good student in line behind the person in front of me. That's what I'm going to try to do.
I like it. I like it. Carefully. First word out
Carefully.
of your mouth. Yeah. Fair enough. Well, as I mentioned, you're teamed up with Scott Reister, somebody that puts a lot of work into this series and a lot of work into Team Empire. You guys raced a lot for the championship last season. You end up coming a little bit behind those guys that were up front, but certainly setting yourself up decently for Season 2, which we know is on the way. So if we can even comprehend looking past today, I know today is a big deal, but let's look past today a little bit. Let's talk about that season and returning for Season 2 later in October. How do you approach that season in general?
Just going to keep doing what we've been doing, which is, practice and try to learn. And myself personally, I've been having great success using Daniel Morad, who's in this race, as a driver coach to help me, and I know a lot of other drivers in the series have as well. So everybody's raising their game, but I would like to just take a moment. Obviously Scott's a friend, we raced together, but when he had the idea for this league, and wanting to do something a little bit different and have something that's competitive but also fun in a North American time zone friendly schedule, I'd say he's gone way above and beyond the expectations that I would have even thought were possible. It created a great league. It was so much fun. You guys did a phenomenal job with the broadcast, so I'm really looking forward to the next season, because the racing's been great. The competition's great. People are in there and they're racing serious, but they're also having fun. They're helpful to everyone, and it's just created a great atmosphere of racing, so I can't wait.
Now, you mentioned Daniel Morad and some of the partners behind this series, and there's certainly a lot of them. Specifically Daniel Morad and a couple of the other big-time drivers. I know Tony Kanaan has been so involved with full-time esports and upping their involvement, especially in this race. How do you try and one-up drivers that are also getting help from guys like Daniel Morad? We've heard that more than once. A driver crediting Daniel Morad as far as coaching them through being able to develop on this iRacing sim. When everybody is going to the same place or roughly the same place for that coaching, how do you try and beat them? They're learning the same tricks, right?
Yep, they're learning the same things, and I guess I don't look at it as, obviously the end goal is to try to beat them, but the reality for me is, as long as I'm comparing me to me and finding that I'm making improvements, that's the only thing I can ask for. I'm an old guy in this game, so I have certain expectations of where I might be able to go or what I think I might be able to do, and anything beyond that is just gravy and having fun. So I enjoy the heck out of iRacing and the competition that it affords us all to have. So as long as I can keep making improvements against myself, that's all I'm looking for.
There you have it, Scott Kimbrough of Team Empire Racing getting ready to go for 4 hours. That's got to be a pretty surreal feeling here at Long Beach. Who do you want to thank? Who do you want to shout out?
Definitely want to thank Scott Reister. He's done a great job. All the guys at Empire Racing, great group of friends that we have, and we enjoy the heck out of that. And certainly everybody that's been involved in helping put this race on, as well as the series. Daniel Morad, Tam Livery, Kanaan Esports, all of those folks that have helped out. You guys at PitStopTV, the broadcasts are fantastic. So thanks very much. Hope everyone enjoys the race.
Definitely appreciate the kind words there, buddy. That's Scott Kimbrough, your Pro-Am pole setter, right with Scott Reister in Pro-Am competition. Buddy, best of luck.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. You guys have fun.
You do the same. And again, Scott Kimbrough putting that 242 Lamborghini on pole. We've got another guest to speak to. It is the one, the only guy that so many of these drivers have been crediting lately for their driver coaching and getting them up to speed, and certainly, I think, improving their racecraft on iRacing. Daniel Morad, welcome.
Hey, thank you, Andrew.
Now, I believe we've talked to you before, back from Otmo last year, at least certainly about you in that Hello Kitty Mazda Miata, but you've been very active on the iRacing.com sim, and I'm sure more than just iRacing.com. A lot of these drivers, they're crediting one guy, Daniel Morad. What's it like coaching all these drivers, bringing your real-life knowledge to the sim?
Well, the first secret is you must run a Hello Kitty livery, obviously. That's the number one criteria if you're going to work with me. No, but in all reality, it's been fantastic helping more inexperienced sim racers find their speed and their comfort and find their love with the platform. So that's been super satisfying for me, and I've been putting in a lot of work myself to improve my own driving technique on the sim. It is, although you're driving a vehicle, there are nuances that you have to learn and adapt to, and I've been really, really focused on that to try to close the gap between my real life experience and the sim racing.
Yeah, nuances have been the topic of conversation, I think, between real race car drivers getting on the sim for the last year or so, especially with the COVID pandemic. We saw a lot of NASCAR guys get on iRacing, and the first thing they mentioned was, wow, this is difficult. What's it like, that transition from a real car where you've got that kind of seat, feel in the seat of your pants, you can feel the car, what it's going to do. What's it like adjusting?
Yeah, I mean, taking away one of your major senses, which is that seat of the pants feeling, is pretty difficult to adapt to, funny enough. One would never imagine, but it's like driving blind almost. It's taking a major sense away and just having to adapt and really dial in your settings. Thankfully, I have an amazing wheelbase and partner, thanks to SimuCube. And I just have my settings dialed in to the point where I can feel the understeer, I can feel the oversteer all through the wheel. I don't feel that through my butt anymore, but more so through my hand. So having to improve my visual references has been something I've been working on, and that's in turn helped me in the real racing aspect as well. And you know what's crazy? I was just in Sebring on Wednesday and Thursday testing in the Mercedes in real life, and I'm starting to see the data traces in my head as I'm pushing the throttle and the brake pedal. It's actually crazy. I'm like, what's wrong with me? I'm seeing things. But I'm just so in tune with my inputs now. It's so crucial on the sim to be really, really precise. And that's something that I work on with all these drivers through the North American Racing League as well, through the coaching.
You're talking about working with drivers, some experienced, some not so experienced. Well, you've got a pretty experienced guy behind the wheel with you today, Casey Kerwin. eNASCAR, iRacing, Coca-Cola Series driver and race winner behind the wheel for you. That's got to be a pretty easy learning curve coming into a place like Long Beach.
Yeah, Casey loves Long Beach. He's actually in Long Beach right now, watching the IndyCar and IMSA race. I wish I was there. Unfortunately, my team decided to take a few races off, but we'll be back for Virginia. But Casey, I mean, there's no other teammate that you'd want other than Casey Kerwin. He's a machine. He's what you'd call an alien. It just doesn't make sense, the kind of things he does. And above all, he's a great kid, great guy. Become a friend of mine. And when I asked him, hey, you want to do 4 hours of Long Beach with me? He's like, yeah, for sure. I'm just going to be in Long Beach, though. But Gonzo, one of his moderators, has been kind enough to lend him his sim in Long Beach, so we're able to make this happen. He's also streaming it as well.
Yeah, I saw the notification go up at the same time that we started the broadcast. Big-time follower of Casey's channel, and had the pleasure of meeting him back at Charlotte a little bit ago. Let's talk more about kind of going back and forth and helping drivers. I'd imagine it goes both ways, in multiple ways, multiple facets. Of course, you're bringing knowledge from real life to the sim, but also, as you mentioned, starting to bring some of that back from the sim to your real driving and seeing your throttle and brake tracing, the telemetry, while you're racing, while you're practicing there at Sebring. And it also likely goes both ways. Working with drivers of different calibers, I'm sure, helps you learn a lot. Not just teach them, but helps you learn a lot as you work with all kinds of different drivers from all kinds of different backgrounds.
Yeah, it's, for me, when anyone teaches, you have to have a greater understanding of what you're doing. So I guess I should be saying this, but it probably helps me as well, the fact that I coach people, because it just enhances my understanding of what I'm doing behind the wheel. And that's what I was mentioning earlier, of just seeing these data traces when I'm actually driving. But yeah, I'm just so in tune with it now. And I think I've taken my sim racing to a whole new level, closing the gap to the really high I-rating guys. And you know, ultimately it just becomes more fun when you understand what you're doing, and sharing that knowledge with others, not just on speed and precision and driving as a singular aspect, but more three-dimensional, looking at racecraft, fuel save, endurance racing, attacking, defending, picking your moments, all those kind of things I also touch on when I'm coaching, and I think that's super important. It's something that's overlooked. I think everyone, when you think of racing, it's like, how fast can you be? But I can be one of the slowest guys, but you know, race well and still win races, and that's a skill set in its own. So yeah, it's not just about being fast, it's about being consistent, being smart, and picking your moments.
Now let's talk about this race in particular. How do you approach this? What's the strategy like? What are you looking for in these opening laps to try and capitalize on whatever may come your way? I mean, a lot's going to go on down in the fountain, for example. What are you trying to capitalize on?
I think that's going to be more down to Casey initially, and we talked about it, how there's a wide spread of skill levels in this race, and I love that. You know, the fact that more inexperienced drivers have the chance to race with some really high-end guys. Look at the front of the pack. The level is so high, and although we didn't have the best quali, you know, Casey nicked the wall and got a 0x on his lap. We should be right up there in P3, and currently in the warm-up we're sitting P3. But yeah, I think just taking it easy. Said everyone on iRacing, take it easy into turn one. But yeah, I mean, just keeping the car clean. Although we have 2 quick repairs, you don't want to have to take that in an unscheduled manner. So keeping the nose clean, keeping 4 wheels pointing in the right direction, and just picking your battles. It's a long race, even longer around Long Beach. So it's going to be interesting.
Well, buddy, only a few minutes left here of warm-up before the race gets going. 4 hours on the docket. We'll let you get to it. Anybody else want to shout out? Anybody else want to acknowledge? Who helps you make it happen?
Honestly, my Twitch viewers and subscribers, those guys are the real legends. I can't thank them enough, day in, day out, supporting. It's just really, really cool to spend, you know, this kind of experience with them. And you guys, listen, it's been awesome watching the broadcast. You guys are doing an amazing job. Scott Rister, or Reister? I still don't know how to... Reister. He's been awesome. I've you know, I can't thank him enough for all the support he's given me through, you know, joining my coaching program and recommending it. It's been fantastic. And of course, my sim partners, SimuCube, Precision Sim Engineering, SimLab. You know, those guys make the dream happen. So really, really pumped for this. And although I'm not driving a Mercedes, which I should probably be, it seems like being a Mercedes sim driver and all. Hopefully I'll be able to drive one of those updated ones soon. So we'll see. But yeah, really excited for this race, and can't wait to see how it all shakes out.
There you go. Daniel Morad getting ready to go. You guys are starting P3, right?
No, we're starting P8.
P8. Oh man.
Yeah, P8. So it's gonna be a challenge in the initial laps, but it's gonna all cycle through, and pace is ultimately gonna dictate positioning after probably 2 stops, I would say.
There you guys go. Daniel Morad getting ready to go for 4 hours at Long Beach, teamed up with Casey Kerwin. It's gonna be a fun one, buddy. Don't bang things up too bad. Can't wait to see how you guys do.
Oh yeah, just gonna send it.
I like that mentality. Daniel Morad, buddy, thank you so much. Well, that was a fun one. That was a fun little rotation of a bunch of people to talk to real quick. You can see, you know, everything's been going on in the background. A lot of practice has been happening. A lot of drivers getting accustomed to this circuit. And for the first, maybe potentially first time, certainly final time before we go racing, the pressure is kicking up. And this is about go time. 5 minutes left for these drivers to think about what they're going to do that opening lap. Now, the air temp, it's pretty calm here at JP. 65 degrees in the air. It's about as low as you can go on iRacing. So keeping things pretty calm. 86 degrees in the track. I mean, it's a street course. There's a lot of shadows around, and certainly a lot of things to break up the sunlight. Winds very calm. It is a perfect day to be on the beach well, I guess the Long Beach, if you will, but perfect day to be on the coast in California and perfect day to go racing.
Yeah, exactly, and I'm pretty sure these drivers are just waiting for those 5 final minutes to kick off and just start racing. And the first 10 is going to be so important as Casey Curran goes fast. It's going to be so important for some of these drivers because you cannot win the race on turn 1, but you can definitely lose it straight away. So the balance between caution and aggressiveness, it's something that these drivers will have to be toned to perfection, especially starting off side by side as we usually do in GT3 racing.
Now, Zach, you've recently gotten some real wheel-to-wheel experience, much like Daniel Morad, but not quite like Daniel Morad. You've gotten out there, nothing against you. You've gotten out there recently. You've got endurance racing. As a driver, what's your mentality like as you get ready to go for 4 hours?
Well, really, like Daniel was saying, it's just consistency, really. That's really the mindset. You don't really want to get into anyone. Obviously, real life, you don't want to do that, but in iRacing as well, especially for an endurance race, you want to keep your car as clean as possible. So consistency, picking your battles, picking your fights, it all just kind of translates over, especially with a group like this where you've got pros and amateurs all just kind of mingled in together. You really got to be on your toes. So really just consistency, keeping your car in one piece, that all just kind of translates over.
Yeah, consistency is going to be key today. Hitting your marks, getting through these opening laps, and getting into a rhythm. Obviously, lap traffic is going to be a big deal. JP, how do you see these drivers approaching that kind of deal? I mean, it's going to be really tough to try and pass a lot of these guys. And Daniel mentioned the fact that there are experienced drivers and not so experienced drivers. That's not a bad thing. There's a pro and an AM category for a reason and a pro-am in the middle. But it's certainly going to be a challenge.
Yeah, exactly. Whenever you're lapping a car, it has to have mutual respect between the car that is being lapped and the car that is lapping. Obviously, sometimes we do see battle for positions, on the car that is being lapped, or battle for positions from the car that are going to lap someone. So, sometimes it does get messy. We all know that in any category. So you have to have a mutual respect. Obviously, the lapped cars probably have been instructed, to form the usual rule, just stay on the racing line and allow the other car to overtake you. Don't make their life difficult, don't force them to go down the inside and then battle them through the corner. So I'm pretty sure some rules have been laid down to some of those drivers. And obviously, as you mentioned, some drivers are not on pace with the pro drivers. We do expect that. But, and that's going to provide its own challenges. But as long as everybody respects each other, we shouldn't see too much of a hustle from those drivers that are going to lap someone.
Yeah, we'll certainly see, I think, a battle throughout the day between lead lapped cars, 2 minutes to go in warm-up. These are the final moments before we get going. Boy, tensions are rising. I'm sure a lot of these drivers are starting to feel it a little bit. It's like, all right, it's about go time. Got to get in the seat. Got to get ready to go. And I will say, I've noticed as well, a lot of our concurrent viewers has dropped off a little bit. I think these teams are getting ready. They're getting into that mentality. All right, let's zone in. It's go time. It's race time. You got to hit your mark, and we expect 3 pit stops from these teams today, but we could see, depending on how things go, and I'll be honest, we have a very tight course. I wouldn't be entirely surprised if we see a full course yellow at some point today. That would change the strategy up entirely. That brings in an entire level of unknowns, but assuming we won't, because we don't know for sure, assuming we won't, these guys should have 3 pit stops. It's a 4-hour race, cut and dry. These cars can go 60 minutes on fuel, or at least thereabouts. They're going to have to do a little bit of stretching, I think, to get that number comfortably.
Yeah, exactly. And whenever you add in, fuel saving, lifting and coasting, all that sort of stuff, whenever you're following someone, you tend to save fuel willingly or unwillingly. So, you just you give that car extra mileage on fuel, and that's all going to help. And some teams, obviously the ones that are starting further back than they kind of expected, are going to be betting on fuel strategy to get them ahead. Not on the beginning of the race, but getting that fuel strategy toned to perfection to the end of the race, just putting half a fuel tank, 3/4, anything that's going to save them a few tenths of a second on pit lane is going to be important, because we never know how close this race can get. We saw 24-hour races ending on the last lap, so 4-hour races, who knows, it can end on the last corner for a battle for the lead. So perfecting the strategy will be 100% important on this race.
As we get ready to go racing for 4 hours, a big shout out goes to all of the North American Racing League partners, RaceLab, TAM Livery, JS Consulting. A lot of great people making a lot of great things happen. Of course, RaceLab helps you to improve your driving skills. Much like Daniel Morad, with modern overlays, race statistics, and native VR integration, you can get the best out of iRacing. Start using it now for free at racelab.app. TAM Liveries offers custom packages for some of the best livery designs in iRacing. Used by pros and amateurs alike, you will definitely look good on the track. And JS Consulting provides custom website and app development, including iRacing League website design and hosting. Find JS Consulting at johnsedlak.com. Of course, along with that, a big shout out goes to all of our partners here at PitStopTV, Tucson, Sound Art, Permanent Makeup and Cryo in Maine, Whiplash Media, BAM Racing Videos. A lot goes on, and a lot of it is big thanks to them. These drivers getting onto the grid, all 38 or so of them, yes, 38 in fact, Ronin Academy sitting on pole. Let's meet your starting grid for Cash Days at Long Beach. On pole, Josh Pulane, it looks like, for Ronin Academy. BRB KTF Esports, Victor Miranda behind the wheel, starts second. Starting third, it's Radicals Online, 465 Garage, Soda Muto in the number 01. Undercut Racing Team starts fourth. Starting fifth, it's going to be Full-Time Esports, Gustavo Ariel, Manatee Racing to their outside in sixth. Starting seventh, Late Apex Racing, PB Racing, it looks like, with Michael Cal behind the wheel, and Muradness E-Stars starting in the 8th spot. Full-Time Esports, that's Tony Kanon's racing team. They start in 9th with Schaeferson Racing starting 10th.
Starting off in 11th place, we do have Scott Kimbrough in the 242. The 259 of Max Wobbles starting off in 12th place. Looks like the cars are already heading down into the start-finish zone. So in 13th place, we do have Philip Pondes in the 272 and Michael Scheller, I'm going to assume, in the 252 on 14th place. In row number 8, we do have Sebastian Harzen in the 271 and Kevin Diego on 16th place. And it looks like, Andrew, we're going to be going to the green. So Steven Weinstein on the 269 starting off in 17th and Matthew Dench on the 283 in 18th place.
The rest will scroll across the bottom as we get ready to go green flag racing, waiting on the signal from our starter. These short pace laps, man, they are the bane of our existence as broadcasters, but it helps the drivers slow through the hairpin. The green flag is waving, and the ticker begins to count down. We're still waiting, It looks like the field is forming back up. It should launch at the start-finish line for Long Beach. Across the line, maybe we'll wait a little bit longer. I think we're just waiting for the field to clear the hairpin, to be fair to everybody. But we are about to go green flag racing as the entire lineup scrolls across the bottom. 4 hours. That's the distance, Zach. Boy, it's going to be wild.
And especially going into turns 1 through the fountain and through those narrow parts of the track. It's going to get extremely wild right here, especially with the pack packed up the way that they are. It looks like we're going green now, Andrew.
Finally, green flag down to turn 1 for the first time. We'll go silent. Listen to these cars get rolling. We've got an incident in the fountain. As we pretty much expected, it seems like most of these guys get rolling. I don't see a stop car just yet, I think. Everybody continues on, but certainly some slow cars. Here's some contact deep in the field, and one is around. It's the McLaren of Patterson Racing. Sean Patterson with problems in the fountain lap 1. That is Triple Peaks Racing. Philip Ranieri behind the wheel. He's doing a solo today. A couple of solo drivers have turned each other at the front of the field. Back up front, the Ronin Academy leads us down to turn 9 for the first time. My goodness me.
Well, it looks like 35 cars went pretty much cleanly throughout the fountain, and through lap 1, only 3 cars got caught up in that small incident. But look at this. Looks like the top 3 kind of broke away from the rest of the field, from the rest of the pack, as we do have 1 Lamborghini. It looks like 2 Audis, and looks like everybody's just kind of bumper to bumper throughout the hairpin. So getting quite racy, quite close, but, you know, it's first lap of racing. We do expect that.
Lap 1 in the books. Ronin Academy still leading the way. Here is their number 20, currently piloted by Josh Pulane. You can see the order starting to come through on the left side of your screen. Top 3, as JP mentioned here, Zach, getting relatively sorted as we get going. Here's on board of Ronin Academy and the leader. This has got to be a pretty cool feeling, leading the field through the streets of Long Beach.
Yeah, and pretty much the top 5 right now can take a big sigh of relief, really the top 3 with their breakaway, but right now everyone getting lined out, just a sigh of relief for everyone really in the top 5, maybe even the top 10. Now it's just a matter of hitting your marks, making sure your braking points are where you need them to be, keeping your car clean, keeping it in one piece. This is pretty much going to be the rest of your race right here, is just lining out and keeping your car in one piece, keeping consistent pace and lap times. But one thing that we didn't really highlight, we highlighted the fountain most of the pre-race as the trouble point, but right here, the last hairpin, the last corner, that's really a trouble spot for a lot of these guys, especially if you're trying to make a pass getting into it. You don't really want to be side by side, but right there is really a trouble point for this long straightaway. Really, you have to get out of the hairpin and in spectacular fashion to get through the straightaway. And right now, the hairpin is really can be a trouble place.
And we saw a look there at the hairpin, and everybody making a lot of contact those first couple of laps. Everybody's stacked up. That'll happen. So a lot of these bumpers will likely be dented. Here's a look at the fountain as they work through. This is just such a cool sight. Seeing a field of GT3 cars working through the fountain is always such a treat here on iRacing. Back up front, these three still in a line, and I think JP, they're going to settle in. They're going to go for this kind of long run idea. They just want to get laps in. Ooh, that Lamborghini from Ronan Academy getting awfully close. Josh Pillane might want to watch out.
Yeah, exactly. It looks like, depending on the pace, obviously it looks like Miranda and Muto, both of them are comfortable with the pace right now. So as long as they can keep a healthy gap, looks like 2 seconds to Gustavo Ariel just behind them, it should be safe for them. And, at this point, you just, as you mentioned, you kind of just settle down. You may start to save a bit of fuel right at, as you do, you just sit back, relax, enjoy, keep focused and save a bit of fuel, If you can save just 1 lap of extra fuel throughout one stint, that could really pay off in the end of the race. And as long as Pillane can keep up a healthy pace, I'm pretty sure these two won't mind just staying back and just, riding the wave essentially that Pillane is creating.
Into the fountain, this is now lap 4. We're expecting 185. How? How do these drivers keep their temperament down? Zach, you've looked up at, having many laps to go before. We've endurance raced together on the sim. You've endurance raced in real life. As a driver, how do you wrap your mind around 180 laps to go at Long Beach? That's insane.
That is insane, especially at a track like this, man. I've been saying it pretty much all pre-race, just how narrow and demanding this track is. Really, you can't really have that in your head. If you start to psych yourself out with how long it's going to be, you start to lose focus on your marks, your focus on the track, and you start to think about everything else. So really just a matter of right now, just start to log laps, start to get comfortable. If you start to wrap your head around how long it's going to be and your personal needs maybe inside the car, inside the sim, you're going to start losing focus on the track. You're going to start losing focus about the things around you. So right now, you're also playing a mental game when it comes to endurance racing. Right now, it's just a matter of focus, hitting your marks, consistency.
3 hours, 53 to go. A couple of battles sorting themselves out towards the front of the field. The top 7 all in a line within 3.5 seconds of one another. Casey Kerwin bringing up the rear of that little train, and we're watching, it looks like Wunsch, Luca Wunsch for Manatee Racing. God, that is a striking iLiveries Audi. Love it. Looks great. Green, usually a bad luck omen for most in racing, but I love that they're embracing that. That is a good-looking Manatee number 78. Currently following Undercut Racing Team White, Guillaume Egloff in the number 3 car in 5th position, and Full-Time Esports, Gustavo Ariel in 4th.
Yeah, looks like we do have 2 trains essentially settled down into one another. The first train, obviously the top 3, and then 4 cars following one another. And the packs are just going to be for me. As you can see here, we do have a small duo of drivers, and this is going to be the norm. Eventually you're just going to find not a roadblock, but we know how difficult it is to overtake around this racetrack. So essentially, sometimes you just become stuck, and that may slow you down, and that is just going to create more and more trains, and obviously that's just going to add a bit more pressure to the guy in front. If you make a mistake, you're probably going to be piled upon, as Casey Curran looks like right now sets the fastest lap of the race, so he's the fastest driver on track. Now the question is, will he try to overtake the drivers ahead of him, or will he just settle down and enjoy the wave?
Well, and right now it's just a matter of filling out your opponents, really. You've got 3 hours, 45 minutes still to take advantage of maybe some mistakes in front of you. So right now I think it's just a matter of settling down. Obviously he already has. He's already setting down fast laps. So he's got 3 hours really to push his way up to the front. He doesn't really need to push right now, especially for all these guys. There's not really a need to push right now. So a lot of time still left on the clock, a lot of laps still left to be ran. So right now it's just be patient. Just be patient. Let the car come to you. Let the race come to you.
So we have gotten word that we have seen a pretty big impact here for second place. The last time through, BRB KTF Esports, Victor Miranda taking a large hit to the wall in turn 2, it sounds like. You can see the damage on the right front, JP. That's going to be tough to battle back from. It looks like the car's going to be okay. Aero-wise, I think you can get around here with a little bit of damage. It's a matter of whether or not that right front gets damaged at all. I don't know. We'll see, obviously, as the race goes on. That's opening yourself up. Anytime you hit a wall here at Long Beach, they're concrete. You don't have safer barriers here like some racetracks, and certainly on road, you don't usually have safer barriers at all. So to hit the wall at all is certainly a risk, but it looks like they may have gotten away because he is challenging Polaine for the lead.
Yeah, exactly. It looks like the damage might not be as substantial as it looks like. And obviously, they'll have some time. This is probably going to be optional repairs. Looks like he's challenging Polaine right now, a bit on the outside. Polaine has to go defensive. And looks like we're going to have the first little battle. It looks like Polaine's a bit struggling, at least with the pressure, as he's dropping. Gustavo Ariel, look at it. We're nearly going 3 wide, as looks like Miranda is going to be trying to go around the outside. And never mind, look at Muto around the outside of Miranda. Can he make it stick? Looks like he can hit. They're going to be going side by side through the final sector. Looks like they make a bit of contact as Miranda kind of just has to back off, but then the hairpin just opens up to him. Muto is going to be losing another place to Gustavo Ariel. Everybody's going to get backed up together. It looks like we stick to the normal running position.
And that's impressive coming out of the hairpin like that, especially going side by side, not really having any damage coming out of it, and still maintaining a single file line. Again, battle for second. Here we go. The 0-1. The Radicals Online taking on the BRB KTF Esports team, backed out, lined out for the fountain. But right now, they're really pushing. Kind of surprising right now, only 10 minutes into the race.
I'm very surprised by this. I did not expect, especially these big teams up front, I did not expect this kind of a battle early on in this race. And that's not to say that they can't battle, but it just feels a little bit early in case you do wad up a car. I may as well wait until a little bit later in the race, right? I mean, I think that's what's on all of our minds, but hey, they want to go for it. By all means, go for it. It's exciting.
Yeah, exactly, and just how close they're running, essentially whenever you get someone that backed up, for example, Miranda saw that Polaine was kind of struggling. He has to go for that move because he's just so close to the other drivers that if he just backs off, the chance that he will try to be overtaken. So, you just kind of have to go for it. And, being how difficult this track is and kind of how the momentum just shifts, you can easily go from the car that is attacking to the car that is defending for position. And we saw that happening. Now, Miranda looks like the damage did not hurt his confidence whatsoever. He's extremely close to the leader. He's probably going to be lining up a move here, but, he may just lose a bit of speed on the straight line. And that's going to be what probably will hurt him, at least on the challenge. If Polaine makes a mistake throughout the infield, well, that's another story. But looks like that Audi, it looks on pristine condition, at least on pace.
And one thing you mentioned, JP, was the momentum shifts. That Miranda started battling for the lead, and it brought up the third place. Pretty much started stacking up everyone inside the top 5, the top 7 even. It brought everyone back. Now that they're lined out, they're starting to spread themselves back out. But that's how quickly things can change. You can go battling for the lead in one corner and lose second, maybe even lose third the next. It's just a matter of picking, like we were listening to Daniel Morad talk earlier, it's about picking your battles, picking your time to battle. And another thing starting to slowly come into play is leader taps the wall right there. At least on my screen, goes into defensive mode. One thing coming into play right now, lap cars starting to kind of feed their way into the top of this race.
Yeah, there is a Mercedes just ahead, and I believe that could be Pierre Thompson, is it? No, not quite. We're going to find out who that is. But there is a Mercedes right in front of our leaders. I know Sean Patterson, he got turned there at the start. It's none of these. Well, here we go. Prima Esports Racing White, it looks like. 36th spot. That is currently, it looks like, Linus Dahman. Is that the name? Linus Dahlman in the number 294. As you can see, the leaders vying for position behind him. This is going to be a weird feeling in that Mercedes. You've got leaders coming up, and they are, well, they're moving. They're battling. You want to stay out of their way, but also you got to try and keep your own race together.
Yeah, exactly. We do have to remind that the driver, Josh Mullane on Ronin Academy, was not the driver that set the pole lap time. You know, that was another one. So he's probably not on the same pace. You know, normally you put the fastest driver at least on one lap shootout to go for qualifying. You know, we saw that plenty of teams. So this could be hurting him a little bit. You know, he could be, let's say, feeling a bit of pressure, but looks like he's slowing everybody down, at least on this moment in time, because as Zach mentioned, the whole grid, the whole pro class just is stacked up once again.
And there's one thing that's good about it's never good to get turned on a race, especially in iRacing, but you'd rather have that happen sooner than later. You don't want to be battling for position, get turned or turn yourself late into a race. You'd rather, if a mistake were to happen, as the leaders catch up quickly coming into the hairpin, you'd rather a mistake happen. He pulls off to let the leaders by. It looks like for the time being, you want a mistake happen early so you can get through the mistake and work through it and use the rest of the race to try to advance your position.
Here we go. First lapping of the race, it looks like, as, well, that Prima Esports car is hanging on. That Mercedes is hanging on for right now, but, I mean, the leader is there. Look at that, within a car length right now. Through turn 2 and into the fountain now, and, oh, this is going to really bottleneck the leaders. That was your opportunity to let these guys by out of the hairpin down the long front stretch. Not doing that, that's risky, especially not even 15 minutes into this race. There we go. Go ahead and let them go on by. Good move there from Linus. Gets these drivers on by, but maybe presenting an opportunity for first. No, not quite. Looks like they stay as is. So these drivers up front, oh, that was close. A Lamborghini, I think that was undercut trying to get on by.
Yeah, exactly. Linus got himself into quite a predicament because as soon as he let one driver go, he had to let the whole top 10, the whole pro field essentially just go at one point. You know, he probably should have done that in the start-finish line. It looks like we do have a few drivers. Looks like that's Gustavo Ariel going for third place. Can he make it stick? If he can hold around the outside of the long sweeping left-hander, he can probably get the inside of the hairpin, but that's not quite the case. So some drivers are taking a few risks. Gustavo Ariel is definitely one of them because that was a late move down the inside.
Some drivers trying to take advantage of the bottleneck from the lap car. It looks like we're getting re-spread out amongst the front stretch, but that's just how quick it could happen. You can go for battling for position, and now you're 3-4 car lengths behind the car you were just battling with. So it happens so quickly, so that's why I think some of these drivers are trying to take advantage while they can. But you got to make your moves as precise as possible. If you can gain that position as quickly as possible, you're in a good position. You're in a good spot. But right now, it just as soon as other drivers go to make a move, not a lot happening for them.
Further back in this pro lead battle, if you will, this is a little further back. Here's 8th place, Schaller Sim Racing, Anthracite. Daniel Hake is behind the wheel currently in the number 24 Porsche. Late Apex Racing right behind. That's Michael Chow in the number 69 car. And further back, that's where you get to Scott Kimbrough, your Pro-Am leader. So we've had a lot going on up front. Admittedly, have kind of neglected the other two classes. Here is your Pro-Am leader currently in the number 242. Breaking into the top 10. Recently got by Pedro de Oliveira. And that's big because that is one of the full-time esports machines. To see a Pro-Am go on by a pro, that is big here at Long Beach.
Yeah, exactly. That's big, and that's something, you know, Scott proved himself how good of a driver he is. You know, qualifying, he did exceptionally well, and, well, he's doing exceptionally well in the race as well. It looks like we do have a battle further back. Looks like two Porsches going at it. Not something we're seeing a lot of in the NARL. Some only Porsche drivers now. Are they going to go side by side through turn 1? We haven't seen that all so far throughout this race, but looks like some of them yield, and, well, that's a position gain. You know, looks like they're teammates, Andrew, if I'm not mistaken, because those still liberties look extremely similar.
Yeah, that is Sebastian Harzum, it looks like, in the 271, and Philip Hendrik Pondus for both for Parobit Sim Racing. So the 271, 272, a couple of teammates on the racetrack, and you can see very similar liveries. One is kind of yellow-green, love that look. One is purple, love that look as well. A couple of colors that I really like on race cars, and they sit in 11th and 12th. Schaller Sim Racing, Michael Schaller sits right behind. I believe that is a solo effort this afternoon by Michael Schaller. We'll see if that changes as, man, these drivers, ooh, I mean, look at that. Out of the corner, slinging the car sideways. Now, one thing I've noticed recently in my I don't really run a whole lot, I'll be honest, but I test mostly to set up cameras for these races, Zach. I've noticed these GT3 updates, they have brand new tires with this new September iRacing build. They feel a lot more reasonable to drive, a lot easier to catch when you get them sideways. They just feel better, and it seems like these guys are definitely okay with slinging them sideways. It seems like the updates have worked.
Yeah, before the updates, as soon as you get the back end to step out on a GT3, you pretty much just pile on the brakes and hope it doesn't go all the way around. But no, you're not wrong. With this new tire model, it feels a lot more comfortable. You feel a lot more confident in the car, putting it in different places. Maybe like we saw Michael Schaller do a little bit earlier, slinging it into the corner. You have a little bit more of confidence. And it's paying dividends so far. We've seen a couple loose out of a corner, but we haven't really seen a lot of slides. We haven't seen a lot of loops. We've seen a lot of guys confidently put their cars in places where they need to be. Some of them come out with a little bit of damage, but still nothing much to the extreme of looping it, putting it in a wall, or so on and so forth.
On board here with Matthew Dench, somebody who battled for that title back in the pro category through our season. He's paired up with an amateur driver, I do believe. Let me reference my list. I have this for a reason. It's number 283, and he is paired up with, to be exact, Frank Kodak. So actually, no, he's up with a different team, a different driver, it looks like. He's for a second I thought he was with Joshua Benjamin, but that was Joshua Benjamin and Spencer Hewins in the 301 machine. But Matthew Dench, regardless, brings in a teammate, now going for it. And Matthew was very calm, I think, most of the season. He was able to really battle with Fabio Zampolini, Jackson Rosende, and others. Always composed, I felt like, JP. Good to see him out here this afternoon. Good to see him so far in the top half of the field. He's in 16th.
Yeah, exactly. Mistakes are not something we saw from Matthew Dench. I'm pretty sure throughout the season, he has been, as you mentioned, calm, collected, and I'm pretty sure he's more of a strategy guy, So as you can see, he's in 16th place, following. I'm not pretty sure who that is. Looks like that Weinstein. So he's just following at this moment. It might just be saving fuel, and that's important. Even though he's quite a few car lengths behind. Looks like we do have a change for the lead, just as I mentioned. But strategy will be important for him. And if he can do what he did in the NARL season, that's going to be important. That could propel him a few positions throughout the race.
Somewhere in all of this, it sounds like Ronin Academy, big time loss. Don't know exactly what happened. There's a little bit of damage to that car. The lead has been lost. I mean, down to 11th now for Ronin Academy. Started on pole, and look at that stack up Parabit. Both their cars getting into one another. Wow. Ronin Academy drops suddenly to the 11th position. We'll try and find exactly where that happened and see if we can get a replay in a little bit. But here we go, side by side. That is a lap car. That same lap car going on, getting passed up, it looks like, that same Mercedes. Here comes Full-Time Esports. Pedro de Oliveira behind the wheel. So number 49 of Full-Time Esports going on by that lapped car, and then you get back to Ronin Academy. But that opens things up ahead. Victor Miranda to the top of the standings now. Big as, here we go, battle for the race lead. Muto's challenging into, it looks like, turn 6.
And because of this battling, it's brought some people behind them back into the fight. Full-Time Esports now right back into this fight. A little bit of a gap back to 4th. BRB is able to hold off there, taking the defensive line, using the narrowness of the track to keep it. Now battle for 2nd now as Full-Time Esports challenges.
Full-Time Esports pulling up right behind that Radicals Online car. These guys are really going at it. I know we want to look at more of the field, but this is where the action's out right now. We already saw, or we know now, that our leader initially, Ronin Academy, has dropped through this running order. Miranda taking over. Muto and Ariel filling the gap behind. Egloff now in 4th rather, for Undercut. And Manatee now promoted into a top 5 spot. Miranda's E-Stars, they're now into 6th with Casey Kerwin behind the wheel, of course. A lot's going on up front. We're only 22 minutes into this race. Boy, I got to try and catch my breath here.
Well, Victor Miranda, now obviously he's leading the race, and that's probably where he wants to be, but the advantage of the BRB car is that it has damage, and we saw from the Radicals Online and even the Full-Time Esports, whenever they get on the straight, the BRB car is going to be losing a bit of top-end speed. And not only that, it's going to be losing a bit of downforce as well throughout the corners. So that's just going to allow the Radicals Online team, that's just going to allow Soda Muto essentially to just challenge him throughout the stint, And with those two battling, Gustavo Ariel is also going to be on their back end. And I had the pleasure, I just remember, in 2014, I raced with Gustavo Ariel in 24-hour Le Mans. So I know what this guy is capable of, and I know sometimes how aggressive he can be. So it's definitely one to keep an eye out for, because I'm pretty sure he won't be holding back too much. If he has the opportunity to overtake, I'm pretty sure he'll take it.
And one thing that we didn't really touch on is how close these guys are.
Oh, there's a car broadside. That's Patterson Racing. Sean Patterson, I do believe, if we can get to him. There he is. That McLaren broadside in front of the entire field coming by. That might have to be a tow. I don't think he's going to find an opportunity. Yep, there he goes. Go ahead and tow back to the pit lane. So problems there for Sean Patterson. And there's a lot of damage to that car. You can see his pit stop is underway. I'd imagine it's going to take quite a while, especially with the tow. It'll be a couple of moments, certainly. Let's take a replay. Let's see if we can figure out what happened to him. Well, this is going to be on the interesting side. So Sean Patterson was a lapped car at this point, it looks like. He, of course, had that incident lap 1 in the fountain. We saw him get stacked up further back in the field. This is going into turn 9 and then eventually turn 10. The incident is out of the hairpin. Yeah, that's a great choice of tow. There was not an opening for quite a while. This is into the hairpin. Is there help from behind? I wonder. Usually there is in these incidents. There's a Ferrari there. Oh my goodness. I think Sean Patterson wanted to pit. Not clear. Not clear in the least.
Yeah, exactly. That was just an unfortunate set of incidents. And it looks like he's trying to drive back, and then, yeah, as you mentioned, then the whole field essentially just comes back. The leaders, all that sort of stuff. And as you mentioned, he wanted to pit. It looks like the inside was taken. And I'm not pretty sure if that Ferrari took any damage. I would be surprised if it didn't. But, you know, that's just what happens sometimes in racing. And we're going to see another replay, looks like here from the chopper. And that's just going to provide us the extra info. You know, he was just trying to pit as he came out of the hairpin. He got a bad exit. As you can see, the Ferrari just essentially just gained a lot of time. And yeah, at that moment in time, there was absolutely nothing that he could do. The Ferrari driver, I'm not pretty sure which team that was, but unfortunately for him, he ended up losing 2-3 positions.
And that's how quick everything can happen, especially coming out of the hairpin right there. And with how narrow pit entry is at Long Beach. I mean, I can understand trying to get down track, trying to get into it. It just wasn't clear right there. As you can see, the Ferrari crab walking down pit road. And one good thing is, with the 2 fast repairs that we heard earlier, that could really come into play. Obviously helps the Ferrari at this very current moment in time, but just how quickly things can turn around, how quick other drivers can come up on you.
Yeah, so he will pull away from the pit lane. Thought we were going to have a replay. Looks like no replay of what happened to Kevin Sandiego for Dark Horse Esports. But he was that Ferrari that obviously then had some other troubles and gets involved in a rather large incident. We turn back to our race leaders, though. Victor Miranda still leading the field. Now, well, we have a lot of sim racers in the chat, so I feel like I can be pretty blunt about this. Unfortunately, we have that iRacing glitch or issue, if you will, that doesn't allow us to render all cars on the broadcast machine. Now, why that is, I don't know. So what you will see on the standings, and we'll just have to bear through it, work through it, the same as anybody else. What you will see on the ticker on the left side, unfortunately, is that it will move around when we're not focused, on one part of the field. The bottom side of the field will move around a little bit. It will get a little bit discombobulated. Unfortunately, there's really not a way around it. I can promise you, I've worked through the iRacing settings, and all cars are up. Well, they're supposed to be rendered anyways. It's set to 55 or 60. And the dynamic LOD settings are not on for cars, so we shouldn't be having that issue. Unfortunately, it does. If anybody knows kind of how to get around that, by all means, let us know. But we've worked through it for a couple of years now and have not had any luck. And yeah, just ask NASA to build your PC. I wish. Yeah, it's iRacing things. It's very weird, and I'm not the only one who's got that problem, but hey, it is what it is. We worked through it, and we live to see another day. About a half hour through this race, JP, we've seen a lot go on, a lot of dynamics change. I still don't know where this race is going to go. I feel like this is a lot like the Intimidator Challenge last night. If you don't know, here on the channel, we had asphalt sprint cars at Talladega Superspeedway. We never knew what was going to happen next. I feel the same about this race currently.
Yeah, exactly. This race is wide open. You know, you do get stretches where the leaders can just essentially pull the legs off, and we see that gap, essentially building between first and second to third place. And then sometimes, you just get, these moments, like for example, now the lap traffic is kind of holding the leaders up, and that just allows everybody to kind of get back together, and that could allow for a move to happen at any place in time. And, as we saw, all of a sudden, an incident can pop out ahead of you, and there's absolutely nothing that you can do, and that is going to completely change the race scenario, not only for one driver, but for several. And that's kind of the beauty of endurance racing. You just don't know what you're going to expect. It's essentially sprint races stacked up against one another, because these guys are not going to get breaks of 20-30 seconds like we see in real life. This is just going to be, looks like start to finish, a sprint battle.
And there's... Oh, I apologize.
I was just gonna say, this lap car getting out of the way. Thankfully, yeah, that's where to do it. There is no place as good as the front stretch at Long Beach to let a field of cars go by. It looks like, though, that lap car really not giving way at all. That 324 with Newport on the side, that is Kevin Skomsky out of New Jersey. Lets the leader go on by, and this is bottlenecking everybody else. And oh, when you miss the fountain, yeah, you've got to let everybody go by. If you miss a corner, suddenly you are giving up all right to the corner. There we go. Let these guys go by. Holding up Manatee. Here comes Kerwin right to the back end of the Manatee car. Oh, my goodness. Got to get out of the way here. Got to get out of the way.
That's something we talked about. I'm sorry, Zach.
No, you're good. You're good.
Something we talked about early on pre-race. I guess obviously not saying that he's disrespectful, but the kind of respect that you sometimes have to give and be given. The lap car should not be battling that much with the leaders. We saw how much it kind of got a bit messy, but luckily everybody made it through. And that's just something, it happens in racing, and we see that in real life. We see that plenty in sim racing as well. So it's just something, sometimes you just have to get out of the way. I understand it's Long Beach and it's difficult, but you shouldn't really be battling. Luckily for them, it kind of just got everything mixed up. And, well, unfortunately for Muto, the leader got away during all that battle.
And then one thing that hurts them the most right there is that they were more bottlenecked up in the fountain more than anything. There wasn't really a place for him to get off, and it looked like like Andrew mentioned, he did miss a little bit of the exit on the fountain, in which it checked everyone up, forcing everyone to go too wide through a narrow, very, very narrow part of the track. So, like you were saying, if you're going to battle, you got to make sure you're going to battle. If you're a slower car, you got to get off and let these leaders by. It created a little bit of a separation from first to second, maybe a little bit of separation throughout the rest of the track, about a car length from second on back to sixth. But no, like Andrew was saying, if you're a bit slower, you got to let them by.
Whoa, speaking of a bit slower, there's a Mercedes. 30th position, it looks like. Let's check on who that is. That should be Triple Peaks Racing. No. Who was that? Who were we just looking at? Let's go back up. Who is that? He just got a boot from behind. That is a pink Mercedes right there. Okay, that is Wahuka Racing. So that is going to be, I believe, yeah, William Valdez in the 368. Remember, he ran a Porsche back in the season, JP. In the Mercedes now for Wahuka, he's got, I think, a bit of a problem there with some lap traffic. Well, he is the lap traffic, unfortunately. He got a bit of a boot from behind. And Victor Miranda going purple. How do you go purple 30 minutes into a race? I get it when the fuel burns off at the end, but wow, right in the middle of a run, going fastest. That's pretty cool there from Victor Miranda as William Valdez let some other cars go by. I think Wisely going to try and get Parabit around. Maybe not. We'll see.
That's just kind of the effect that you have whenever you have all that pressure essentially off of you. He has 2 seconds to the next car. That's the Radicals Online vehicle. And, he has 2 seconds. Obviously, he has a damaged car, and he definitely had free air. So that's just something that the pressure does to you. Obviously, they're still going fast. But whenever you have that clear air, you don't have to keep looking in your mirrors. It just allows you to essentially spread your wings, let's say. And he just can stretch his legs, just drive the way that he wanted, not worrying about, when he's going to make a move, keep looking at his mirrors. So just full on focus. That's the kind of pace that Victor Miranda has, with 32 minutes on the clock.
And like you were saying, JP, no pressure in front of him, but he had absolutely no one, no pressure behind him, but he had absolutely no one in front of him either. He is catching a Mercedes now, the 26th position of the Quality Control Racing, number 63. He is kind of catching up to them, but he's got really no one behind him, no one pressuring him right now. It's just kind of smooth sailing, hitting your marks, making sure you don't add to that damage.
Oh, we've got a car around right here. This is out of turn 7. Oh, my goodness. And it's William Coffey around again. Or no, that's Sean Patterson. My bad. Yeah, Sean Patterson having problems there. Boy, that's troublesome at that point. What goes on here? I wonder if we can go back and find it. I think this is going to be one where we haven't seen many self-spins today. We've seen a lot of contact and maybe missing a corner, but this one is going to be a self-spin. This is, as aforementioned, Sean Patterson for Patterson Racing out of Canada. We saw Patterson a good bit last season in the AM category, did some pretty good things. Did not run a McLaren, though. Making this adjustment to a McLaren, yeah, that's pretty much what happens. It looks great. It breathes fire. It's awesome, but that's generally the driver experience in a Maca on iRacing. That generally is what ends up happening. That's the unfortunate part of it. Yeah,
absolutely. It's one of, I guess, the most difficult GT3 car to drive on iRacing at this moment. I'm pretty sure it has always been. We see it throughout, we see on Twitch clips, we see on live streams, on races. The McLaren is just that car, sometimes it just snaps out of nowhere and it's pretty impossible to catch once it snaps in. Unfortunately, that's another victim. It can be a very fast car, yes it can, but unfortunately, it's the trickiest one to drive, at least on this class.
This here, Zach, this is our amateur leader, not Pro-Am or Pro, our amateur leader, William Coffey out of the West. So he's relatively local to Long Beach, sitting in the 22nd position overall, leading in amateur competition, and ahead of Big Promble. That's going to be weird to get used to. Austin Powell, we're driving for them, ahead of Big Promble Motorsports, rather. The next amateur car is a few more positions behind. It looks like Empire Racing White, potentially. No, it is Quality in the 363. So a lot of these guys getting all kinds of mixed around further back in the field, and I hear a lot of crashing ahead. Oh my goodness! That's our leaders! That's a bunch of our leaders. That is the Radicals car on its lid.
That was the Radicals. Looks like that's a full esports team as well. Looks like everybody got caught up. And I'm intrigued. You can see some of the Audis and Mercedes.
No, that was the full-time esports car.
Yeah, looks like
that's who that was.
That Audi is absolutely wrecked. And just as we mentioned, Zach, that's how quickly a race can turn on its head. He looks set in third place. And yes, quite literally, unfortunately for him, he has to come to pit lane, essentially fix that damage. Now, I'm interested to see what happened on the replay, and that's, obviously it was a cascade effect, but I'm interested to see what started it all.
I don't know if we're going to get a good shot.
Here we go. This is going to be a decent look at what goes on. I think it already happened. Oh, my goodness. When it's your day, it's not your day. Or when it's not your day, rather, it's just not your day.
Oh, that's the danger of 90-degree corners. You have absolutely nothing to look at, especially in the street course. Both of drivers didn't know what was coming, and unfortunately, just small mistake caused enormous consequences.
And exactly, you're exactly right. Just 90-degree corners with the wall right at apex. You can't really see what's on the other side, and you at the mercy of whatever is on the other side. Now, obviously, right here, Patterson thought he was clear, tries to back up almost in front of the leaders, backs up in front of the second and third place. Everyone else comes piling in. It's something you don't want to see. Luckily for these guys, however, they do have 2 quick repairs. Obviously, one of them's probably going to get used here, but that's not something you want to see, especially for the front lead, or for the front lead battle.
Exactly.
How about that well-placed camera?
Yeah, and the Maniti car was the only
Manatee,
one. The Manatee car was the only one that came unscathed out of all of that. That was just, I don't know how he managed to essentially dodge everything, but he gained a lot of positions on that.
This should show us how this started for Patterson. I mean, this is a well-placed camera for exactly what happened. So remember, he had just spun in turn 6, and he comes around, and there he is. He clips the wall. When it's not your day, it's not your day, buddy. I hate to say this, but at this point, you've got to tow. You're around a blind corner. You have got to tow. And he ends up backing up in front of 2 of the best cars in the field. Yes, they have fast repairs, but that time getting back to the pit lane and taking that fast repair, now being off sequence, I mean, that's adding a pit stop. That's adding an entire trip down pit lane. That's really killer to their day if you're, Radicals or full-time esports. That's really, really painful to try and accept as a team. I've been there. That is really, really painful. What it does do is open up a massive lead for Victor Miranda now. He's got 2 seconds, almost 3 seconds back to Manatee, who luckily gets through that. What a good miss by them. Undercut White was that Lamborghini that came into things and kind of helped turn over the full-time car. And Radicals in full-time, they have sorted, I don't even know where into all of this yet. It does put Empire Racing into 5th. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, exactly. The one good side of all that incident, unfortunately, it just completely turned the race on its head. Now, obviously, Miranda has to fend off Luca Wunsch as Empire Racing looks like goes down the inside of, is that Scheffler Sim Racing? I'm not pretty sure if I got that one right, but, well, they are definitely on a roll here. On 5th place, they are running on that Pro-Am category, and, well, they're set to be the best car. At least so far. 40 minutes, we saw what happened and how quickly it can turn on its head, but they're doing a fantastic job.
I mean, everyone in this field is doing a pretty impressive job, but that's what you get when you add amateurs mixed in with pros. It just sometimes it doesn't mix all too well right now, and it sounds like coming out of that corner, I thought there was some more contact, but no, just adding pros with amateurs, it sometimes isn't the best of mix. We saw it there with the leaders earlier, but right now the Empire Racing car doing a very, very good job keeping that car clean. Up to 5th right now, top 5 in total.
Yeah, that's pretty big for Scott Kimbrough, and Scott Reiser should get in that car likely at the 2-hour mark. It's pretty cut and dry for the drivers that just, or for the teams rather, that just have 2 drivers. They should go ahead and double stint the first driver and come in, make the only swap of the race at halfway. The 3 driver teams, I'm not so sure. I'd imagine they'll likely have a single either to start or to end. We'll see. Obviously, they can do a whole lot of different things as far as where they place their drivers. And the solo as well. Obviously, they're just running 4 hours solo. So I wouldn't expect too many driver changes throughout this race, honestly. I think the only ones that we'll see in the first hour will be those teams that have 3 drivers. But we're getting close to that point here, JP. 20 minutes to go in this first hour. That's where we're going to see our first pit stops and our first look at what these teams might do.
Yeah, exactly. And the first driver to pit should be, in theory, obviously this BRB vehicle. You know, Victor Miranda, he has run on clean air for most of the stint. You know, obviously he was running second at one point, but, you know, after the lead unfortunately fortunately for him, fell on his lap. You know, he has just been running on clean air, just punching a hole in the air. So he's definitely the car that is probably using the most amount of fuel. So as soon as he pits, we should see everybody else probably 1 lap later, but, you know, everybody should be on the same period. And it should be, what, in 15, 20 minutes tops?
Somewhere around that. That sounds correct, but one thing that... I'm sorry, again, brain fart. One thing that I went back and watched an old replay, Andrew, and I heard you say it. Nice, I've completely forgot it now. I was going to go somewhere and I've completely forgot it.
Well, while you think of that, I do want to highlight Ronan Academy and Josh Purlane moving themselves closer to a top 5 now. Obviously, a big part of that comes from the incident that collected Full-Time and Radicals and even Maradness E-Stars. I have not seen exactly where the 70 car is sorted back out into all of this, but Casey Kerwin taking a lot of damage in that impact. They have taken a little bit of time off the racetrack now, and they are, here we go, in the, let's find out. Currently 16th. That's not too bad, all things considered. 16th place after that. It looks like they got a fresh nose. That car has been... and I know it seems like that paint scheme is missing. We'll try and work through that throughout the day. Generally, these team races tend to be pretty weird in the way they have to upload a team paint to training paints. However, we'll move on from that. But point being, Ronan Academy moving their way back up through this field. Attrition setting in, it seems, already in this race. And if you're Ronan Academy and you had that early off, where you went off in turn 1, lost the lead, this is what you have to do. Slowly work back up, and they're doing just that.
Yeah, exactly. Each and every single team that got involved in an incident or another has to do that, you know, especially the Full-Time Esports, you know, and I'm sorry, I forgot the name. It looks like Radicals Online. They both have to, you know, just put their heads down and just focus. Now, essentially, more than ever, just put qualifying laps. You know, you were running second and third. You're not running at that moment in time. Obviously, right now, as you mentioned, you're offset on the pit cycle. You know, you have to run a trip down on pit lane. So you lost a lot of time, probably a lap down, both of them. So at this moment in time, you just put your head down, focus, and start putting on qualifying laps. You may not be the fastest car on track, but if you can get clean air and get some clean laps in, you might make a few positions by the end of the race.
And this proves the point of you want to have a problem happen to you earlier than later. You have more time to recover, like Ronin Academy, fell outside the top 10, now sitting pretty in 6th total. But one thing that I do want to highlight, a bunch of the Pro-Am cars right now sitting pretty much from 8th on back to 15th. They take up that majority of the total lineup right there. And it's crazy to see that some of the pro guys now fallen outside of the top 20, top 25, now got to work through the entire stack of the Pro-Am drivers.
And that feels a bit like what we see in proper multi-class racing, doesn't it? Where a lot of the... I usually see less prototypes. For IMSA, for example, where you see, at least on iRacing, you see one prototype class, the GTLM class, and the GTD class. We usually do see a good bit of those Daytona prototypes or LMP2s, depending on what you have, drop out, and some of those GTLMs move up through the field. So I think that's pretty well normal. I think that's what we would expect to see in this scenario. As you start to see attrition setting in ahead, where you have a fewer teams and drivers in that top class, the second class tends to move up, GTLM in IMSA, or in this case, Pro-Am, and we're starting to see that exactly happen. In fact, here is one of those battles, it looks like, yeah, Parabit defending over Renowned Sim Racing, who we were on board with for a moment. That's Matthew Dench in the 283, putting on some pressure for Philip Hendrick Pondus in that 272.
Yeah, we just saw that Porsche missing out completely the apex on the fountain, so he's going to be under a lot of pressure at this moment in time, especially when you're talking about Matthew Dench, a guy that has been methodical behind the wheel of that Ferrari and behind the wheel of the Mercedes throughout the NARL regular season, let's say. So, that's going to be a lot of pressure, and that Porsche has taken a bit of beating. It looks like the right front quarter panel seems to be a bit dented in, and that Ferrari looks on pristine condition, so he's definitely going to have a bit of the legs up, especially on this exit right here, on the hairpin exit. That's a long straight, and he should have the legs a bit on that Porsche, but that Porsche is also getting a bit of slipstream from the Lamborghini up in front. So this essentially this drag race could carry itself for laps and laps and laps, but looks like that Porsche drive is essentially falling under pressure. It looks like Victor Miranda is still leading at over 4.4 seconds ahead of second place.
And this shows up heavily inside the Pro-Am class. It's just a matter of how well you could deal with the pressure being applied to you, how much pressure that you apply to someone else. Right now, the Porsche driver, Philip Hendrick Pondus, he's running a little wide mostly through every corner. He's maybe overdriving it just a little bit. Like you mentioned, JP, he's got a little bit of nose damage, maybe a little bit of right front, whereas the Renowned Sim Racing car behind him does not. It looks pristine. So right now, a little bit of the pressure starting to be applied.
And here's a look on board Pondus. So we briefly took a look at the race leaders, established that Miranda is still leading, even though, again, because of the render distance, well, unfortunately, Miranda will drop down on the standings. But Pondus still ahead in this little battle. Renowned Sim Racing Blue putting on a great battle right here. Matthew Dench really putting on some pressure in that brand new Ferrari as well. Brand new Ferrari to the sim, the Ferrari 488 Evo. We've seen the Ferrari 488 GT3 and GTE for several years now in iRacing, but to have the 2020 version darn near the perfect model year, or I guess the current model year will be, I guess, a little more accurate. It's pretty cool to see that brand new Ferrari. Here we go, Matthew Dench making a move, gets that spot. That is 8th place.
And that's done and dusted. Oh, nearly clipping out the rear end of that Ferrari on the exit wall, essentially. And well, now he probably should drive away. 8th place is a fantastic result. Looks like he's in second place of his class at this moment in time, only losing to Scott Kimbrough ahead of him. And now, obviously, it's gonna kind of fall down. Steven Weinstein on the 269 is probably going to put a little bit of pressure on the driver ahead. And as you mentioned, the new 488 Evo, I haven't had the opportunity to drive on it. I haven't driven on iRacing for a year nearly now. But as you mentioned, Andrew, it seems like the transmission, as you mentioned, seems a bit different than the old Ferrari. So at least it's nice to see that it's not just a carbon copy of the car, but also an upgrade as well.
Very sleek looking new car, the Ferrari Evo. It really is a sleek looking new... I'll just repeat myself, why don't I? But no, it's something good to touch on, really. It really is a good upgrade to a car that's been on the sim for quite a while, really. It was one of the first GT3 cars to be on iRacing. It's been through a bunch of new updates, a bunch of new cars being added to the GT3 class, so an update to an older car is really needed, and obviously with how good the renowned car looks, it is worth it to have.
This new focus here in the Pro-Am battle is bringing us Schaller Racing, Schaller Sim Racing in the 252 machine into this battle. And Michael Schaller really could crack the top 10 before pit stops. That's big for a team that I believe is solo. I'll double check on that. The 252. No, that is a 3-driver team, or is it a 2-driver team? Regardless, it looks like a 3-driver team. So they actually could see a driver change at this hour mark. So I think Schaller might be driving his heart out right here, potentially, before he gets taken out of the car. Try and end this little stint on a high note. As, man, they keep just getting the walls. And we keep hearing crash sounds. I'm sure you guys can hear that watching along at home.
Oh, we had one right there on the exit of turn 7, looks like. It's just as you mentioned, a car spun out exactly at the same moment. As you can see, I'm not sure it was the Lamborghini, but I just caught it on the back of my eye.
Clarence Rosa going around. Good eye, good eye. Usually I can pick those out. That time I did not. Let's go back and see if we can find out what goes on for Clarence Rosa. Yes, we will have it. The California native. Not a great moment here into turn 8. Seems to be Calamity Corner. Boom! Tire barrier. That's a hard hit.
Oh yeah, looks like at that moment, I was gonna say he locked up, but obviously GT3 cars are mounted with ABS, so that was just looks like a little kiss on the wall, a little bit more of a kiss, but I'm not pretty sure if that Lamborghini caught a bit too much damage. But if not, obviously he can just keep on going and repeat on his fuel cycle. But as you mentioned, those 3-driver teams, well, they're gonna have an interesting time, because I'm not pretty sure, I forgot the rule on iRacing, if you can fuel while changing the drivers, or is it changing tires. I'm not sure which one you can do simultaneously, but some of them are gonna have to do a little bit of sacrifice on time in order to get all 3 drivers to essentially drive on this race.
So great point. I can confirm. I was actually surprised about this. I was talking with Scott Reister the other day. I did not think that fueling and a driver change would be allowed at the same time. Usually those have to happen separately. If you fuel before you do the driver change, well, usually the driver should be out of the car in case there is an issue. But obviously this is sim racing. We don't have that same concern. We don't have to worry about fire. Apparently, yes, the driver change will happen during fueling and tires. So I was actually quite surprised about that part specifically. Zach, maybe the same for you. You know, we've done some Lucky Dog stuff lately and Champ Car stuff lately, and very fresh in my mind that we got to have the driver out of the car before we fuel.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Usually you got to have the driver out of the car and the new driver in before you can even start touching fuel, or vice versa. You have to have the fuel in and done before the driver change can even happen. But as we were talking, I was kind of looking through this battle here. Lap car, again, kind of mixing up play right here for the Paro bit. The Mad Lads, number 69, the Schaller Sim Racing, right here pretty much at the top 10. Lap car, again, mixing it up. But they've really closed in on each other here in the battle of the top 10.
That they have, and we're, again, nearing that hour mark. Almost a quarter of the way into this race. It's not quite felt like it. KCR Macca Mad Lads, currently Steven Wutstein behind the wheel. That's the number 269 that we've been watching here in this McLaren. You know what? We have one camera specifically for this. Let's see. It should be this one. If we can get back to him. It looks like ATVO is being picky today. Here we go. Down into the corner. Oh, there we go. That's a good sight to see.
That's an interesting sight to see. You know, normally flaming shooting out of the back of your car is not a good sign, but obviously for the McLaren is a fantastic sign, and that also works for the distraction for the driver behind you. I know if I was driving behind a McLaren and it started shooting flames on the narrow strips, I would be a bit distracted and probably would have missed my braking point. But these guys, I'm pretty sure they're completely focused on the racetrack, and that's not going to drive them crazy one bit.
Might melt the camera just a little bit too. No, that was something that everyone was highlighting when the McLaren first came out. Just the flames poking out the back. It's actually a really cool sight. Something to get mesmerized behind. I believe they came out just before the Bathurst 12 hour, I believe in 2019. I can't remember exactly when they came out.
I want to say 16 probably. It's been around for a while.
It has been around for a while. Time's getting away from me. It has been around for a while, but when they first did come out, everyone was mesmerized. I'm not going to lie, I kind of missed a few of my breaking points when they did first come out racing against them, so it is something to behold once you first see it, especially on the sim. for them to add in that kind of level of detail to it, it's really cool to see, especially being in the car and being behind it.
I don't know if you saw that close call, but that was close with Parabit working by that lap car. Parabit almost put themselves in a really bad spot. If that lap car had cleared itself up maybe another meter, even maybe a few centimeters, that car would have been in the fence. Yeah, that was close, certainly. Working into the hairpin. Love the sights here at Long Beach. This place looks so good. iRacing's done a great job. You mentioned detail, Zach. It's nothing but detail in everything that iRacing does. There are certainly some shortcomings to the sim. Can't deny that. But there will be when you try and put race cars and racetracks, world-class venues, world-class racing vehicles into a computer program. There will be certain shortcomings. Every sim has their shortcomings. Some might be better at one thing than the other, but the thing you remember about iRacing, it's ones and zeros, and they do a really darn good job of making it work.
Yeah, exactly. For me the best sim out there. I bought a PC specifically for it, and well, I did not regret it, even though my wallet did after buying all the content and all the cars. It hurt quite a bit, but as you just saw on your screen, looks like the Maniti Racing team just made its way through a lapped car, and looks like the top 3 is all occupied by pro drivers, and after that, we don't see another pro driver all the way down into 8th place as Casey Curran looks like it's... No, 9th place, as Casey Curran is only the 4th driver in the top 10 to be a pro driver.
Well, and that was where things get a little mixed up. This is what we'll have to work throughout the day, where the field is so spread out now that nothing is cohesive and different cars are going to render at different times. Unfortunately, we'll try and work on that. We'll try. It sounds like there might be a fix on the way, but yeah, we'll have to work through that today. Scott Kimbrough still leading for Team Empire in the Pro-Am category. Striking number 242 as well, and doing pretty well. He's, let's see, how far ahead? 5 seconds almost ahead of Matthew Dench for second. That is, yeah, your Pro-Am battle. Casey Kerwin's down in 14th, but he has worked through a lot of the field. And here we go. Hey, the paint scheme is loaded. So we'll get probably a lot of thumbs up and hopefully some 5-star ratings for that one. But the Murata Z-Stars car looking pretty good.
Yeah, exactly. He's doing pretty good. That livery looks amazing. I thought for 1 second that it was a meme livery before, but as soon as you mentioned it didn't load, it made a lot more sense. But, you know, 14th place. Oh, it looks like we do have a car spun out on the exit of the fountain. That was a Lamborghini. That's all I could catch on it. Not pretty sure who that was. That's Christopher Coop.
We've learned right here, do not back up. Tow. Just tow.
Yeah, just so you're not going to. It looks like the leader just made his way through. Second place is going to be coming. At that point in time, yeah, you're not going to get away with a 3-point turn there.
It looks like he's trying to find an opening to do it. He takes the opening to do so. He actually does find one to get going right here. Has to stop again so he doesn't make more contact with the wall. But that was extremely dangerous to be continuously sitting there like that. A lot of drivers usually kind of get closer and closer because they're betting that you're going to tow out of a position like that. As we look at the replay here, coming through turn 1, it looks like he has a pretty decent entry right here. Pretty decent through 2 as well, coming up to the fountain. Might have gotten on the curb just a bit too much. Taps the wall with the back end, and it's going to send him around. Stops before backing up into someone else up there. That was another Ferrari.
Matthew Dench. That was Pro-Am second place.
So he sits on the wall for a little bit looking for his time.
Right there, he should have just backed up all the way. He was trying to stay in that lane, but he had the opportunity. And that's where a teammate's going to come in clutch. And he's got some pretty good teammates. I know Tyler Campbell's on that team. That is FTR Esports. He's got a couple of good teammates, I believe. It might be just Tyler Campbell, actually. Let me go check on that. Yeah, it is just Tyler Campbell and Christopher Cook. So that's where your teammate's got to be in your ear advising you, all right, you've got enough of a gap. Get onto that far lane, because then at least if drivers can see you, they can take action and they can stay on that lane where he was. And I think if he had backed up all the way, that really would have helped out. He had enough of a gap that would have allowed him to get back going. The FTR Esports machine now sitting in 35th. Not a great day. It's a great race team. They usually do really, really well in these events, but just not a great day for the race director, race pace setups, and it looks like, is that KM Cargo on the side? FTR Esports machine.
Yeah, exactly. Not a great day. Obviously, 35th position is not where everybody wants to be, but at this point in time, you know, if you cannot really get to the front, you might as well enjoy the ride. You know, some of the best races I had in the endurance races were the ones that I got wrecked within the first 20 minutes and decided to just keep on going. And no, you can laugh, you can learn a lot, you know, just watching some of the leaders go by. And, you know, it's just important, you know, just to finish the race, get that mileage, you know, just get extra experience, you know, and you allocate your afternoon or your morning, wherever in the world you are, you just allocated that time for this race. So might as well finish and learn a thing or two about extra racing.
And that's the thing with us racers being competitive. We wanna get up front. We wanna win. We wanna lead. We wanna be good at what we do. That's a part of being a racer. You're competitive. Obviously, sometimes things just don't go your way. But like you were saying, JP, I think it's good to have that kind of experience. Should anything go awry, you know, just to get back out there and just run. You never know where you're going to end up. You never know what the rest of the race might hold in front of you. You might stay in that position, or you might gain 2, 3, hell, you might even gain 10. So it's just a matter of getting back out there, just having fun at that point, not really pushing yourself to be the best car, especially with maybe a car messed up or not the best of situations, just to have fun, keep yourself loose, and pick up what you can.
Love these statics around Long Beach. Pit stops are on the way, and I'm just watching to see maybe when we might be able to expect these cars in the pits. Now, I mentioned earlier maybe we would see a full course yellow. It's very rare on iRacing that you get a full course yellow on a road course, and I think that will hold true today. I don't think we're going to see it from Race Control, which I don't necessarily disagree with. Here we go. Undercut Racing Team White is the first of the leaders to pit. And that is Guillaume Egloff bringing the car down pit lane. We'll take a look here as they come in for their first pit stop. Now, some of the leaders had pitted previously, yes, but they were all from the damage that had been received earlier on in the race in that turning incident. You also see Parabit on the pit lane. They were one of the front runners in Pro-Am. Here's Egloff as Parabit works back onto the track. Let's see if we can see a driver change here for Egloff.
Yeah, that was the thing that I was going to point out. It's going to be interesting to see if anyone is going to change the driver after only 1 hour. Looks like that might not be the case since they're not even switching the tires. And I don't remember who it was. It was Mr. Lamont. I forgot his real name. I'm pretty sure Zach will probably have him handed down. And he always mentions you always put a new driver on the car on brand new tires. Yes. And that's kind of the rule of thumb that you follow on endurance race. Whenever you're switching guys, switching drivers, you switch the tires to get him on the best equipment as possible. And obviously he won't suffer with older tires, worn out tires. So if we don't see the car going up on the jacks, it's probably not going to be a driver change, at least on my opinion.
Tom Christensen was the one that you were thinking of there, JP. But that's actually an interesting point that I've actually never thought about, putting a new driver in on new tires. It's kind of mind-boggled me right now to the point where I've got to thinking about it. And that actually does make sense. If you're going to have a new driver come in, might as well put him on new tires so he can go out and do his own thing. If you're going to stay in the car, maybe do some strategy adjustments from there. But that is actually a good little point that I might have to take forward for future endurance races.
Well, yeah, I mean, that is the goal, but obviously in a 4-hour race where you have 3 drivers, at some point, if the strategy is to double stint tires, which seems to be likely, you're probably going to have to send at least somebody out on old tires. We'll see when that happens. We have gotten through the first hour of action. This is on board with Parabit Sim Racing. We're waiting on pit stops from our leaders. We saw the counterpart car of Parabit Sim Racing, well, this particular 271 car. We saw the 272 in the pit lane a moment ago. They have gotten back on the racetrack. No driver change there. I don't think we've seen really any driver changes yet. Yeah, maybe 1 or 2 from drivers that have crashed, teams that have crashed, and opted to put somebody else in just because of their current situation. But really, no changes to speak of that I have seen at the very least. And we just continue to hum along.
Yeah, exactly. Might be a bit too early for some of these guys to essentially just, hop into pits and essentially leave the car. Obviously, we know some drivers do have personal appointments to attend to. We saw that in the case of, it wasn't BRB Motorsport, it was our pole sitter. Unfortunately, he had to sit out the start of the race, and unfortunately, I'm pretty sure he's not going to come back to the race. But, some drivers just have to exit after 1 hour, but rule of thumb, again, we don't usually see on the first stint someone hopping out unless obviously it's a complete different strategy that we don't even know of. But, probably we're going to be seeing this driver for at least the next few hours.
I remembered what I was going to say earlier, Andrew, about what you had said in past streams. You said you're not going to beat the leader by doing the exact same thing he does. So some of these drivers may be trying to finesse some strategy, try to pick up some time on the leader as of right now. First through about 4th or 5th right now for the pros have not pit just yet. Maybe some of these guys putting on new tires, or maybe just putting some fuel in, try to pick up some time on the leader, seeing what they do.
Yeah, I think these guys are going to try and go as far as they can on this tank of fuel. I think that was a little bit interesting that we saw those pit stops right at the hour mark. Usually in endurance racing, you always go as far as you can on a tank of fuel. Yeah, I mean, it just... I don't really know why. I mean, obviously it buys you insurance. At this point, you're good. You can go ahead and pit at any time, but it just seems to be the move. You always go as far as you can on a tank of fuel, and then you pit. I couldn't explain exactly why that is, but it's just the way it gets done. Is Manatee is actually working to lap one of the full-time cars, I believe.
Yeah, looks like the pace, unfortunately the crash may have, obviously not only hurt the car, obviously after press repair it gets completely repaired, but also, the confidence of a driver after you're running so well and, unfortunately get taken out of a race by no fault of your own, it just kind of hurts your confidence a bit, and sometimes you just back off, you lose a bit of all that focus, and unfortunately Gustavo Ariel looks like he's going to be under pressure from the leader right now for 2nd place. And it looks like he's going to be having to yield that position, even though he may think he's faster because he was running up ahead. But I'm pretty sure the reason, Andrew, that most people run up, obviously try to run the tank dry, is obviously till the end of the race. Normally in the end of the race, you won't have to fill the car up again. So you kind of have your car a bit, unless fuel a bit lighter and a bit faster. So you just kind of, prepare your car for the last 10, even though it may be just a splash and dash. But normally that's the reason why we did it on our team on endurance racing, but obviously team on team the strategy differs, and I'm pretty sure Zach probably has a different strategy.
Yeah, I'm kind of siding with Andrew here. Usually in endurance racing you try to run it down to the every last drop, try to get everything you can out of it. That's also a good time to test what your car can do when the car does start to get a little bit lighter from the fuel, when the car starts to wear off on those tires, or the tires start to wear off. It's usually a good little test. Coming in, maybe just putting in fuel, not changing tires may not be the best. Those tires are a little warm, they're a little worn, so it sometimes may not be the best. So I'm kind of on the side of Andrew here with, going the full distance as far as strategy goes. But, we never know. It's all speculation up here. Maybe those guys had this plan from the get-go. Maybe they've got something in store that we're just not seeing at the very current moment. We still got 3 hours left or just under 3 hours left to go. So
we have a driver change. Schaller Sim Racing just put in a different driver. David Bohm is now behind the wheel of the 24 car. We saw the 24 and the 242 work down pit lane together. That was, and a driver change for the 242 as well. Empire has just put in Scott Reister. If we could try and get a look back at that car for some reason, ATVO, there we go. Being a little bit picky. Also see the Scuderia Chicken House machine in the pit lane. So we'll try and get note on that. It looks like Joshua Lewis now behind the wheel. I believe that may have been a change for that car, the 259, but the 242 of Team Empire, and it looks like, I think I just saw Manatee in the pit lane. Yes, Manatee has just pitted, and here we go. So pit stop for Manatee now.
Well, throw away everything that I said about Victor Miranda being the first car on pit lane. Looks like he's going to be the last one. So Luca Wunsch looks like he's going to be staying in the car, at least for the time being. Looks like his driver wasn't removed. And well, he's been showing a great pace. He has kept the car clean. He was one of the only ones that avoided that pileup that we saw pretty much each and every single leader wiped out of the race. So he's doing a fantastic job. Obviously, he's losing a bit of pace to Victor Miranda, but so far his race has been flawless, and I'm pretty sure that's what the team wants him to do and keep on doing for at least the next stint.
And that's what you want to do if you want to win an endurance race. You got to keep it clean. You got to keep your car in one piece and stay as flawless as possible, really. So far, the Manatee Racing team has done that. There's really not even a scratch on that car. Hopefully, I didn't just give them an announcer jinx, but there's not really anything wrong with that car right now. They've been running really consistent lap times at a consistent pace. They've been kind of actually keeping up with the 17 car with Victor Miranda, who is down pit road at the very current moment.
Long stop here for Peach. This is for the 252 machine. But we will cover, of course, Victor Miranda pitting, and we see one car leaving the pit lane, long stop for them as well. Here's Miranda. The stop to beat is a 41.4 for Manatee Sim Racing. It was a 114 on the pit lane total, so we'll see what Miranda does here for BRB KTF Esports. Love that we have this new pit timer, by the way. This is brand new. Glad we can debut it for this race because it's that important.
Well, yes, absolutely. We know, especially me and you, Andrew, covering the NARL, we know that sometimes even tenths of a second can make a big, big difference whenever you're talking about pit lane. And, well, Victor Miranda definitely don't want to be losing a lot of time. I'm not 100% sure if he took the fast repair. It wouldn't make sense if he didn't. But, you know, he has to beat out that time. Looks like that 41
It's going to be long.
is still... Yeah, it's going to be a long pit stop. He's definitely filling up to the brim, essentially. And, well, taking a long, long time. Will he lose the lead to the Medici car? Looks like he will. I'm not pretty sure what's taking so long, but, well, something definitely went wrong. Looks like Lewis Hamilton
You know
in
what?
2018.
They might be repairing that damage on the right front.
Well, but the fast repair wouldn't be activated if he forgot to take the fast repair. That could be a big.
Well, but I wouldn't take the fast repair for that. At Long Beach, where you can get flipped over, as we've seen, take the optional. Just go ahead and take it. There's no reason to take a fast repair for a ding to the wall like that. You've obviously got to keep it in your pocket. So 101 on the pit lane. That is not a minute one. That's a minute 41. Almost 69 seconds in the box. That's a long, long stop.
Yeah, that's going to be a long stop, and, well, he definitely lost the lead right now. It's just going to be a matter of a question whether, English, if it's going to pay off at the end of the race. Obviously, if he gets in another 2 accidents, as you mentioned, that fast repair could come in handy. But, yeah, it's just going to be a question of, will that time loss essentially pay itself off at the end of the race, or will he just lose the lead to the Medici racing car that just passed him on pit lane?
So through all the madness, however, it looks like because of this might actually hand the lead to Maradness E-Stars, i.e. Casey Kerwin possibly. He did jump up to third. It'll hand the lead right to him after all these pit stops come through. Now remember, he was involved in a wreck a lot earlier. He was involved in that big pileup coming into the 90-degree right. I forget which corner at the very current moment. But right now, this hands the lead to them. They will have to pit earlier. But in turn, that will just re-hand the lead back to Manatee Racing, who's already inside 10 seconds behind Murad E-Stars.
Now, if you're Maradness E-Stars, one thing you could do here, and I mean, I think there's 2 different ways you can go about this. You can go ahead and pit on schedule with everybody else, and you can see exactly how far you're behind. Or you continue to go on this new strategy, run as many laps as you can with Kerwin here, and pit a little bit later. Don't show anybody else where you are. I think to keep fighting back, Kerwin has got it within him, certainly. He's an eNASCAR iRacing Coca-Cola Series driver for a reason. He's got it within him to make up a lot of time up to those cars ahead. I think leave him in, let him keep doing his thing, keep him on the strategy, don't get offset, or I guess don't reset yourself, at least not yet, because that would kind of show your hand. Everybody else would see where you are. Go ahead and get these laps led, see how it goes.
Yeah, exactly. The one advantage that they have right now is that absolutely no one will know where they are in relative, essentially what you mentioned. And they can use this to their advantage. You know, sometimes a crash may not be the end of the earth, you know, might not be the end of the road, as you can see now. That's Casey Curran. Looks like that's battling with...
Contact!
Oh, that's not going to help out his cause any bit. Looks like both cars. Looks like the Mercedes came out with more damage than the Lamborghini, but, you know, the question will be now, can he make that time back essentially on strategy? You know, he may have to stop one time less or just put a bit less fuels. Looks like the Mercedes getting out of the Medici, getting out of the way. So it's just a question of how will Casey and how will that car essentially hand out for the remaining 2 hours and 49 minutes.
Look at all that damage to the Maradness eSports car too.
Yeah, to kind of come back to the contact, it looked like Casey got a good run on him through the front stretch. On Valdez, I believe the driver was of the Merc. Looked like he was going to clear him going into turn 1, but the Mercedes did not back out. I think Casey thought he was going to try to take the apex of the corner, and the Mercedes was there. That's just a rough situation for both of them. I can kind of put the fault on the lap car, but at the same time, he's got a race of his own. There was a bit of a checkup coming out of the hairpin, but Casey uses the draft to kind of get positioned back on the Mercedes driver. So it's just a rough situation, especially for being a leader of the race, already going through a little bit of damage. Just a rough situation or another little speed bump for Casey Kerwin and the Maradness E-Stars.
Looking at it there, I think that's definitely on Valdez a little bit. He gives up the line initially. You can see him. He moves off of the racing line. And as a lap car, you're entitled to keep the racing line. That's usually the best way to go because that's the most predictable. when you move off of the racing line like this is what happens. You become a little bit unpredictable. The passing car doesn't know what you're going to do. In this case, William Valdez still drives to apex inside of Casey Kerwin, and we'll see it here in just a moment. We can take the blimp cam to show it. He still drives to apex here in a moment into turn 1. You can see he's hanging on the left rear, still. He still drives to apex on the inside. That is why the contact is made. When you give up the line like that, the expectation for that driver is, oh man, I think that was William Coffey. Yeah, that was William Coffey getting a piece of Valdez. That's a big ding to the nose. Hopefully he can continue. But when you give up the line like that, you have got to give up the line. You can't hang there and expect no contact.
Yeah, and at that moment, you can see from the angle, you can see from the slow motion, I'm not pretty sure if that Mercedes was actually making that corner anyway, even without Casey Curran on his outside. So kind of a sloppy situation that the Mercedes driver put himself into at that moment in time, as you mentioned, Andrew. As soon as you go defense, I mean, I'm pretty sure he went defensive.
He's not defending here. He's giving up. He's trying to let Casey go by. There's no defending. He's just trying to give the spot up, but he doesn't. He doesn't fully give the spot up, and that's where the problem lies.
Yeah, exactly. He should have 100% just backed off the throttle, came back into the racing line, and he would have avoided all that. He would have avoided damage and all that time loss, and even giving damage to William Coffey. So sloppy situation, unfortunate for him. Obviously, the race goes on. You just come back to the pit lane, get that damage fixed if you need to, and just cycle yourself back into the race. As looks like that's the BRB car. I'm not pretty sure. It looks like it's in 6th place right now. Is that a replay? No, that's live. So yeah, looks like in 6th place right now. If that timing is correct, looks like the top 8 is full of pro drivers once again.
And that just shows how much the fall off was because of that longer pit stop. Manatee Racing still remaining in 2nd, where they were before pit stop, but BRB was leading. They've now dropped down to 6th. They're 26 seconds behind the leader of Casey Kerwin at the moment. They're 20 seconds behind Manatee Racing. So it just goes to show how much a pit stop can really hurt and help you. It just depends on the strategy, what you got. I feel like if they fully committed to the pit stop that they had before them, and that's why they went long, I think that's something you got to fully commit to, and they obviously have. So right now, I think they know that the situation they were putting themselves into right now, coming back into 6th, as everything kind of levels itself out.
Word on YouTube is that they took tires, and that's the difference. That Manatee did not, and that BRB KTF did, and that's the defining factor. And I believe that entirely. Usually a full 4-tire fuel stop is about a minute. That's what we saw. It was a minute and 9 thereabouts for BRB KTF. So it works out, ends up changing strategy up. Certainly, I think this is a point where BRB KTF is likely. I would think they'll have to double stint this set. I don't think you can single stint and try and win this race. I think you can single stint once or twice, depending on how this race goes and how tire wear looks, but you certainly cannot single stint tires and lose 26 seconds a stop and expect to win this race.
Yeah, exactly. Now it's going to be really interesting to see what that BRB car is going to do in terms of strategy, as it looks like Valdez is coming down into the pit lane. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. Probably, as you mentioned, not going to triple stint tires. If he double stints once again, well, that's just going to leave his teammate with 1 hour of essentially qualifying driving, and with brand new tires that could kind of pay off if you think about it at the end of the race. Just having brand new tires when everyone is on at least an hour old tires could be an interesting strategy call.
Well, and thinking about it while you guys are talking about it, BRB has picked up 2 seconds on Casey alone, just within a matter of a lap, maybe a lap and a half that we've been talking about it. And thinking back, no one else is going to be on that kind of tires, whereas BRB KTF will be. They've been arguably the fastest car on the racetrack. They were the fastest car before pit stops even happened. So maybe this does pay dividends for them. Maybe I don't know if the 24 seconds is something they can overcome, keep pace, and maybe even, double stint this set of tires. But right now, they've already picked up 2 seconds on Casey Kerwin. They've picked up 2 seconds on pretty much everyone else. They're one of the faster cars in the field. So this might just pay out for them. They just need to have a few things go their way and keep their car in one piece.
Well, as we get through over an hour and 15 minutes into this race, we are going to take a step aside. We'll go side by side and leave you with the sights from Long Beach with a message from some of our partners.
Sound art is a product that is a speaker and it's art. We combine it together and we call it sound art. What makes it so unique that any picture can be your speaker? Sound art gives you the high quality sound without the ugly speaker. This isn't a picture with a speaker, the picture is the speaker. Just imagine your wedding picture uploaded onto a canvas and now it's speaking 10,000 tunes. I mean, it's a very cool concept. What we like so much about it that you can take anything that means something very special to you, upload it on the canvas, have it hanging up in your room, your balcony, wherever you want to put it, and now it's a speaker. I mean, how cool is that? It's something that we have that and no one has. No one has this product. It's just a great gift to give anybody. It's just a neat concept. Around here we say, art never sounded so good.
Have you found yourself trying to hide your joy because you're unhappy with your teeth? Your smile is the first feature noticed in an interview, on a date, or in family photos. We want you to be able to shine bright as your best self, and our teeth whitening system is the perfect step toward restoring your confidence.
On this edition of Cars Tour Would You Rather, do you prefer syrup or sprinkles on your ice cream?
Sprinkles. I'm a calories guy, so syrup too many calories. Try to stay healthy.
Sprinkles mixed into some chocolate and good berries that's where it's at.
Sprinkles, definitely sprinkles. I've never really had syrup on my ice cream.
Sprinkles. No, I don't know. Sprinkles. Colorfulness. I like it.
Oh, definitely sprinkles. Syrup's way too sweet.
Syrup for sure.
Syrup.
Syrup for sure. Sprinkles don't have flavor, they're just crunchy.
I'd rather have sprinkles, have a little bit of texture to it. Sprinkles. I'm not a syrup person. I don't like caramel or chocolate, I guess.
Chocolate syrup. Yes. Tastes better.
I'm not a sweets person, so I don't do sprinkles or syrup.
After months of quarantine, we're all interested in how we can become our best self. The team at Permanent Makeup and Cryo is here to help you get the flawless makeup look every day without the extra effort or time. When it comes to your appearance, you deserve the best care that money can buy.
Welcome back to Cash Days at Long Beach. It's a 4-hour event put on by the North American Racing League. We had a great season of racing throughout the summer and into the beginnings of fall. 8 races in all, and it came down to single-digit territory for each championship. Now, we bring in several several other amazing drivers. We're talking about 7,000, 8,000 iRating in some cases, and they are doing battle today along with pro amateur drivers, amateur drivers. It's a whole mix, and it's a fantastic day of racing at the Long Beach Street Course. Let's revisit some of our points from earlier today, JP. Of course, the track map here at Long Beach, it's an interesting one. It's a tight one. It's a tough course, of course. Didn't mean to say course twice, but regardless, this is the Long Beach Street Circuit. It's challenging.
Yeah, exactly, and we saw how challenging it is throughout the race. You know, we saw attrition, we saw collisions pretty much in each and every single corner. We saw at turn 1 just a few moments ago, Casey Curran getting involved in an accident with a lapped car. The fountain we saw in lap 1, turns 4, we can see turns 4 and turn 5, it gets kind of small, and it does get, I don't know, blocked by left cars. Turn 6, we saw drivers spinning. Turn 8, we had that massive instance following the leaders, and obviously the massive straight. Turns 9 and 10 was relatively clean from our point of view, and obviously that happened on lap number 1. It got kind of close for everybody, and everybody was kind of bumper banging one another. And well, it looks simple, but it's definitely, and we saw how difficult it gets. And Zach, the championship that we had on North American Racing League, it couldn't have been closer.
I mean, it's just impressive to see, especially for road course racing, to be separated by 5 points within the top 4 of the standings. And as Andrew mentioned before everything got going, that Fabio and Scott Rister weren't even inside the top 2 coming into the final race. They were actually 3rd and 4th. So it's just impressive to see how close everything was for the pro side, and then obviously on the amateur side still separated by 20 points between them. It's just extremely impressive.
Fabio Zamperlini walks away with the championship. Not in the race today from what I've seen, but we should see Jackson Rosende and some others throughout the day. Spencer Hewins was slated to run, unfortunately is not going to make it out there on the racetrack today, but we should see several more of these top 20 drivers, if you will, throughout the course of the afternoon as this race wears on. In case you're just joining us, let's take a look at the official or unofficial results as they stand. There's still a lot of racing to go, but Casey Kerwin leading things currently for Maradness E-Stars. Then it's Radicals Online in the second spot. Manatee Racing third, and of course you have the driver name to compare to. Late Apex Racing in fourth. Full-Time Esports, Tony Kanaan putting on a great effort. Granted, Tony isn't in the field today, but Tony Kanaan's team, a great effort today. Arthur Leist has them in fifth. Renowned Sim Racing, the Pro-Am leader, it looks like, at least by live time. It's my update in a moment, but regardless, this is kind of how things are starting to look. A little shy of halfway into the race.
Yeah, exactly. Obviously, this one is kind of before every pit cycle kind of cycles back together, so it might change a little bit in the next coming minutes. But Scott Reiser still in 11th place, and well, looks like each and every single car is still on the race. We can see down to 30th place, only 4 laps down, but just as I mentioned, looks like we do have 3 cars that may have dropped out. Sean Patterson definitely dropped out. Unfortunately, after that small incident, as you mentioned, Andrew, when it isn't your day, unfortunately, just is not your day. You cannot just keep going. Unfortunately, bad luck will follow you. But, you know, the racing has been absolutely perfect. We saw drivers going side by side. We saw moves happening. Unfortunately, we saw crashes, but it's racing. It's going to happen. And, Zach, what can we expect from the next 2 hours and 30 minutes?
A lot more of the same, if I'm being honest. You know, we thought we kind of knew how the race was going to go out. You know, everyone kind of single-filed out, but then the race turned itself on its head 2-3 times, you know. After the first contact, I didn't expect to see Casey Kerwin to be leading the way that he is. We were kind of in agreement that Ronin Academy would be the dominator of this race, currently sitting 5 laps down. I'm not for sure if they're even in the race at the very current moment. You know, I think it's still a lot of the same. We still got just under 2.5 hours to go, so I think we can expect to see a lot more action, even though we are a bit more spread out than we were at the beginning of the race. A lot more action, maybe a couple of twists and turns here and there.
It does look like, great eye there on Ronin Academy, it looks like they have parked it potentially. I'm going to try and maybe find what's gone on for them. But yeah, they were already several laps down. You can see some damage there. This will be a little bit spotty because they were kind of in and out of render. But, well, oh my goodness. This is while we were re-introing. We had one car stopped there going into the fountain. And, oh, wow. That's a 324 car, Newport Sales Group. Skomsky behind the wheel when this happened. Oh, there's Dench. Wow.
How close was that? I was gonna mention the running esports driver that avoiding action that he took, but Matthew Dench somehow did not make contact with either the wall or the driver. That was amazing. It looks like here we're gonna see. Looks like we do have a few cars blinking in, and now the Lamborghini is gonna be pinched against the wall. That Lamborghini looks like it already has damage. It tries to go around the outside of a Ferrari, kind of gets sandwiched, but that looks like it's all a bit rubbing. It doesn't look like too heavy of a damage, at least for the time being.
They are in a very thick group right here, the Ronin Academy drivers coming into the final corners right here. The long two lefts coming into the hairpin. This might be where they have called it. They, as you said before, they were already in some trouble, Andrew. Maybe a bit frustrated, straightened out onto the straightaway, and it looks like that might have been it right there.
Just goes ahead and pits, and we haven't seen them return to the track since. So several cars having some issues later in the going. Ronin Academy still looks like parked, unfortunately. Really unfortunate after the start they had. Really, really, truly unfortunate. But, hey, that is the way that it goes sometimes in racing. That is just kind of what happens every once in a while. Maradness E-Stars, though, leading the way. Granted, they're on this kind of weird pit strategy after the incident that we saw in Turn 8 so long ago, a little over an hour now, where we saw the full-time esports number 48 go on its lid. Now, Gustavo Ariel has that car back into 4th. Granted, they are also on the odd pit strategy, along with Radicals Online in that number 01. So, 3 cars towards the top of the running order. They will pit soon. Really, Manatee cycles into this race lead at the hour mark, and that's what we're watching for, of course. Only time will tell exactly how this works out. We really don't know exactly, and there's a lot of twists and turns yet to be seen.
Yeah, exactly. We kind of do know that Manatee is probably one of the few cars. Obviously, the number 3 Undercut Racing Team also one of the few cars on the lead, at least on the lead group, that is on the normal pit cycle. We should mention, obviously, the full an hour tank, all that sort of stuff. They're probably the only ones. The rest, obviously Casey Kerwin in the Moredness E-Stars, the Radicals Online, the full-time esports drivers, all of those that got caught up in that small incident at turn 7, if I'm not mistaken, are all these drivers are going to completely on an odd strategy, and we effectively don't know where they're going to feed off at the end of the race. Right now, as soon as they pit, they're going to drop off quite a bit, but you never know. In the last 10 minutes, they might just come alive and finish on this order we're watching right now. It's kind of difficult to judge based on the time of the incident, but yeah, it's going to be interesting to see where they all feed off at the end of the race.
I think we can all just kind of speculate where they're going to end up as pit stops, maybe, reshaking things up. But at the very current moment, before we went to break, we were talking about the BRB KTF esports car, how they were on a different strategy, more new tires over everyone else. They have not made up much time as I thought they would. The only car to really make up time right now is actually the Radicals Online car, the Radicals Online 465 Garage Sotomudo. Is actually making up time on Maradness, actually passed for second as we were coming back into it. Right now, if everything were to level out the way that they have, Casey Kerwin would have to come in. This would hand the lead to Radicals Online. Manatee Racing would still be stuck in second, actually kind of maintaining time with Casey. Fastest car right now inside the top 5 is the 01 of the Radicals Online.
Well, Radicals pitted on the same lap as Maradness. They were in that crash.
Oh, my apologies, yes.
They were one of the 2 Audis that almost went over. There were 2 white, red, and black Audis. One went over. That was Full-Time Esports. The other one was Radicals Online. This is an interesting battle that JP started to talk about. Undercut Racing Team, well, they lived up to their name. They undercut everybody. They pitted earlier, and they're 6 laps off sequence from the rest of our leaders, which is about, I think, what we expected. Once we saw them pit, we waited, and those leaders took a little bit longer to pit. They did get in front, though, of BRB KTF Esports until this very moment as KTF goes on by. That is Victor Miranda still behind the wheel of the 17 car, and we saw that tire change, and I wonder if it's going to even out. I mean, it's still a long ways up to Manatee. It's still, let's see, 17, 18 seconds. So they've made up some time, but I don't think over the course of the next half hour that it's going to even out the way they expect, or even the next 40 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. But the thing is about the undercut, it's probably, it could play out at the end of the race, Some of these drivers, and I have known that from personal experience, I'm pretty sure Zach can also agree on this. Sometimes on the final few minutes of the race, you just essentially have to pit for 1 lap of fuel. And sometimes that just, it happens, and obviously you can lose, at least on this pit lane, which is massive, you can lose a bit. So going for that undercut, they may have some software that is calculating the amount of fuel that they have and using that on the tank and all this sort of adapting to only make the necessary stops, not making one over. It could be a reason for it, and obviously it could be a completely different one, but it could pay off in the end of the race. Still a long way again. If they want to make it work, they obviously have to survive the next 2 hours and 28 minutes.
I think you're absolutely right, JP, and every single one of these drivers inside the top 10 that is not a lap down still has an opportunity to strike into winning position. So right now, Undercut might actually be playing a strategy that we're not too familiar with, but like you were saying earlier, Andrew, they were in front of the BRB KTF crew until obviously they got past with newer tires. But I mean, they're still in contention. They're within 30 seconds of the leaders, and the leaders right now are the two that had some trouble. So really, they're within almost 20 seconds of the soon to be mentioned. Oh, we do got a wreck outside of the hairpin, however.
The hairpin with troubles. Let's check on it, and well, I don't see cars there yet, so it might have been out of our render. There we go. We've got one car around. Who is that actually?
It's the three.
So that's Valdez, isn't it? That's Wahuka Racing Team.
William.
Yes.
Yep.
So we've seen that car in trouble before. Let's try and get them on screen. Here we go. The Wahuka Racing Team. Problems for Valdez again. He's going to bring the car to the pits and likely probably go for a fast repair, wouldn't you say, JP?
Yeah, that front end is definitely, definitely a lot of damage. Obviously, he probably hit that concrete wall head on, and, well, that's going to really hurt the Mercedes-Benz. And, well, with a fast repair, it
no
looks
fast
like
repair yet. That nose is still damaged.
Maybe they ran out of fast repairs previously, and
they could also be opting for optional. There's still over 2 hours. Much like with our leader previously, you don't want to burn those before you need them.
Yeah, 100%, and I'm pretty sure you can take at least a few tenths of optionals while you're fueling the car or changing tires. Again, I'm not 100% sure on which one of those it is, but I'm pretty sure you can do it. So, just taking off a bit, and obviously they weren't running on the best position anyway, so just finishing the race, even if they're out of fast repairs, is going to be important. You can repair that bonnet. Obviously, the car might not be 100%, but, just the spirit of finishing the race, might be important for them.
I do want to revisit our amateur leader here, Zach, and there has been a driver change. Big Problem Motorsports has now put in the driver of Morgan McAllister in that number 353 machine. Mercedes looking pretty good. They definitely took a fast repair. That car did not look quite that good when they pitted most recently. So that is a stunning livery as well. I like the camo they got going on. I like it. It definitely stands out. And it probably looks pretty good in those pictures that Emerson Arden is taking. Our team today, it's going to change up here in about another half hour, but we've got JP Costa alongside with Zach Lindgren on the mic, and Emerson Arden currently, well, he will be taking pictures all day long, so appreciate that effort from everybody so far. But yeah, this is Morgan McAllister. There was a driver change made, and now in the race lead, which is interesting considering the driver change, but we did also see that contact a little while ago from Good Time Racing. Also worth mentioning in all of this, there's a lot to unpack here, Zach. Ram Racing Esports right on their tail. Yeah, that is for position.
That is actually for position. I'm glad that you mentioned that, because this is a battle that we hadn't really been talking about all day, or actually a class that we hadn't really been talking about all day. We've been talking about the pros and the pro-ams. We haven't really come down to visit the amateur side of this race right now.
To be clear, Jose Antonio Ramos is in a different class. This is a pro-am car trying to pass an am car.
Right, and still that's impressive in and of itself that right now that Big Promble is in front of Ram Racing, being for position, a little sideways out of the hairpin right there, but no, like we were talking about earlier, this is something that we haven't really spoken on a lot tonight, or this morning, tonight.
Well, today, now it's the afternoon. Yeah, we're 1:48. Yeah, the race started at 12:10 Eastern. I know that's a different time across the world. Certainly, a lot of international drivers in this race. For example, for JP Costa, our very own JP, that was 1:10 local for him, and for some of the drivers on the West Coast, 9:10 would have been 9:10 local for Long Beach. Although worth noting, very completely off topic, these guys will be racing into the nighttime kind of, later on. It'll get a little bit dark right at the end of the race, so we are in the afternoon, as you can tell. The shadows will get longer throughout the day, and we will get a little bit of sunset, so that's going to look great. And JP, I'm very disappointed that you won't be here for that, because that's going to look good.
Yeah, I'm disappointed as well. Unfortunately, I'm going to have a personal commitment tomorrow. I have a big test, and unfortunately, I'm going to have to be traveling. Otherwise, I would be happy to stay here throughout all 4 hours. You know I would, Andrew, because this is so much fun, you know, watching these guys go around, you know, commentating, all this sort of stuff. It's fantastic, and especially when strategy like this is applied. You know, I love watching cars go side by side, and I also love the strategy, the timing sheets, the timing game. It's something that it's fun for me, at least. I know for some people it might be boring, but I love doing this. And well, I'm thankful for the opportunity. Unfortunately, I won't be here for the next 2 hours and 23 minutes.
Currently watching Luca Wunsch, Manatee Racing, in the number 78 in third position. Wunsch is some 4 seconds back of Radicals Online right now. And again, Radicals will have to pit here very, very soon. These laps are about 1:17. We're working to about an hour since those drivers pitted, so maybe it was a little bit deeper into that stint than we had initially thought. But we should see our leaders on the pit lane just about at any point in time. There's no way, right, that we go an hour and a half.
No, I don't think so. I honestly would not expect to see any kind of move like that from the leaders trying to take as much time as possible like that. But I mean, we've seen this race topple over on its head multiple times, so it's entirely possible.
2 minutes 22 left. And in case you're just joining us, boy, what a show you have missed so far. We've had a lead car on its lid. We've had the Maradness E-Stars machine be crashed, now leading the race. It's going to be hard to try and sum it up. All I can tell you is you've got to go back and watch it all from the beginning. We had a couple of great interviews at the top of the show. We've worked through the day so far. Let's check in on our weather. It's not really moved around. It's maybe warmed up a tiny bit, I think, or maybe down 1/10 of a degree, but the track has started to cool off, and along with the track temperature dropping, I expect to see lap times drop. So the speed will pick up, lap times will go down, and it looks like one of the Parabit cars is about to go an extra lap down.
Yeah,
There we go, Radicals pitting.
Well, just as we mentioned, so the pit cycle for those involved within that crash on the first stint might have just started. Obviously, the Radicals Online opened up that pit window, so it's going to be interesting to see whenever the full-time esports drivers will come down into pit lane. Obviously, looks like he has already. I'm not seeing Gustavo Ariel in the top 7, so I'm not pretty sure if he already went down into pit lane. But all eyes are
2
now.
laps ago.
Oh, he pitted around 2 laps ago, so looks like Radicals Online. We're going to have to see where he feeds off, because that's going to be where we're going to be working towards. And, well, it only will plan out in the next 2 hours, so interesting will be time to see. Well, only 15 seconds stop, so that's quite quick compared
That's
to the
fuel
40.
only.
Yeah, that's only fuel, so well,
You know
they're
what?
going for it.
They're trying to get to 2 hours. They still have a driver change to make. They're just splash and go, get to 2 hours to go, and they'll make their driver change at 2 hours.
Yeah, that's probably the best. I mean, that's an interesting strategy. Obviously, that's going to hurt them on the short term, because obviously they're going to be making an extra stop only 20 minutes from now. But definitely interesting. And then, well, I hope it works out for them, because they were running really close to the lead on the first few stints, and they had some really good pace.
P6 though now, Zach.
P6 right now, late Apex, I believe. I have late Apex as P6 right now.
Well, I would say the 01 cycled into P6. So Radical cycles into P6 after the pit stop. So this is still pretty solid, and we don't know what Kerwin's going to do. It looks like Kerwin might be on the pit lane, actually. Yes, he is. Here comes Casey Kerwin finally pitting into the box. Unfortunately, the C's did not part for him a little while ago, but he will go ahead. And do we see a splash and go here as well? I would imagine no. Daniel Morad is now getting in the... So Morad's going to go 2 hours 20. Or when they pit late, it'd be insane, I would think, to pit later and put Kerwin back in at the end. I think this is the move for the rest of the race. They're putting Morad in, and that's it.
Yeah, probably going to be the strategy at this point in time. You know, 20 minutes, it's 1/4 of a race, after 1/4 of an hour, I'm pretty sure. So it's not going to make a lot of difference for Casey Kerwin at this moment in time, you know, if he just stays an extra 20 minutes. So a completely different strategy from the one that Radicals Online used. I'm pretty sure this is going to be the better strategy. Unless obviously they have some sort of fair play rule, fair use rule, the driver share rule. but you know, this is going to be an interesting, as you mentioned, they changed tires as well, so new driver, new tires, we should be seeing some pretty fast time from Daniel Morad.
And I think you just got to play with the hand that you were dealt. I mean, these guys were dealt a very bad hand when it came down to them being involved in a wreck very early on in the race, and I think they're just trying to make the best of it now. Obviously, they have leading for a little while of the race, but because of this, it'll hand the lead over to Manatee Racing. Now you see the 49 down pit road changing drivers to Resende as well, the full-time esports car.
Yeah, Jackson Resende almost captured the championship. I know, JP Costa, you're a big fan of this guy. Almost went out there and got the championship for Tony Kanaan, and at the time, Kanaan Esports, now full-time esports. And I got to say, the Brazilian colors, the gray, or not the gray, the green and yellow, it looked great, but I think these liveries are a step up.
Yeah, fun fact, whenever I was talking to Bruno do Carmo, the leader, at least the representative of Full-Time Esports, this is actually a merger with a real stock car team here in Brazil, so it's a really interesting collab that they're making, and well, it looks striking. Obviously, they're not running the Brazilian colors, and with you, I also love those cars, but this one, they look a bit striking. You know, the white in the front, the red in the black, the red in the back, it looks amazing, and you know, I'm always going to cheer up from the fellow Brazilians, and it's always nice to see some of them on the racetrack, even though whenever the race is not going on their way. But some race that is going well is the Manatee Racing team. Well, I'm pretty sure they started on 7th place, if I'm not mistaken, and well, they're doing a fantastic, leading the race with a healthy gap to P2.
They had a bit of a moment about a lap ago. The lap car that they had just passed, the Ferrari, had a moment going into turn 1, slid it. They were able to clear everything out, straighten back out, and not lose much time. Right now, the top 5, the only ones on the lead lap, obviously subject to change because of pit stops. But, I mean, Manatee Racing, we've been talking about them all day, but we've been talking about them, Manatee Racing, I apologize, we've been talking about them being second, being third. We haven't really talked about them being first. Here they are. They finally got their chance to shine. They finally cleared out all the drivers in front of them, and now here they are being P1 with almost to halfway. 2 hours and 15 minutes remain.
Radicals Online, by the way, has just worked ahead of Renowned Sim Racing. No, you know what it is? They just worked by Moradness. That's what it is. The pit stop from Moradness took a little bit longer with that switch to Daniel Morad now in the car. So Radicals Online moved them up to 5th. Granted, their driver changes on the way. Muto has taken them the entire distance so far in this race. So this is where the race is going to change complexion entirely. We've gotten used to the speeds of each team now, but remember, these are not open setups. It's not like the team has the speed right now. It's the driver currently on whatever setup. Well, they're on the high downforce setup, but yeah, this is where the race is going to start to really change complexion. Daniel Morad could get in here and rip off some amazing lap times and really work that Moradness esports machine back into the lead, and that's what we honestly would probably expect from Daniel Morad of all people. So we'll see how this changes. BRB KTF Esports currently 17, almost 18 seconds out of the race lead. They were our early leaders that we were talking about. Well, really, it was the 20 car, well, the 48, or what number was it? Anyways, it was the 20. It was, I gotta think about this, Ronan sat on pole, and Alex Dunn put the car on pole. A different driver started that was Josh Pillane, and they had some kind of issue even after losing the lead. But they led early, gave up the lead to the 17 car of Victor Miranda, and Miranda has done a fantastic job since. You can see 37 laps led, that's most of a stint, but then eventually giving this lead up and all of this turmoil with this pit strategy. So now Wunsch puts Manatee in the lead by 17 seconds.
Yeah, and Manatee's race was, looks like a small contact with the wall. I almost got carried at this moment in time. Manatee's race was also quite crowded, if you remember. They were not in the top 5, if I'm not mistaken. Andrew, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure they were at least on 7th place. They're on the 2nd train outside of the top 3, and after all that crash, they somehow got promoted down up into P2, and well, they stayed there at the moment in time. Now they're leading the race. Now the question is, can they keep this pace up? Obviously, as you mentioned, 17 seconds, 18 seconds, they gap down to P2. They haven't shown the pace, at least on qualifying or race trip, to keep up with Miranda, at least for the time being. Now, will the driver swap change anything on the complexity? Only time will tell. I'm pretty sure Zach could also point out some of the lap times that they're putting, but you know, this race is wide open for the win if everything stays as it is.
Right now, I just wanted to point out, like you were saying, JP, that these guys' pace that they are running.
The 36th place car is a 218. That is currently Pierre Thompson. This is for the team of Extreme Speed Motorsports. So down to 36th of 38. One of the final cars left running. Caos Latin Gamers. Bruno Alcaraz has already parked the car. He almost won the amateur championship, by the way. Big nod to Bruno Alcaraz. Nearly turned everything on its head and took the championship from Spencer Hewins. But problems here for Extreme Speed Motorsports. This is working through, what was that, turn 5, turn 6? I think it was turn 6, yeah, that we're working down towards. And we have another car around. And this is leading a big train of machines around. This could have been troublesome.
Yeah, exactly. Something that we see from Long Beach is you have to respect the guy in front, even though they're quite slow. So Pierre Thompson looks like he may have just got a tap from behind. Ooh. Yes, quite a big tap, in fact. And then obviously he just overshot the corner and just quickly reversed. I'm not pretty sure who ended up. Is that David Bohm?
David Bohm, yep, 24 car.
Yeah, the 24 car unfortunately just rear-ended the Lamborghini. You know, just it happens whenever you're following that closely, and obviously with the internet difference, you know, different places on Earth, it looks like that may have helped a bit with the context. So, yeah, unfortunately, it looks like David Bohm is still in 14th place on the Scheller Sim Racing. So that Porsche is looking quite good, quite healthy, if I may add. Maybe just a bit of damage from that small incident.
And that's just where knowing the competition comes in. You know, you don't really expect someone to be braking maybe a little bit too early, like JP said. Maybe a little bit of internet problems right there between two drivers who may be on the opposite sides of the globe. It just sometimes those incidents like that happen, and there's really nothing else to really you can really combat it with. You know, sometimes a driver brakes a little bit too early. You've been in a rhythm for a little while, so you know your braking marks, and someone tries to change it up with you within a matter of a millisecond right in front of you. It's just something that it's hard to react to, really.
I do want to say, what a team name for that car. I gotta get back to it because I gotta be honest, ATVL, great program, but sometimes when you get into a team race like this, it does some weird stuff. And yeah, if you notice some weird camera switches, I apologize. But this car that we're watching, Scheller Sim Racing, David Bohm, what a great team name, specifically the anthracite part. That is cool. We used to have Whiplash Racing, Team Unreal, and some different variations thereof, Zach. And you might remember trying to vary up those team names. I got kind of difficult sometimes. You can use the plain old blue, purple, yellow, what have you. But anthracite, what a good way to differentiate your cars. I like that. Scheller Sim Racing Anthracite. I like that.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting and definitely a different take on the normal, as you mentioned, Team Blue, Team Red, Team White. So I'm not pretty sure what that means. Obviously, English is not my first color, so I'm pretty white because I have no idea what that means. It might be a word in German, it might be a word in English, but if it is to differentiate the teams, it's definitely interesting, as now it looks like they're getting lapped by the leaders.
Well, anthracite is the... now, I knew it was a mineral, but I will admit, I just took to Google. It's a coal. It's basically coal. It's the highest rank of coal per Wikipedia, so interesting. But, you know, it looks good. I knew anthracite was a mineral of that kind of color. The matte black paired with the orange looks great.
Yeah, it definitely looks amazing. And, you know, I guess we could talk a bit about the liveries. And it's so interesting to see on that diverse grid, we do have quite a few takes on liveries. You know, if we can get to the Maniti looks, you know, it's just green. It looks like a modern green livery. Manatee, I do apologize. It looks like a modern livery that you would see on a real life car. You know, it looks not like a professional livery. It looks kind of believable, but we also do have some different takes that I'm glad to see on iRacing, that they just look amazing. You know, I'm pretty sure it was a Mercedes. I'm not going to remember the team name, but we do have some striking liveries that just combine a lot of colors and just bring out, you know, the details of the car. And I just love, you know, how different teams take on different styles of liveries. You know, we don't see the same livery twice unless it's from the same team.
And that's usually how you can differentiate, too, between a driver, maybe even a team, right? You usually get used to someone being in a certain number, but when it comes to a team race like this, you have to get used to both the number and the livery. And that's the one thing that you're pretty much known by. Sometimes people are like, oh, there goes the 78. Other times it's like, oh, there goes the green and black car. You know, that's pretty much you for the next few hours or however long you may be racing. So having a clean car is definitely a huge boost, maybe even in confidence, maybe gives confidence to other drivers around you. If you're a clean driver, they know that the green and black or the black and orange car is probably a good driver. So it definitely can lead to a lot of things, as we got a car stopped outside of the long back. I do not know who that was. It looked like the 278 car, I believe.
That could be. Here it is, the 218 Extreme Motorsports again. Or Extreme Speed Motorsports, that is, the 218 again, spun around. This is very similar to where they were spun earlier. They were spun in the previous corner, now on the exit thereof. And that is still Pierre Thompson behind the wheel. Let's take a look back. Maybe find out what kind of goes on for this driver. Certainly not what you want to have happen at any point of the day, but let's see if we can find something here for Pierre Thompson. It'll take a second to come to us, but here we go. So he's already spun when we get him, and yeah, that's a bad place to be sitting.
Yeah, exactly. At that moment in time, I guess the best possible outcome is just switching off the traction control and essentially just, oh no, yep, you cannot really switch the traction control off whenever you're facing a wall, but yeah, Long Beach, I guess, is not known by its runoff areas where you can just essentially pull off a three-point turn. And, well, unfortunately for the Lamborghini, the day is going from bad to worse. The car is not looking on great shape, but, you know, if it's still drivable, you can kind of stretch it out until the pit cycle, which, in fact, it should be in a few minutes. It should be in around 7 to 10 minutes, I guess.
I think that's where the treachery of Long Beach really does come into play, because you can't really see into every other corner. The few cars that we have seen stopped have been in terrible places for every single driver that may come across it. So that's just the treachery of Long Beach, with how narrow, with how the walls pretty much encompass the entirety of the track. There's really not an open spot on the track. So it's just how scary that Long Beach can be.
And this is a great angle to show how things twist and turn. The other corner, turn 8, this is where bad things happened earlier in the day, right by those Acura banners on the fence. That's where we saw one of the full-time racing machines on its lid. Another big corner that tends to catch drivers out if you're brand new, potentially to Long Beach, right here, the Fountain. This is where generally bad things happen, as we have one car working through, it looks like. But this is where really weird stuff happens. Here comes our race leader, Manatee, on through, bringing some others. And oh, we have one car. I think that was potentially William Coffey going a little bit wide on exit. This, so I'll be honest, break the fourth wall a little bit. Last night, about 1, 2 in the morning, so I guess this morning, setting up cameras. It was already late, already getting pretty close to where I needed to go the heck to sleep. Figured, you know what, let's set up cameras in each corner, and I think it was worth it. Being able to look through these particular corners, the hairpin is a really good one as well. Being able to look through these corners and just watch the field work through is really, really cool.
I was going to mention during the broadcast, whenever we had this big incident, I was going to applaud you, you know, even the chopper, all these cameras, they look fantastic. You know, the static cameras, you know, the normal cameras, I'm not sure what they're called in English, the moving cameras, let's say, they all look fantastic. They all look absolutely 100% perfect. You know, you can spot, you know, each and every single inch of the racetrack, and then you have cinematic shots like this one. This just looks amazing. You know, a cinema that looks like a small shopping mall. It's just brilliant, you know, Andrew. You outdone yourself here today, and well, it's a joy to be looking at these.
And it does give it a really much more of an authentic feel. You know, from the driver's seat, all you could really see is out the dashboard, out the front windshield, and the car in front of you. But when people come in to watch broadcasts like this, it just gives the full effect of the track, what the drivers may be facing, and it just gives more than what the drivers may be facing. It makes you feel like you're actually watching, or you're actually there even, you know, at different points on the track. You see cars coming in, coming out of the corners. It's something that you guys did very well on setting up these cameras, Andrew.
Dang. I paid these guys to commentate for a few hours, not to give me all those kind compliments, all those kind words, and boost my ego, but I certainly appreciate it. There's a lot of preparation that goes into these, and yeah, that's one of the things that really takes a good bit of time, and being able to look around this racetrack as this endurance race goes on is really, really cool. I mean, it's one of the best looking tracks, so my job was made a little bit easier there. One of the best looking, if not the best looking track on the iRacing.com sim. So I look forward to seeing where iRacing goes from here, honestly. This opens up the door for so many other amazing racetracks, especially street courses across the world, that would really, really benefit the sim. But enough of that. I do want to get back to some of the battling here, as if we look towards the 5th and 6th positions, here is 5th place on the racetrack. I'm going to be honest. Alex Uringa, I think is how you say it. I think. This is a team that none of us have talked about. This 69 car, Late Apex Racing, they've been in the conversation once or twice. That's it. As just an extra car that's been around. They're in 5th, my guys. This is amazing. An amazing run suddenly out of this Late Apex Racing number 69 car.
There's a saying in Portuguese, those that speak Portuguese will understand the saying. It's quem come quieto come mais. This essentially translates to those who eat silently, they get to eat more. And this looks like it applies here. You know, they have been on the shadows throughout the race, and look at them on 5th place. You know, if you haven't mentioned them, they could have probably been in 3rd place and we wouldn't have batted an eye. So, you know, just sometimes these races where the driver and the team just goes, you know, completely missed, not obviously on purpose by you know, the broadcast and all that sort of stuff. Sometimes those are the teams that excel. You know, they just do their own race. You know, they're not on the spotlight. And then somehow all of a sudden they're on the top 5, the top 3, or maybe even winning the race. So sometimes these teams are the ones that pull off the great surprise, and this seems to be the case.
And this always seems to be the ones that, like you mentioned, JP, the ones that actually do end up finishing podium, even winning the race. We, like Andrew said, we haven't even talked about these guys much all race. They started 7th, and they've slowly kept their way inside the top 5. They've slowly crept their way inside the top 5. They've maintained themselves on the lead lap, and they're just behind the Radical cars, I believe, that just passed them maybe. But, I mean, this is the part of the endurance racing that no one really talks about. The slow, silent, consistent, keeping your car in one piece, making sure that you're in a position where you can capitalize on others' mistakes. I'm sure that they've capitalized on a few mistakes that others in front of them have done, like the wreck earlier, the big pile up coming into turns 8, I believe. So it just runs like that really define a race winning team. Oh, a little loose out of the corner there.
And it looks like there's a little bit of counter steer. I don't know if we can pull a ticker, it'll show on the next straightaway. There is some counter steer here for this Huracan. There's definitely some damage, some suspension damage, but it seems like, interestingly, this driver is making the most of it, and this is Alex Uringa behind the wheel. There's just a little bit of counter steer to the left. Do you see that, Zach?
Yeah, I could see it just a little bit, and it looks like he tries to straighten it out just before the corner. Yeah, just a little bit of counter steer.
That's something that it's really difficult to fight against. I recall our first Daytona 24 back in 2018. Once we got wheel damage like that, it was not fun to drive. I actually sat through the next 2-3 hours just getting the car home because I had damaged it, and I felt bad to put you or Brendan back in the car with that damage. That kind of damage is damage that you never want to have. It's just that little bit off. And it really doesn't look like a whole lot, actually. Maybe we were overplaying it a little bit, but it looks like there is a slight bit. And this is a pass, potentially, here soon. That'll change things up, but not for the Pro-Am lead. So let's shift gears a little bit as 2nd place, Victor Miranda right behind these two. But this is Daniel Morad with an effort to pass Matthew Dench, somebody who battled for the championship tooth and nail back in, well, earlier in September, back at Donington Red Bull Ring and some of the such. And now Daniel Morad working to get on by that car.
Yeah, and 100%. That Ferrari does not look like it's brand new. The rear wing is a bit damaged, so it looks like he got a bit of rear damage. And it looks like Matthew Dench is dead under pressure from the BRB car.
So that was BRB putting pressure on Morad and giving a bump to Morad.
So yeah, so the BRB car wants to get past Morad, so it's going to be interesting if Morad... looks like he's yielding the position though, not quite. So Morad believes he has the pace to essentially drive away from the BRB car, but...
Well, Morad's in that battle.
Yeah, but Morad's a lap down. He's being lapped at this moment
in
time,
but
so...
he's holding position, and this is something... This is a toss-up in road racing etiquette. He's in that battle with Dench, wants to get that spot. Being that it's an out-of-class battle by driver classification, maybe Morad should go ahead and give it up, but Daniel wants to get it right there. Turn 6, gets to the inside of Matthew Dench, and this is not what BRB KDF wants to see. Now gets on by Matthew Dench, and we should see Daniel Morad relinquish this spot and hopefully let this BRB car go on by here soon as we eclipse 2 hours. So, we're waiting on pit stops, and here we go. BRB KTF going to make the move on Daniel Morad, get that, it's not a position, but get that spot, if you will, on the racetrack away from Daniel Morad. A look from the rear of the Audi. Guys, what do you think? 2 hours in the books. I know we're about to say goodbye to both of you, but what do you think so far?
Well, it has been an absolutely fantastic race, and now I'm pushing myself that I'm not going to be able to stay here for the next 2 hours because it looks like it's going to be a thrilling end to this race because it has been absolutely amazing, and I'm glad I was taking part in. So thank you, Angel, for the invite, and well, I mean, have a nice race because this is going to be fantastic till the end.
Yeah, well, kind of like what JP said, man. This has been a race that's toppled over on itself 2-3 different times. A race that we didn't like. We thought we hadn't a clue, and then it would turn. We thought we had a clue after that, and then it would return itself. So really, anything could happen. A lot of interesting strategies still to be played out halfway through this race. So I'm more excited to see how this is going to end up. But like JP said, I do appreciate you giving me the invite up here. It's been a while since I've been broadcasting or helping broadcast for PitStopTV, so I do appreciate it.
Let's add to some of this strategy because we now have a driver change for Radicals Online, and this is big for the guys that are about to step into the booth with me. Radicals Online putting a new driver in. That is Maxime Tillinuev. Oh, you know who this is? This is Maxime Detilly, I believe. That's who this is.
Yes.
Yeah. This is Maxime Detilly getting in the car for Radicals Online, so he is now in, and we also see Undercut in right behind them. That is now Adrian Leidener. It looks like, for the number 3 team. So a couple of big pit stops here. Undercut playing right to their name and undercutting right here, pitting a little bit earlier. Radicals coming in right at the hour mark, getting Maxime in, and Maxime Detilly is about to go rip off some big lap times as well. Maxime Detilly is a great race car driver and is about to go ham, I dare say. But yeah, guys, I mean, this race has gone by really, really quickly. It's felt like I can't believe I'm about to say goodbye to both of you.
Yeah, I'm going to be sad to see you guys go, but well, this is going to be fantastic. I'm pretty sure you're going to be over us really, really quickly as soon as this race gets on again.
Yeah, it's been a fun race, man. It's been a fun race to really just sit down and watch. And kind of got me excited. I kind of want to go turn some laps at Long Beach. So it's just a really fun race to watch, and I'm glad that I can have part in it.
Well, we'll go ahead and let JP get ready for the rest of his day, and we'll be saying hello to Zach in a little bit, but Zach is going to take a break away. Want to thank everybody for tuning in so far. My name, Andrew Cardinale IV, JP Costa alongside, doing a fantastic job as always. Love having JP on all of our road racing broadcasts. Zach Lindgren stepping in, doing a fantastic job as well, bringing a lot of experience to the table, and Emerson Arden holding things down still on social media. We will take a step aside as pit stops begin to get going here, going into the back half of this race. Cash days at Long Beach. Don't go anywhere. Going to leave things side by side. We'll be right back to you momentarily.
Sound art is a product that is a speaker and it's art. We combine it together and we call it sound art. What makes it so unique that any picture can be your speaker? Sound art gives you the high quality sound without the ugly speaker. This isn't a picture with a speaker, the picture is the speaker. Just imagine your wedding picture uploaded onto a canvas, and now it's speaking 10,000 tunes. I mean, it's a very cool concept. What we like so much about it that you can take anything that means something very special to you, upload it on the canvas, have it hanging up in your room, your balcony, wherever you want to put it, and now it's a speaker. I mean, how cool is that? It's something that we have that and no one has. No one has this product. It's just a great gift to give anybody. It's just a neat concept. Around here we say, art never sounded so good.
Have you found yourself trying to hide your joy because you're unhappy with your teeth? Your smile is the first feature noticed in an interview, on a date, or in family photos. We want you to be able to shine bright as your best self, and our teeth whitening system is the perfect step toward restoring your confidence.
On this edition of Cars Tour Would You Rather, do you prefer syrup or sprinkles on your ice cream?
Sprinkles. I'm a calories guy, so serve too many calories. Try to stay healthy.
Sprinkles mixed into some chocolate and good berries that's where it's at.
Sprinkles, definitely sprinkles. I've never really had syrup on my ice cream.
Sprinkles. No, I don't know. Sprinkles. Colorfulness. I like it.
Oh, definitely sprinkles. Syrup's way too sweet.
Syrup for sure.
Syrup.
Syrup for sure. Sprinkles don't have flavor, they're just crunchy.
I'd rather have sprinkles, have a little bit of texture to it.
Sprinkles. I'm not a syrup person. I don't like caramel or chocolate, I guess.
Chocolate syrup, yes. Tastes better. I'm not a sweets person, so I don't do sprinkles or syrup.
After months of quarantine, we're all interested in how we can become our best self. The team at Permanent Makeup and Cryo is here to help you get the flawless makeup look every day without the extra effort or time. When it comes to your appearance, you deserve the best care that money can buy.
Well, you just saw a good bit of what just happened in front of us, as that was William Coffey going for a spin in the number 357 Good Time Racing Machine. That was out of the 5th corner just a moment ago. Let's take a look back and watch that one, and then we'll get back to everything else. That was interesting, certainly. As we take a look back, we will bring this up. So this will be through the fountain. William Coffey, the number 357 that we've seen a few times throughout the day, just in front of Daniel Morad. It's going to be right here out of turn number 5 where he's got a problem. Does he get contact? No. Over the curving and the anti-cut, around he goes. Look at the stellar avoidance. Matthew Dench gets right back on by Daniel Morad. How about that? So Matthew Dench gets that spot back because Morad has to come to a full stop. But now that that's out of the way, I can formally welcome in the one, the only Eric Brennan and Caleb Gladney, both a couple of guys with a lot of real-life commentary experience on around short tracks, road courses, what have you, that I'm so glad and humbled to be able to welcome into the broadcast booth. Eric, it's been a wild one so far. Glad you're here for it.
I got to say that you, JP, Emerson on social media, Zach stepping in as well. Everybody's done a great job to kind of keep things afloat because there was a lot to take note of. I only got to tune in to a handful of segments of the opening first 2+ hours of this race and unpack a lot of the information that is tied to all the entries in this field. But let's call a spade a spade. Long Beach is tough. Doesn't matter what car you're in, whether it's a sports car, Indy car, stadium super truck, whatever you want to put on this thing. It's a hard place to get around, but the level of prestige that is attached to this facility makes it truly one of the most enjoyable tracks to get around, especially when things go well. And I know that we saw that some drivers were plagued by some problems and teams were plagued by some problems early, but I think that this golden hour of racing opportunity that is just around the corner and this latter stage of the event is going to continue to offer up some surprises and shuffling, and I'm just happy to be a part of it as we see just a look at this track that is just under 2 miles in length. And this weekend, the host of the IndyCar Series Season Championship finale. That wasn't the original plan, but it's pretty spectacular. It worked out that way, and this is just an opportunity here. And I've always wanted to be able to take a chance to go down East Shoreline Drive myself. I always get goosebumps with the onboard footage, whether we see it here today on the sim or on some real racing broadcast, because just the element of speed as far as navigating your way through that wide open sweeper just past the start-finish line before you have to pound on the brakes to get into that left-hander at turn 1 is one of the most remarkable sights in motorsports.
Yeah, it's been fantastic watching these guys navigate the tight streets of Long Beach. And Caleb, this is a look at the track map. It's a wild one. There's a lot to try and unpack here. We've watched a lot of these guys go through it, including a lot of the championship regulars. This is how things ended back at Donington Park in the UK. It was wild. To have a GT3 championship, and Eric would be able to attest to this, but Caleb, it's wild to think that we came down to 4 drivers having an opportunity at a championship without any kind of, playoff format like NASCAR has. It's pretty incredible.
Well, yeah, when you have 4 drivers all racing for a championship, like you said, especially in this series alone, especially going to a lot of these road courses, it makes it interesting. 4 drivers all racing for the championship. That's not something you see at road courses and in this series a lot, much less series alone across the nation, whether that be short tracks or all the way up to NASCAR. But it's something we are seeing right here in the North American Racing League as we're here at Long Beach getting ready to wrap things up.
Yeah, still 2 hours of racing to go or thereabouts. BRB KTF Esports leading the way currently. This is a look at the 3-car. We should get the 17. Here we go. The number 17 Audi still leading. In fact, now by a lap because the closest competitors have pitted. Manatee has already visited the pit lane, and there you saw quickly BRB KTF coming in. This is for service and likely a driver change. We'll try and recap a lot of that coming up momentarily. Victor Miranda, we expect to step out of the car under this pit stop. And you mentioned golden hour, Eric. Yeah, look at the sunset. It's getting down there. It's ready to set over the Pacific Ocean.
And in my preparation for this broadcast, and I knew that I was kind of coming in here trying to have to learn a lot and understand some of the drivers' history and even some of their pronunciations and whatnot, but in terms of things that I can allude to, I haven't had that much time on the sim in the last few years, but nevertheless, I can only attest to what these drivers are going for in the endurance standpoint. And, even if you think about it in an endurance race, if it's at your local kart track, if it's one of the prestigious endurance races that takes place on the sports calendar slate, your eyes are typically adjusting to the natural light settings around you constantly. On the sim side, even though the shadows start to change, even though the lights happen to reflect differently off the cars and off the outside retaining walls and tire barriers, the amount of light that these sim racers are being exposed to from their sim racing rigs and setups is usually at a relative constant. It doesn't flex as much as the scene around them does inside the environment of their virtual race car. And I've got to imagine, as someone who hasn't taken part in a race of this nature on a sim side, I got to imagine that it's something that could certainly be taxing in an endurance standpoint, especially for the teams that are trying to do this with just 2 drivers, or in some cases, drivers who got stuck just doing this solo for 4 hours.
While all of this is going on, and this might be a battle for position here momentarily, we do want to bring in one driver in particular, and this is Philip Ranieri. And Philip, you've had a lot of fans that have popped in a lot throughout the NARL season that have really cheered you on. Now you're out here running 4 hours solo, but it wasn't always the plan. What happened?
Yeah, I had my friends Andrew and T watching all the races back in Season 1, and my buddy Dustin Glenn, who's from Alabama, is supposed to be racing this race with me. He actually got deployed. He's starting basic training 1 week early. So he's going to be there for 14 weeks, and then he's going off to the airborne. So I just wanted to say good luck, Dustin, and we're all rooting for you, and get back home safe.
Yeah, I don't want to bother you too much. You're pitting now, obviously. How's the race gone so far?
Pretty good. It was a little rough at the beginning. We're all trying to kind of feel each other out, but I think we're all kind of settled in now, and I'm just going to try to keep the car in one piece until the finish line.
Well, buddy, best of luck to you. Go get them. It's a crazy story as far as your teammate, buddy. We're rooting for you here.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Philip Ranieri in the 352 tore things up last season in his own right. Had a couple of really good runs throughout the course of the season. Not quite what he would have wanted in the 208 car, but now in the 353, Triple Peaks Racing, getting out there on his own. Wasn't planned to. And how about that story for a teammate? Usually it's, oh, well, this came up with my wife or my girlfriend, Caleb, but how about being deployed?
Well, we were talking about it before we came on. Not something you hear about every day, and a last-minute thing for him to have to adjust to. But obviously, for a great cause, his teammate going to employment, we wish him all the best of luck. But definitely threw him a curveball as a driver to have to go this full 4-hour stint here on PitStopTV. So we'll have to keep riding along with him to see how his day ends up.
So the 352, in case you're wondering, is sorted into about 28th position. That's why the number 28 is on his windshield. If you didn't know, that is a fantastic thing about sports car racing. And honestly, I hope that's something that can come to stock car at some point. The fact that we have that digital display shows you what position the car is in. Sure, the scoring pylon is great at the center of a lot of oval tracks, Eric, but to have that on the windshield is really, really helpful when you're us.
I know that just last night you were PitStopTV was part of a broadcast that was raising money for Racer Magazine and Racer.com writer Marshall Pruitt and his wife and her battles that she's going through. And one of the questions that I know Marshall is constantly bombarded with is when these graphic and digital number designs are coming back to IndyCar. Because they had them for quite some time, and then they started to have a lot of technical gremlins, and it started to become a bit of a deficit for some teams that couldn't figure it out and that were struggling with it on the technical side. But from a fan's perspective, especially if you're trying to bring someone new into the fold, whether it be an IndyCar or a sports car, I agree with you, Andrew. I think it's one of the technical facets and a bit of mastery that kind of helps you stay in tune with what's happening on track, especially when you're at a place like Long Beach. You may not always be privy to having, as you said, a scoring pylon or a ticker. A lot of these road to street courses, they don't have pylons to lean on for the most part, especially at some of the street course venues, and you're pretty much at the mercy of technology in the palm of your hand. And you know, if you want me to go on an even greater tangent, obviously when you're at a big sporting event, usually cell signal gets a little bit weak because of the masses and so on and so forth. So to have that information right at your disposal, like we do here on the top right-hand corner of these windshields, if you're inside the car, left-hand corner if you're looking at it front-facing, it certainly makes our jobs a little bit easier, and it makes it a lot more simple for people who are watching across all of our media platforms to stay in tune with where their respective driver is running.
Watching on board here with full-time esports driver Bruno Do Carno. Now, Bruno is the team captain, or at least the team representative that we spoke with earlier in the day. JP had a great conversation with him, talking about all kinds of different things. He's currently chasing down Maxime Detilly. Now, Maxime Detilly, if you don't know, has a lot of real-life experience. Obviously, one of the best drivers on iRacing, gotta say it. For Radicals Online, fantastic driver, now in the 5th position for Radicals Online in the 01, under pressure from full-time esports driver Bruno Carmo. That's big. These two drivers might get going out of here soon, Eric.
I love the fact that even though we got an hour and 40 minutes left to go, so we're past halfway, but it's still a long way to go in this race as the sun continues to set down towards now the approach through turns 1, now through turn 2 at the fountain here. But we're starting to get into that window, though, where, you know, you may have to start pressing a little bit more. You guys have done an amazing job spotlighting all the unique strategies that we've been seeing, but judging by the attitude of the physical characteristics, the way in which that Bruno De Carmo is kind of trying to press and attack a little bit here, it's starting to prove evident that track position is really starting to get to a point where it's going to mean a lot more than it has throughout the midway portion of this race. And lost a lot of ground there in the first sector of this track. And this has been a hot-button area here. These pair of right-handers that lead up through, I believe it's turn 7, now coming up down towards the end of the backstretch to turn 8. And all weekend long on the IndyCar side of things, this is where we've been seeing a lot of cars kiss the concrete. It's been a bit of a tale of the tape so far here today as well in this endurance event. And I think that may be one of the sectors of the racetrack that is able to differentiate those who have been on pace for the most part versus those who are struggling. Speaking of on pace, here is one of the teams and organizations that has been just that. This Benatti Racing entry, this number 78, has been on the ball all day long. Granted, they're 10 seconds in arrears. Minute my apologies there. 10 seconds in arrears of the leader right now, but they've kind of been in the hunt since the drop of the green, and they remain up towards the top of the timing and scoring ticker.
And watching these cars race around the racetrack right here, as you can see, we were just on board with the driver before. You can see how technical this racetrack is as we click into about an hour and 39 minutes left. Manatee Racing has been one of these teams to beat all day. You see their high right there in first, 21 laps led, currently rides there in second, perhaps in the position to go and get this win today. But Manatee Racing putting on quite a show in that 78 car as we see how technical this track really can be.
Yeah, Manatee Racing has done a great job, and Manatee, if you don't know, is one of those higher-up sim racing teams that you see in a lot of the top split Spa 24s, the Le Mans 24s. I'm sure there'll be top split for Petit Le Mans coming up literally, I think, next week or the week after. So we see a lot of Manatee Racing at the top echelon of road sim racing, particularly in these endurance events. Good to see them here this afternoon and tearing the racetrack up as well. Trying to chase down currently Roger Resende, your race leader for BRB KTF Esports, and ahead of Muradness eStars team leader Daniel Morad. Now, Morad, they are not quite on the normal strategy that we're expecting from these drivers just yet. Of course, they had the incident out of turn 8 right there some time ago as the car behind gets into the wall. But what I can tell you is that I believe Morad should go to the end at this point. Kerwin out, the eNASCAR iRacing Coca-Cola Series driver for Denny Hamlin and Michael Jordan, should be done for the day. We should see Daniel Morad take this car to the end, and he has been fast.
The little bit of coverage I was able to watch earlier, I saw the point in the race in which Kerwin tangled, ironically, to the point of the racetrack that we're approaching here, as Morad takes his entry down towards turn 1. And I was actually very impressed by how quickly Kerwin was able to get that car back rolling and not allow it to completely dismantle him in terms of frustration. It was almost like he was well aware of the fact that he had a long way to go, and he had a great teammate in Morad to be able to pick up the pieces in a position where he really didn't self-jeopardize the team. I honestly think that it was at the fault of the vehicle he was trying to get around, as you all pointed out during the broadcast. So Morad may have gotten in the car, granted by virtue of pit strategy, a little bit behind the 8-ball, but you know, this storyline is going to continue to unfold here in terms of how the strategy falls, and I'm sure we're going to see a couple of front runners continue to have problems. So Morad and that team are going to continue to make themselves a factor here, and I know that the timing and scoring ticker is going to fluctuate a little bit there as we kind of filter our way back through the field, but you know, we see 20 seconds as the gap from first to third right now. I would expect Morad to close that in here as the stint progresses, because as you mentioned, he's been on a flyer.
Yeah, Morad has been one of those cars today, as he rides in second right now, where as this strategy unfolds, we'll have to see where it puts him. You know, it's a 4-hour-long race. Lots of different strategies can come into play throughout the day, and I think as we wind down, we will see which strategies are going to put these drivers closer to the front, especially with the driver changes and the pit stops that we have left to go. But it's really interesting to see these drivers as we ride on board right there. 5 cars under a blanket right there as they come down this straightaway. Things are starting to heat up. We feel like we still have a good bit of time left, but as you said, Eric, as the time runs down, the tempo of this race starts to pick up.
Working at a turn 1 hour, 35 minutes to go or so. We're watching Undercut Racing Team White do battle with Late Apex Racing, and we will catch up on BRB KTF Esports. They may have just had an issue, but this is a battle potentially for 4th or 3rd. We'll see exactly when we catch up on BRB KTF, who has just had some kind of a problem. No, okay, they sort back out. So that's the kind of issue we'll have to work through. Roger Resende is still leading the way, and I find it hard to believe that he's going to get caught at any point throughout this race. They did take the fast repair on that pit cycle, so ladies and gents wondering about that damage they picked up earlier, that damage has been repaired, and they're saving one fast repair in the bank in case there's anything else that happens. That's an interesting move. I like it because it evens the car out. It fixes the car completely for the new driver. But I'm going to be honest, Eric, with the way street courses go, and we could see anything happen, I don't know about that one. I think I would have kept that extra repair if the car is still running right.
I mentioned earlier the incident that Casey Kerwin was involved in, and that was the talking point that you had brought up with the Moradness E-Stars team. That I was actually in agreement with JP when I was first watching it and saying, okay, they're running so good, come in, burn your fast repair, get back out there. Then I heard the argument that you presented, and I couldn't help but suddenly agree with you. You swayed me on the idea. With a race this long, with so many variables, and as tough as it can be, you could be working your way up to a lap car, and they could have a problem and end up right in the racing line, and you have nowhere to go. I'm with you in terms of trying to bank that fast repair no matter what the situation is. I would almost try to consider it like a timeout in an NFL game. Like, no matter what the scenario is, leave it in your pocket until the final 30 minutes or so in the event you need it then, because you certainly don't want to burn it up too early in the going here because, you know, and Caleb just alluded to this as well, the tempo of this race is picking up. Guys are going to start pushing harder. I'm not saying things are going to get totally crazy here in this final hour and a half, but you can expect the intensity to continue to slightly build to a crescendo, and you want to make sure you got that fast repair in the bank just in case you're at the wrong place at the wrong time.
Yeah, Eric, I would have to agree with you and Andrew with holding on to that fast repair. I also understand where when you made that driver change, like you said, Andrew, it balances out the car, gives you a clean car for the remainder of the race. But we're looking at an hour and 33 minutes, and as you alluded to, Eric, we don't know that it's going to go crazy here at the end, but you would love to have it there, especially leading here. You would love to have that fast repair in the bank and hold on to it is if anything happens as this race rolls on. But obviously they've used it, and now they've made their bed and they got to lay in it. Yeah,
I think in the case of the 17 car, especially being the leader, anything can happen. It usually does happen to the leader in these races. I love the NFL example. When you were starting to explain your side of things, Eric, my mind immediately went to, well, timeouts in the NFL. When you get down to that 2-minute warning, yes, you want to go out of the race having used them usually, or well, out of the game usually, having used those timeouts. This is a situation where you want to make sure you have them in that 2-minute warning, that 4-minute offense, but you would rather go out of the race with 2 of them in your bank, and maybe one. I think you want to use it for a little bit of damage when you get down to that point. Your last pit stop, maybe use one, but you want to make sure that you've still got one for that last hour of racing in case something happens. And I think going out of the race, finishing the race with a fast repair is certainly a lot better than not. It means you're basically keeping the car in I can't think of the word. Hang on. I'll figure this one out. You're keeping the car intact. There we go. You're minimizing the issues that you've had all race, keeping the car intact, keeping the car rolling. I think as an endurance team, that is a larger statement than using both, personally. But we'll see how this goes. This is a battle on the racetrack that we were talking about a little bit ago. The 69 Late Apex Racing has now worked on by Undercut Racing Team. And the Undercut Racing Team has usually put them in this situation where they make some spots up, but they lose those spots later on, while Alex Uringa for Late Apex has just moved this 69 into a really good spot in this race as the race has gone on. All the while, Full-Time Esports Pro-Am is suddenly your Pro-Am leader.
That's something that we'll keep our eyes on here now that the Pro-Am category is starting to ramp up. And for a while there, we saw one of the cars kind of right in the mix of all the pro teams in the top 10 there, and it started to tighten up a little bit for the time being. And that's one of the things that we love about GT3 racing is the multiple classes that we get to identify with to kind of keep tabs on. But that Full-Time Esports Pro-Am team is really starting to turn things up here as they not only cracked the top 10, but as you also said, getting up to the lead. However, closely contested right now by Team Empire. The 242 at the wheel right now is Rister, who is wheeling that car. Scott Rister, that is. And that's another one of the 2 driver teams. So they're pretty much relying on just themselves in order to get the job done. And a top 10 in the overall is a strong place to be. But more importantly, right now, as we hit, as I mentioned, that hour and a half to go mark, we still got a long way to go. The fact that the leader is still within sight is pretty much all Rister and company needs for now. They don't have to start pressing, but it looks like he's holding it pretty honest there as that race for the Pro-Am lead is starting to intensify. Here's a look.
Well, these
as
are
we
actually a
ride
couple
on.
of teammates. I got to step in. These are a couple of full-time esports teammates. That is going by the full-time esports Pro-Am car 251, I believe. Yes. That was going by Diago Stefani. So that's working by a teammate. That's why you saw the flash a lap ago. The next car in this class is actually Empire Racing 242. There's Scott Reister, and he's behind another one of the full-time cars. So all 3 full-time cars to go in front of Scott Reister.
Well, Scott Reister trying to chase down those full-time cars right there as we ride on board with him, and this will give you a shot of what he's seeing out in front of him as he tries to run down those full-time drivers. He rides there in 10th, and like you said, Eric, to be in 10th is a good day, but you got to want more here with 1 hour and 29 minutes left in this race, and we see him go through that fountain turn, how technical that corner is. Not able to make up ground completely on these drivers, but he is starting to close that gap ever so slightly.
So working a lap. So earlier I said we were on lap, whatever, 6 or something of 184. We're now on lap 113 of 184, and this is the view from Scott Reister, somebody who battled for that championship, came up 2 points shy of winning the title while going winless on the season, puts a lot of work into the North American Racing League, pretty much the guy that makes things happen. He's got some helpers though, but he is the name, the face almost of this series. Sitting in the 10th spot overall, second in class. This could be a really good opportunity for he and Scott Kimbrough to go up there and get a big race win. Now, the car ahead, that is a full-time car directly ahead, but that is not the full-time car that they are chasing. That is, I believe, the pro full-time car of Jackson Rosende, and it is. Now, this car has not been the same since the beginning of the race. They got caught up in that crash. Actually, this might not even be the car that got caught up in the crash. This isn't the Audi. I'm not sure what's gone on for this particular full-time entry, but they just have not had it all day long.
And I try to look at this from the racer's perspective, and you know, in a race that is this long, as you see that car really light in the back end getting back to the power, it appears, but in a race this long, I don't know how you don't disengage at some point in terms of when things are just not going your way. But you see the number there on the windshield of that car, still running 15th right now, according to the timing and scoring ticker there. So being able to stay in the game and not allow yourself to get too defeated or deflective based on if you were caught up in something early or just been struggling or not having the pace as some of the pace setters, I think it bodes well with not only improving your character and your level of sportsmanship as far as being able to know when to stay with it when everything's not going your way, and it can prove to be rewarding. And sometimes the whole point of these endurance races is not always to have the fastest car from start to finish, it's just to be there at the end. So despite the fact that this is not a car that has shown us too much pace in comparison to some of the competition throughout the day, it's certainly a car that is remaining relevant in terms of running towards the top half of the field.
Well, I can tell you this, as someone who has never done any kind of broadcasting in an endurance atmosphere, I'm enjoying the fact that even some of these cars that are well out of contention, like you said, they still race just as hard. And even when some of these leaders come up on these cars that are out of contention, it's no pushover. These leaders have to work and use their car to get by them. And as this track is tight, there's not a whole lot of area for mistakes and even racing around these guys. So something interesting I've seen just in the few short minutes we've been on the broadcast is these cars that aren't necessarily in contention anymore still race you just as hard for that position as they would anyone else.
Yeah, just because it's a class position or out of a class position rather, doesn't mean the intensity is going to ramp down at all. These are still overall spots, and speaking specifically about that 49 that we were just watching, they sit about 9th overall, or sorry, 9th in class while being 15th overall. So still a lot of reason for that 49 car to continue racing. Granted, they have a large gap back next to the back to the next pro car they've got to worry about. This is on board with KCR Maca Mad Lads, the number 269, Tristan Terracciano behind the wheel, chasing down Renowned Sim Racing. Frank Hodak now in that car as Matthew Dench has gotten out, and we are getting properly down to sunset. This racetrack has lost a lot of its little cues that you use going around the racetrack, Eric, to figure out where you are and where to brake and all of that. All your braking markers as far as shadows and such and lighting, that's all changed. You've properly got to use the walls around you, which you might already use that at a street course. This isn't going to be as big of a deal as if it was Spa or Daytona and you start losing light, but it's still a big deal when you start to lose those references and things change, and a lot of it all becomes one color. Think about skiing, for example. This is an example I lived for a good little while, skiing up at Mammoth Mountain in California. When it's all just white snow in front of you, you lose depth perception. It's hard to figure out exactly if there's even a bump in the snow potentially. When the track gets all shadowy and gray and there's no light difference between anything, there's no definition. And that's the problem. There's no definition in the track sometimes, and it's hard to see where those bumps might be if you're using them for cues.
Yeah, and that's a great point. And the term, or I would say the point of emphasis on lighting is something that I was bringing up just before we brought Philip Ranieri in for his interview earlier. And it's a good opportunity for us to cycle back to that talking point here just for a moment. And one of the most visually appealing things that iRacing has to offer is the scenery. I mean, this looks very similar to what you're going to see for whether it be the IMSA Sports Car Race this weekend or the IndyCar Series season finale. iRacing and their visual department and the way in which not only they scan the racing venues, but the way in which they characterize the surrounding scenery is out of the park remarkable. Along the same lines, though, as Andrew Cardinale IV just mentioned, it does create a difference as far as lighting effects as a race of this nature goes on for 4 hours in length. And you know, I'm someone who I admit that would be an element that I would struggle with. As far as trying to pick out your braking zone or being able to identify the proper apex to a particular corner, or maybe even being aggressive here on the curbing around the fountain and making sure you're not taking out some of the shrubs with you as you hug that right-hander. As that changes and as those light effects changes, the rhythm that you developed as a driver starts to get disrupted. Now, if you're really great at what you're doing, like a lot of these drivers are in this field, it won't really phase you in terms of your rhythm. But if you're someone who's a bit of a novice like myself, it's certainly something that could catch you off guard, and it could kind of take you a couple laps to get back in the swing of things and now re-identify these corners by virtue of what it looks like currently. It's a very fascinating element of endurance racing that I don't think gets all the attention it truly deserves, and it's certainly something that we'll need to consider here for the final hour plus of this race that's still ahead.
Well, it definitely is something that we are going to have to consider here as the sun starts to set and more shadows set on the racetrack. And I think the drivers that it affects the most are these drivers that are going this full 4 hours. You know, they came into this race with the track layout with the sun and the shadows and everything being completely different, and it's changing and they're having to change with it. Some of these drivers that hopped in the car not too long ago, you know, it may not have changed as much in the time span, but these drivers who have been in this race for the full 4 hours that it will run, they're going to see this track change from one thing to a completely different thing. And one mistake, like you said, missing a braking zone at this technical racetrack could cost you a lot of spots and even cost you your day completely. So a lot of things changing, not only with how technical the racetrack is, but what the weather's doing with the sun setting and the shadows coming over the racetrack.
On board here with Bruno Del Carmo as we work by one of the Parabit Porsches. This is down to turn number 9 now, and this is kind of the carousel portion of the racetrack when they take the left at turn 10. This is for position, and this is very, very close as well. Radicals Online is on the defensive and has been. Maxime Detilly, if you're going to have anybody defend, it probably would be Maxime Detilly, let's be honest, defending currently over that full-time esports machine. This would be, I believe, for fifth on the racetrack as they are chasing Murad and his E-Stars. Daniel Murad, you can see him now into turn number 8. And he is gaining. I got to say, he is beginning to gain on Manatee and BRB KTF Esports ahead. But I just don't know if this pit strategy, because of the incident earlier on, will benefit them in any way, shape, or form. And it actually looks like the Radicals and full-time battle is going to be for 6th, because this battle is in front of them. This is late Apex Racing and Undercut Racing teams still nose to tail. Earlier, we saw a train of cars around this racetrack until outside influences changed that. Now we're seeing cars get back, especially in this pro category, get back into this format where they're just running nose to tail, logging laps, getting closer to the end of this race.
A lot of the series that we cover on PitStopTV, especially on an oval sense, we use the term rubber band effect or comers and goers. Well, in multi-class GT3 racing, the rubber band effect usually has a lot to do with traffic. And I think one of the commonalities that we're starting to see in some of these battles for position, albeit up in the top 10, as we see one car duck to the pit lane just in front of this fight, I think it's the fact as to whether or not traffic is in or around these particular fights for position. It's certainly helping kind of gap these cars back together again and create some not only opportunities of intensity, but also opportunities in general. Last time we checked in with Daniel Moore in that race for third, he was 20 seconds back. When you just referenced him there, Andrew, he was 17 seconds back. If you know the leader is in some form of traffic, then that's a chance to possibly pounce here, as we see pit lane being a bit of a busy place here with about 1 hour and 19 minutes to go.
Oh,
drivers are...
This is a bit weird, so I got to step in. This has some implications potentially. Scott Reister out of the car, Kimbrough in. Kimbrough's already done 2 hours, I believe. I don't know why Scott Kimbrough would get back in the car, but it looks like he has. I don't believe there was an incident for these guys, but they are very off schedule. The car looked okay, but this tells me something has gone awry because there's no reason for these guys to pit just yet. I wonder if there was some kind of something that's gone on for these guys. This is really weird to see them pit. And, I mean, the car is perfectly clean. This is 20 minutes early. This is really going to throw this race away for Team Empire. This race had gone so well for them. Kept the car clean, kept themselves in a position to try and capitalize on full-time esports Pro-Am, and now Scott Reister having to bring the car to the pit lane. I mean, this race is almost over for them. Kimbrough is in the machine. I wonder if something in the outside world, outside of sim racing, has just gone on potentially for Scott Reister that has forced him to get out of the car. We've seen that kind of thing before, but usually it's a single driver event, Eric, and they don't have the opportunity to turn it over to somebody. This does put them right in front of a Porsche, and that, I believe, is for position. Yes, that's Prima Esport Racing Black, the 293. These cars now are battling for position.
I'd love to kind of pick, your brain a little bit, Andrew, or Caleb, if you've been involved in endurance races on the sim as well. Obviously strategy in motorsports is an ever-changing topic of conversation. You can't necessarily commit to one thing and for sure say that there is nothing in the event that is going to deviate us from our plan. While that may very well happen, then I don't think you're a very good race strategist. So nevertheless, I'm curious how, especially these 2 and in some cases 3 driver operations, which is the vast majority of the field, the only 1 driver scenarios that we've heard of were fluke things that popped up, like Philip Ranieri, who we heard from earlier. But I'm curious how, from a driving sense, how are you able to kind of, say, we got to call an audible here. I want you to get back in the car, or we're going to disperse our 4-hour time limit of driving time this way. And I'm just always fascinated with how even in the sim world, let alone, we're watching some of the endurance races that take place on the sports car scale globally, but in sim racing, I've always been enthralled with how these plans come about and how ready you have to be when you think perhaps maybe you're taking a break from the virtual cockpit to have to get back in and get back going. It's another element of these races which I wish we were able to have a little bit more information on in real time, like that stop that we just saw there by Reister, but it's certainly something that they have to be on their toes for, and you could think that you're getting an hour or 2 out of the car when in reality you're not. You got to get back in.
Well, Eric, I will say I was thinking the same thing you were as that driver was coming down to pit road for perhaps a driver change. What is the best time to make that driver switch? Is what time mark, or where do you want to be on track, running order? I've wondered the same things, and maybe Andrew can answer that question. But the strategy, let alone in a race, now you throw in having 2 drivers. We wonder what's going to happen here. So, Andrew, I'm curious what you think, when the best time for these strategies and driver switches to take place.
At the hour. It's cut and dry. These cars go about an hour on fuel, if not longer, especially in a place like this. It's a lot of off-throttle time, a lot of braking. That's time that you're not using the motor, you're not accelerating, as coming up on a slow car here. That is a Ferrari. That is the well, it's not the good time Ferrari. That is a different Ferrari. I believe that might be Ram Racing. It is. Well, this is a problem for Jose Antonio Ramos Lopez. Try that name 4 times fast as he lets Scott Reister go on by, who is now in the 12th spot. But it's pretty cut and dry at the hour. That's usually when you make these pit stops in these GT3 cars, or GT cars in general. Prototypes generally tend to be closer to 40, 45 minutes, but GT cars standard is about an hour on fuel, and you get pretty much into that groove. So when you have a 4-hour race, a two-driver team, it's cut and dry. You pit it halfway. Well, you have to pit for fuel before that, obviously, but if you take tires, it's at halfway. You take that one set, and you get fuel, and that's your one driver change. That is what Kimbrough and Reister did earlier, but something has forced them down the pit lane at a different point in time. They were on schedule until this point. Pitting 20 minutes earlier, you cannot battle from that. I don't think these cars have 80 minutes of fuel in them. That'd be pretty incredible. Places like Daytona, it's more like 55 minutes, and you have to save a little bit. You got to go into a different fuel map to make 60. So to have to pit 20 minutes early is a really big handicap that I think is going to pull them out of a lot of great battles now. And we'll have to wait and see how it goes. Empire Racing now looking around maybe a top 10 if it works out. 11th or 12th, depending on how you look at things with scoring. But regardless, it's off schedule, and it's going to hurt their race. Up front, BRB, KTF Esports still leading the way. Roger Resende, though, is going to have company. Roger Resende has not had the same pace as Victor Miranda. Miranda was fast all race long. Now it seems that things might swing the way of Manatee Racing. They're on about the same pit strategy, pitting on the hour, as you would expect, but Manatee going a little bit more on the undercut side of things. We'll expect them in the pit lane a little bit sooner.
But certainly starting to eat up that gap. I mean, we were taking a look at the timing and scoring ticker, and there was a lot more breathing room there in terms of that fight, and it is started to ratchet up a little bit, and the element of traffic is starting to play a bit of a role here as well. And you know, that's another interesting topic of conversation here. I would imagine, Caleb, and I'm not sure if you've had a lot of experience on, you know, multi-class road racing before. I know that on the commentary side, you said this is one of the first endurance races you've had the opportunity to cover, but I would imagine that you would kind of treat traffic the same way you would treat the competition later in this race, where you're perhaps going to be a little bit less patient, a little bit less forgiving, and a heck of a lot more aggressive in order to try to dispose of some of that lap traffic. At least that's the approach I would take, although some may argue they don't want you to throw caution to the wind of that nature. But do you think that as we get into that final hour and then some, that we're going to watch these leaders be a little bit more bold with their passes they make on lap traffic?
Well, Eric, I definitely think there's a fine line you have to walk here. You know, like you mentioned, you come up on these lap traffics, and you obviously don't want to push the limit too far to where you're involved in a wreck or anything much worse than that. But at the same time, if you ride behind this lap traffic for too long, it can close the gap. Like you mentioned, you've noticed these interval times go from 22 seconds to 17 seconds, and lap traffic plays a role in that. So I'm curious to see, like you said, in this last hour, what the strategy is going to be with the drivers, how they're going to handle this lap traffic. Me personally, I think you almost have to work past that lap traffic as quickly as possible and hope for the best. You would hate to throw away a win being stuck behind lap cars for far too long and not be aggressive enough. So I think as this race winds down, as we can see here on camera, the cars are getting closer together. More lap traffic is starting to pile on. So it could turn into, instead of you battling one lap car, now you have to get past 3 or 4 that are in front of you. So it just all depends on what's going to happen here, Eric, as this time winds down.
This is a look from overhead. Manatee racing the black and green machine, going on by the slow Mercedes now. Here comes BRB out to a few other cars in line. This is going to be interesting. If there's a lead change that's going to happen here, it's going to be because of the lap cars. Manatee Racing has closed in. This is a battle for the pro race lead. We're going to welcome in Zach Lindgren once more, and this is another guy that's got a lot of endurance racing experience, be it on the sim or now in real life as well with HMS Motorsport, and this might be it. Manatee is going to make a heat. Matsky tried. Matsky was looking to the inside right there. Zach, you're working traffic here. You're Manatee Racing. You're Tim Matsky. How do you get by Roger Resende?
Well, if I'm being honest, I'm using the lap cars. It looks like they're working through a lot of them right now. After the one lap car in front of them, there doesn't seem to be much of it, but I'm using the lap cars. I'm using I'm using BRB as kind of a pick for themselves, kind of make them force the move on the lap car and taking advantage of whatever situation might come out of it. But obviously we've seen Manatee run up right back on BRB, so honestly right now it's waiting for a mistake. Wait for the mistake of the car right in front of you, let him do all the work, and you just take advantage of whatever comes out of it.
And so that, I think, is a pretty clear cut and dry way of getting by here. I'll turn things over to you three here for a little bit, because I'm sure you guys have a lot of questions, not just for myself as a sim racer, endurance guy, whatever, but also Zach. He still races a lot more than I do. He's got a lot more, answers to a lot of your questions. There's a lot going on here. This is a crucial time to try and unpack.
Matsky is truly pressuring for the race lead, about as heavy as we've seen ever since at least Caleb and I joined the broadcast team. This has been about the closest that this battle has been, and Matsky certainly looks much faster, and I thought he was going to push the issue there on the back straightaway last time through and maybe try to take it 3 wide, but I bet if there was an hour less time on that ticker on the top left-hand portion of your screen, he would have actually gone for it, but discretion was the better part of valor there. He pedaled it out and allowed the number 17 entry and BRB KTF Esports to stay out in front for the time being. But Matsky is certainly maybe trying to push him into a bit of a mistake. You see him take a tighter apex there through the right-hander. And I got to wonder, is the objective here to try to make the car in front of you overdrive one of the corners, or do you want to try to pass him out right here? Judging by the way that Matsky's approaching this, it looks like he's trying to force a mistake.
Well, Will, riding on board with him right here, I was about to say the same thing. It looks like he's trying to apply that pressure and hope that Resende can slip up and make a mistake that would give Matsky the lead. Matsky, obviously there's a lap car right there in front of them. We'll see how patient that Resende is with that car in front of him and what kind of door that opens for Matsky.
And as anything in physics, the more and more pressure you start to add, the more and more you're adding pressure to starts to buckle. The thing that you're adding pressure to starts to buckle. Now, it just depends on how much pressure can Resende take from Matsky. Now, Matsky has been all over his back bumper. He's ran down Resende, so that's added pressure to its finest. Now, the fact that Matsky is right on the back end of Resende, that's just adding to more and more pressure. We still have just over an hour to go, so the pressure is going to mount constantly as the race goes on.
The lap car that is in the picture has yet to yield to the leaders. As Matsky has a look, he's going to duck back inside here. But I believe that's the car that's running 10th place in the overall right now. They're trying to get around, and they've been kind of stuck behind that machine for about 2 laps here. And that's certainly checking up Resende a little bit. And it's allowing Matsky to get a pretty good launch off the corner. And there's even more traffic up ahead of him here. And we'll see if this fight for the lead continues on down to turn 1. One of the elements here as we watch this approach to turn 1, it's been a big talking point this weekend at Long Beach with IMSA and the IndyCar, is that they're very strict. As Resende is able to finally get clear of the lap traffic, they're very strict about that set of double yellow lines to driver's right. That's actually the pit exit line, that when you exit the pit area, you need to stay to the right of those lines all the way up until you're clear of them. Well, it's the same thing in the racing line. They don't want drivers oftentimes to trickle their right sides over them to get a better entry into turn 1. I don't believe, and Zach, if I'm wrong, you can jump in at any time, I don't believe we're enforcing that to the nth degree here. But we'll see if that is something that these drivers have to be aware of here as they're going to start to push a little bit harder with the laps winding down.
So that's something that's something that each driver has to be aware of coming across the front stretch, coming out of pit road exit as well. Drivers exiting too quickly will get a black flag for unsafe pit exit, but that is also something that each driver on track has to deal with as well. They can't go all the way over to the wall. That could be a huge penalty, especially for leaders, but that is a penalty should they cross all 4 tires over that pit exit line right there.
I'll say that's it. It's another wrinkle in this race, as you just talked about it. Not only are we battling the weather as shadows come down and it messes with drivers' braking points and also lap traffic, but we also have the battle for the lead, but that as well. So more things coming into play here with just an hour and 6 minutes left in this race. And both of our leaders got past that lap traffic pretty well, but it did allow for Resende to expand his lead over Matsky, so we'll have to see if Matsky can close that gap back up on our leader.
And that's just pretty much a mind game at this point. If Resende can see that he's pulling away just a little bit here from Matsky. If he can see that gap growing just a little bit, that gives him a little bit of breath, that gives him a little bit of relaxation that I don't think Matsky can really afford to give him at this point. In my honest opinion, I feel like he could really apply the pressure here, force Resende into a problem. But like I said earlier, we've got over an hour to go. We got a lot more racing to happen and go through here. So it could be a strategy on both ends here. Maybe it's just a strategy on Matsky just to kind of relax just a little bit, same way as Resende just kind of relax and not really push the issue here just too hard just yet.
It's incredibly hard to take our eyes off this battle as it remains, separated by just over or in or around a half second here. There is a little bit of a draft effect, I gather, by watching some of the earlier coverage on this this long straightaway here on the front stretch through East Shoreline Drive to the approach down to turn 1. But not close enough. But much later on the braking there was Matsky. That was very visually evident there as to how far he was able to close up. In fact, he went from about 4 car lengths back now to about a car length and a half through turn 3 now, and continuing to apply that pressure. I think traffic really has been the great equalizer. The problem is there's no additional lap traffic up in front of these two for the time being. Matsky's going to have a look, try to fill the mirror, maybe try to go around the outside here. This is for the lead. Matsky trying to make it work on the outside of the corner. They're side by side. They touch.
Contact made between the leaders. Give the position to Matsky. Matsky takes the lead after contact with Resende, and that was a power move to go to the outside in that corner and make that pass. But I feel like Matsky decided time was running out and he wanted to get this lead.
Matsky now has the lead in front of Resende after a power move to the outside, as before mentioned. Now here's something that we need to keep our eye on. Will Resende try to reapply the pressure? We've seen Matsky run up and apply it to Resende. Will Resende be able to give it back to him? Only time will tell.
If I'm Resende, I know there's an hour and 3 minutes left to go. I'm a little hot. That looked like a hip check from my perspective there, trying to get through that upcoming corner. And we'll see if Resende was able to take light of that. We've seen Matsky be able to outbrake Resende really down to turn number 1. Did it there again. Through the fountain, Resende tries to close up. But boy, I was surprised by how far over to the left. I don't know how he made the outside move stick through the left-hander, but in preparation for the upcoming right-hander, we saw him kind of weave all the way over and just barely acknowledge the fact that Resende was out there at all. And they made some pretty significant contact, and it was a beautiful save here. It was so good, we're going to go back and watch it again.
As you can see right here, Matsky was closing that gap, got right to the bumper of Resende as they come off the corner. Right there you see Matsky still following in line right there, and there he ducks to the outside to make that pass on the outside. Such a bold move, makes that pass, and then cuts all the way across to the left right there. Like you said, Eric, a little bit like it was almost intentional to try and get that lead. So we'll have to see what Resende does following that move. Obviously we saw the replay and we saw what happened, but it seemed like Matsky came all the way across the racetrack to try and block to get that lead.
As we come back to live now, we see Matsky has almost a second lead. Oh, my apologies, coming through the replay. Yeah, it looks like, maybe Matsky thought that both Resende and himself were going to go over towards the wall, and he just kind of faded over, thinking that maybe Resende was trying to play a little bit of defense, keep him on a shallower line, but I don't know. I'm kind of in agreement with you there. It kind of looked a little aggressive.
While I'm fully aware that you got to set yourself up there to arc into that right-hander, Resende was still clearly driver's left. And there was not a lot of consideration for that fact at all. But, hey, I'll tell you what, Matsky was able to take it, and he's been able to run with it. Look at the lead he's built up already here. In excess of 1.3 seconds, and unfortunate there for Resende. But again, there's an hour plus left to go in this race. Just barely, a little over an hour still left to go in this race here. Still plenty of time to hopefully find your way back up there. And we expect at least one more pit stop for the field and these front runners as well here as we approach this final hour of this race. And we still got great racing all the way throughout, including for what appears to be a fight sizing up here for a podium opportunity. The Undercut Racing Team Gold is currently running in that fourth spot in car 3. They're trying to get up in a podium contention. This is going on a ways behind our top two, but it's another fight for high up contending spots that we're seeing here with 3 hours almost in the books for this race already.
Well, as the time winds down right here, as you mentioned, we're riding on board with fourth place driver Adrian right here in the 3 car, working through the corners, trying to close that gap. That's through that tight corner right there. Battle's heating up, and like you said, going for that podium finish. So we ride on board right here, not able to completely close that gap, but as you said, Eric, this battle is starting to heat up. So we saw a battle for the lead, and now we're starting to see a battle to get into that podium finish.
Well, these guys are just a step behind the leaders, but even with that happening, the leaders battling, they were able to pick up just a little bit of time on the leaders, and the undercut team was able to pick up just a little bit on late Apex. Not really anything closing happening at the very current moment. The right now Pro-Am leader, the 250, Kimley Almeida, I apologize if I butchered that name. Right now, the leader of the Pro-Am car is right now sitting currently 7th in the total the total lineup right now.
That full-time esports Pro-Am entry has been doing a great job to kind of not only, I almost used the term float their way up into that position, but that would make it sound like it happened without much effort, and that is not the case at all. Able to work their way steadily up the running order. First time that we shined a spotlight on that team as far as being the Pro-Am leader. They're running in about the 9th position, and just by continuing to do what they've been doing throughout the day, and that is, of course, execute, they've been able to put themselves up in a better position here as we enter the crunch time of this race, which I know for a lot of our viewers, you may be thinking here, hey, if there's, still an hour to go, how is it a crunch time of any sort? So when you compare it to the other 3 that have already passed, it's the final quarter of this race, the final 25% of this race, whatever numeric you want to use to classify the fact that we are getting down towards the pay window starting to open up here. And between the race that we saw for the lead in the pro category, plus how competitive some of these other fights are getting, I think it's pretty safe to say that we're not done yet as far as some fireworks here as we check in on our amateur leader in good time racing with William Coffey.
William Coffey right there hasn't led a lap today, but he runs currently in 20th with good time racing. A pretty good day for him, a high of 17th, a low of 26, just running on as the amateur leader right now in a Ferrari. So good time racing, putting together a consistent day out of the field we have, running 20th and keeping a clean nose is a pretty good day so far for good time racing.
We were talking to William Coffey earlier today. He's actually the only one in that car. His partner had an unfortunate accident yesterday, so his teammate not in attendance today, so he has been the only one in that car, 3 hours total, and here he is leading the amateur. It's been a fight between Good Time Racing and Big Cromwell Racing for the amateur, but as of right now, William Coffey out P1 for the amateurs.
So, a lot of storylines to kind of cover here, a lot of layers as far as how this race is unfolding. I know we spent a lot of time watching that battle for the pro lead and the overall lead, but and I can't imagine, and perhaps Zach, you could allude to this, or Caleb, you as well. You have a plan in place. You know that you're going to get into a race of this nature, which consumes a lot. I mean, granted, the race itself is 4 hours, but that doesn't include practice and qualifying and planning your race strategy, even deciding what car that you're going to enter into a race like this with the North American Racing League cash days. There's so much of an investment in time, and then to very late find out, like that of Mr. Coffey or like that of a Philip Ranieri, that you got to go solo, you got to do it alone. That's got to be a little bit intimidating as far as how you plan your day, and I mean that in more ways than one. And so far, I mean, they're able to execute and make it happen. I don't know how you're able to not fall out of the seat after doing 4+ hours at Long Beach. I just don't know how these guys are able to do that.
I've noticed the same thing, Eric, as we wind this time down. A 60-minute practice along with qualifying, and like you said, you come into this thing thinking, okay, well, I'm going to be able to split that time in half of it go to the second driver and half of it go to myself, but then now you're in the long haul and 56 minutes left. You've made it this far. You want to keep putting together another consistent day and keep rolling on.
I do want to quickly mention, now, I am having a fantastic little lunch over here while you guys hold down the fort, so I appreciate that, but I want to quickly highlight Micah Barnett in this number 259. Maybe it's not going to work for him, is it not? Well, that's interesting. That's unfortunate. That's not going to give us the lower third for whatever reason, but I guess it's not going to give us that either from Micah. But Micah Barnett is somebody who was in the battle all season long in the amateur standings. And in fact, if we show the amateur standings, we can show that Micah Barnett, okay, he wasn't on there. No, there he is. So, sorry, for the pro standings. He was 10th in the pro standings, ended up cracking the top 10 late in the season for Season 1 of the North American Racing League. Now, his team, Scuderia Chicken House, and the number 259 Lamborghini, as opposed to the BMW that he ran all season, is getting closer and closer to the front end of this Pro-Am field. In fact, he sits in the 5th spot for his team. A top 5 at Long Beach, it doesn't matter what class you're in, that's a good day. So for Micah Barnett, teamed up with, if I check my lineup sheet, teamed up with Josh Lewis and Max Wobbles. We've seen Max Wobbles in the race so far. I'm not sure about Josh Lewis just yet, but a pretty good day nonetheless for Micah Barnett right now in the Scuderia Chicken House team. One of the more unique teams in the league and has embraced that identity there, Eric.
You said anybody to get a top 5 in class at Long Beach is something to be proud of. Granted, we still got 55 minutes to go, so it's not signed, sealed, delivered just yet. But this place is tough, and we have been talking about the effects of lighting, and I don't know if it's because I've been tied up in the battles, but I feel like that transition and shift continues to kind of take place here. And we're starting to notice the headlights on these cars are a little bit more pronounced. The taillights a little bit more pronounced. We're looking at the back of the McLarens. We're seeing that perhaps the flames be a little bit more pronounced. And it is certainly starting to get a little bit darker. And one of the things that it certainly points out is not only changing the way in which you approach these corners, but it could also kind of disrupt the way in which traffic comes up in your mirrors. And I do know that with this style of racing, with these GT3 cars, you could see the headlights in the mirrors. It's not just a cliche when someone starts to apply pressure. And I know that it's not as blinding as if you're in your passenger car or in your, another form of a race vehicle where you're looking at an actual mirror and seeing lights coming up behind you. But that too is another potentially disrupting element that these competitors are going to have to endure for the final stint of this race, and it could throw them off their game at a track that doesn't provide a lot of margin for error.
Well, as the sun does start to go down, like you said, these headlights are starting to come on, and as someone who has never raced in one of these cars, I can say that driving down on the interstate and somebody having their bright lights on and filling your mirror full of them, like you said, Eric, that can become another wrinkle in this race as we get to the end of this. And when these drivers apply pressure, the light being right there in your mirror as we go down pit road right here with some pit stops beginning to start.
Maxime, the 01 Radical, I apologize if I even butchered that name to even try it. I apologize. Down pit road.
Maxime Detilly.
It coming down pit road now. We're waiting to see if they go up on jack stands. Nothing yet. They haven't changed drivers just yet. Looks like it might just be for fuel.
And this is potentially that last opportunity. Maybe we'll see. Andrew kind of mentioned final hours where if you were going to make a driver change, that would be the time that you would do it. And this may be one of the last opportunities to come down here and stop. And Maxime Detilly will exit the pit lane. And now, I don't know if this is the point that after you make what could be one of your last few or your last stop within the final hour or a stop within the final hour, that is your indication to start pressing. Caleb, if I were you, or I should phrase this as if you were in this race, when would it be go time for you in a race of this nature?
Well, I mean, if you look back at our leaderboard with Matsky and Resende, I think the go time for Matsky might have been about 10 minutes ago, but for myself, I would say when you click under that 30-minute mark, and one thing I've noticed with time from watching this race all afternoon is if you're a driver, you could sit here and say, well, I have 3 hours and 30 minutes left. Well, now I have 2 hours and 30 minutes left. Well, now you have 51 minutes left. Time is running out. So at some point, like we mentioned earlier, the tempo has to pick up. And if you're a driver like Resende and you got passed for the lead by Maskey, you got 51 minutes left to try and close back up, and it's going to go away quicker than what you think.
We were also, as we watched the lead change hands to Matsky over Resende, I apologize again. The pressure, of course, is going to pick up momentum and everything's going to pick up, but I believe the last hour is probably the way to go, just because of the sheer fact that these guys were right on top of each other. It took Matsky quite a bit to catch Resende and just to pass him like that. He was stuck behind Resende for 5-6 laps maybe. So these guys are pretty much right on top of each other as far as times. Now when they do catch one another, it's hard to get around them. So in all honesty, I think right now is probably the go time. It's probably the time to get going as we have a new Pro-Am leader.
New Pro-Am leaders so far with the shuffle, and that's Big Problem Motorsports and Austin Powell, who is now the leader in that category. We're keeping an eye on, running 22nd in the overall according to the timing chart that I'm taking a look at here, but is currently leading in class after Coffee elected to pit. So, we've noticed the pit lane become a very busy place. Just a short while ago, we saw the Undercut Racing Team Gold in for a stop in Adrian Leidinger. So we're starting to see that window of opportunity here where you may want to start to come down, get some service, but I also think you may want to try to coordinate the delta time that will take to get you back out on the racetrack with pretty clean track. Now, if you're a one-man band or two-driver operation, you've got nobody else kind of helping you out and helping you kind of figure some of these things out. It's hard to do it on your own, or at least your co-driver may have to work the calculator a little bit and try to figure out how you'll be able to blend out to an area of clean running. But I would imagine a key to success in this race, Caleb, is going to be not only getting on and off the pit lane cleanly, but also making sure that you're out in a spot where you've got some clean racetrack to lay down some flyers.
Well, like you said, when you pull down pit lane, as we see some drivers are starting to do now, it is going to affect this race depending on how these drivers can get back on pit lane. If you come out of pit lane in a hornet's nest, not only are you going to have to navigate your way through that, it's also going to slow you down and allow people who maybe coordinated it better to close up closer to you. So as this race comes to a close, that's another thing we're going to have to watch out for right here. Eric, I thought that was a great point that you mentioned. It's not just how you can get on pit lane and the time in which you do it and how long your pit stop takes and when you decide to coordinate that pit stop, but also when you get off pit lane, did you set it up in enough time to where you come out with clean racetrack?
Currently on board with Gustavo Ariel, watching the 01 right in front of them, the Radicals Online team. Right now, they are kind of nose to tail. That is for position. As we saw earlier, the 01 did come down pit road. It looked like he took fuel only, so that's double stint on those tires.
And I love the fact. All right, we're seeing a wave of pit stops here apparently as we got this battle of position coming down towards, or they're going to have to pit. My apologies there. I misheard the producer there for a moment. It's been a while since that happened. Speaking of, let me take this opportunity here to just tip my cap to everyone who's been a part of this production here at PitStopTV. If you don't tune into what we have going on all throughout the week, we are busy all the time. And Andrew Cardinale IV, who, as he said just a few moments ago, taking a quick breather despite being a part of all the planning and production elements that have gone into this. Emerson Arden's been holding it down on social media for the entire 4+ hour stint. Caleb and I get to come off the bench and have a little bit of fun, and Zach Lindgren now working overtime after he wrapped up his on-air duties with JP Costa earlier. This is a fun one, especially here on a Saturday afternoon where most of us are typically at the racetrack in a lot of sense, and a lot of us with a well-deserved off week, and we decided to continue having some fun on the racing category with this GT3 contest. And Caleb, I don't know about you. I know I'm off script here a little bit, and we got a lot of pivotal stuff about to come up here, but I'm having a blast. I may have come in here a little bit gray in terms of knowing a lot about these drivers and these teams and whatnot. I haven't been on the sim in a couple of years, but I'm certainly having a great time. And we talk about this being a professional broadcast. It could only be possible with a professional race series and organization to cover, and that's exactly what they've put in front of us here for these last 3.25 hours or so.
Well, I'm going to have to stay off script for a moment as well. I mean, this is I'm fairly new to this entire crew and PitStopTV as a whole, but I will say it's such a professional group and made up of such hard workers. I mean, some of these guys have been on here since 11 o'clock this morning grinding it out for this race, but it's been an awesome race, and like you said, Eric, it's put together by some of the best in the business. So glad to be a part of this team and able to come in here and have some fun with these guys, but awesome work by the entire team, and that's why we're getting to see such a great show.
Do appreciate that. Looks like the 17 of Resenda is in. Now, while we were talking, it looked like the 78 of Matska was also in. The 78 Manatee Racing was in while we were going over that. So right now, a little bit of lead changes, a bit of strategy happening out there on track.
The one thing I know. Yeah, that's what I was about to say. One thing I noticed here is that Victor Miranda is now back behind the wheel of that BRB KTF esports team. So now that's not to say that Roger Resende did anything wrong there in terms of losing the lead, but they apparently collectively believe that Miranda is going to be the one who perhaps could get them back up and into the #1 position, not just in the pro category, but in the overall. And this is going to be fun. We'll see what Matsky and company like to do there as well. But boy, oh boy, we got Victor Miranda back behind the wheel of this car, and in a few moments that I was watching earlier in the broadcast, Miranda was really quick, and it seems as though that his pit stop was pretty identical to that of the competition. We'll see how things fare out here once the pit stop shuffle is completed.
Well, Miranda's a driver that we've noticed all day being so fast, and now that he's back in that car, does he have anything for Matsky as we wind this time down? But it's awesome to see how complex these driver changes can be and the strategy that goes into this. Like you said, Eric, not necessarily that Resende was slow by losing that lead, but they feel like they are in a better chance to win this race with Miranda behind the wheel trying to chase down that 78 car of Matsky.
With the identical lap times, that means most time was not lost right there. We switch back here to the 69 team. A couple... It's still podium as of right now. Actually, as I say that, he's actually P4 behind Morad, who is actually the team that the Miranda's E-Stars that was involved in a wreck earlier today has now retaken over the podium. He still has to pit, however, but he is still taking over the podium as of right now.
In terms of seeing these driver changes, I mean, Casey Kerwin was in the car earlier today. I'm pretty sure that Daniel Morad would be the one that they would want to take this thing home for the checkers, but Kerwin did a great job in his opening stint. So I'm not quite sure here. It may be contingent on how Daniel's feeling. What's his level of confidence? Is he getting worn down a little bit here towards the end of this race? I'm going to keep my eyes on the ticker as far as when that 70 machine is able to come down for the Miranda's E-Stars and see whether or not they're going to elect to keep Daniel Morad himself in there behind the wheel of this race car, or if they're going to go back to Casey Kerwin, who, as of course we mentioned many a times, has a full-time duty on the NASCAR esports team and has been just kicking butt over there with the Denny Hamlin organization he's been driving with. Multiple wins, very good on the road courses there as well. But here today, he's been turning some heads as well. We're going to check in with the Pro-Am category and leader as well right now as we continue to watch this race unfold. That's the full-time esports operation with Kilmany Almeida still holding down the top spot. And we talked about, I almost used the word float earlier, but in terms of the overall, with still pit stops looming for a lot of people, now up to 6th in the overall standings, of course subject to change here, but putting himself in a prime position to perhaps cement the Pro-Am lead if they can continue this rise that they've been on during this middle sector of the race.
Well, Almeida, I think the last time we checked in with our Pro-Am leader with the full-time esports team right here, he was in 10th, and he's already moved up to 6th, so continues to move up that ladder, and like you said, to be in the top 10, that's a great day, but he just keeps moving up as we see him moving to currently 5th. He hasn't led a lap today, and his low's been 28th, but he rides there in 5th right now, so for Almeida, it's a pretty good day.
It's an especially very good day, especially for a Pro-Am driver to be in front of pro drivers, especially for a Pro-Am car to be in front of pro cars. Right now, he sits about pretty much a lap or a little less than a lap in front of second place in the Pro-Am, which would be the 283 team out here tonight. So, I mean, it's just a great ride for these guys. You mentioned earlier a low of 28, but I mean, a rise to 5th, that ain't an easy feat for pro cars, let alone a Pro-Am car.
And this is one of the most fun facets for me in terms of sports car racing, is the fact that there is so much going on at one time, and granted it does make it a little bit hard to keep track of here, and every now and then you're trying to keep eyes on one thing here and something else may be happening elsewhere. But for the full-time esports Pro-Am team, they've certainly been doing everything right here so far today in their Audi, and just continue to watch that clock tick, tick, tick further down as we're getting closer to just 40 minutes left to go in this race. Some teams have made what we believe to be their final stops, others still waiting in the wings. We don't know if there's going to be any more additional driver changes late in the going to try to better teams' opportunities at a stronger finish or a win in their respective class. And hard to believe this thing's been going for over 3 hours and nearly 20 minutes now, and there's still so much up in the air at this beautiful venue. I'll tell you, Caleb, it's been a fun one here, but we're starting to get down to that crunch time. And I think you had the line of the race, at least in this stint earlier, where when I asked, when is it go time? And you said, well, if we watched that battle for the lead and we saw what Matsky did, he indicated it's now. We thought maybe 30 minutes to go. Zach Lindgren said, once you're in that final hour, it's all business from there forward. But I think nevertheless that time is here. But these pit stops are so important, and I never would have thought that of all places, Long Beach would be something that we would be so hyper-focused on the pit lane. But in this style of racing, that's exactly what we see. Is we got another driver change taking place here.
Well, Dench will come in here for that 283 car as their driver change on pit road. Dench running, that team running in 9th right now. But there's a couple of things I'm looking at as we wind the clock down to the end of this race. It's how far can Almeida climb up the ladder here in positions? As we said, he was up to 5th in a Pro-Am car. How much further can he go up? What's the ladder for that team? And then also with the driver change, putting Miranda back in this car, going after Matsky. What's going to happen? How is that going to play out? And we have 40 minutes to answer those questions. But those are just two of the storylines I'm looking at as we wind this time down.
As we continue to look over the whole race here, it looks like the 78 Manatee Racing has pretty much taken a commanding lead over the BRB team, but Maradness has kind of closed in, even though, again, they still have their pit stop to go through. Maradness E-Stars has put themselves back in a position where they could start battling for this. They're just inside 30 seconds, and as I hand this back to Andrew, do you think this could possibly be a good strategy call for that? I know they still have to pit, but do you think they could possibly get themselves back into contention of this?
As far as winning, no. Daniel Morad is not going to win this race, unfortunately. He's driven a great race. He and Casey Kerwin have done a great job at damage control, but they're ultimately 30 seconds back. They're in 3rd place right now as we get back up to the front, 30 seconds back, and they have to pit, and the drivers in front of them don't. Now you got to turn to where they might cycle out into, and it seems like they're probably going to lose about a minute and a half, if not a little bit longer, just by being stopped. It's hard to say exactly where they cycle out, but probably around the 5th, 6th range, battling with Radicals, potentially an undercut. So Daniel Morad isn't going to win this race, unfortunately, but it's done a great job, again, at damage control, trying to fight back from something that was not their fault. And if that doesn't happen, I think these two, Casey Kerwin and Daniel Morad, have themselves in the conversation, surely, as far as who's going to win this race. Now, we enter the final 40 minutes. In fact, 38-38 just ticked across. Now 38-35 and so on. Zach, before we let you go here and you get to kick back and enjoy the rest of your day, I'm sure get a bite to eat yourself and everything else, who wins each of these races, each of these class battles? Because we got a lot yet to go on. The sun is pretty much down. Lights are on. It's about to get interesting.
It is about to get interesting. If I had to put my picks on anyone right now for the pros, it would be Manatee Racing. They've been near flawless all day. The only contact that I've seen them in was when they were battling with the 17 BRB KTF Esports car. That is really the only time that I've seen them get into someone, get into something. They have been near flawless, so my pick would be probably Manatee Racing. Now, as I say that, we still do have just over an hour, or excuse me, half an hour to the end of this race. So right now my pick would be for them. We saw Full-Time Esports and the Pro-Am put themselves up for P1 in the Pro-Am section. Right now Empire Racing, for me at least, has that. We're going to have to kind of wait and see. Right now fuel strategy and strategy playing into it.
Well, Empire's got to pit because they pitted so far off sequence.
There we go. So right now, honestly, with how quickly Full-Time kind of floated their way up and maintained themselves inside the top 10, I think Full-Time Esports, the Pro-Am team, would be my pick. And as kind of a spectator kind of coming down towards the end of it, I'm really hoping that William Coffey, 4 hours is no easy feat. Driving Long Beach, no easy feat. Combine the two, and you've got a whole day in front of you. So right now, my personal hope is that William Coffey is able to take amateur. Now, that's not to take anything away from Big Promble, as they have put on a heck of a race so far in the amateur class. I'm just, as someone who kind of likes the underdog battle, kind of battling from behind, I'm hoping that William Coffey can take the amateur class.
Fair enough. I think those are really good picks. William Coffey is only 4 seconds behind Austin Powell right now. And I think well, you know what? I think Brig Promble has to pit again, and I don't think William Coffey does. This looks like it could be William Coffey's race in the amateur category. His next competition behind him would be Quality Control Racing. That's back there in the 24th position. A couple of extra spots behind these guys and minutes back, it looks like. About a minute and a half or more. So, do want to thank you so much, Zach, for everything you've done today. Pretty interesting to bring you back kind of out of retirement a little bit, if you will, and get you back into the Pit Stop TV rotation. Lately, as social media now back on the mic, I gotta be honest, going back to our Pit Stop TV roots here, I'm really glad to have you back on the mic, and I wish it would happen more. So, by all means, come back very, very often. It would be a lot of fun. But I will bid you farewell, let you watch the rest of this one, and get on with your Saturday.
I do appreciate it, guys. I thank you for the time to being here. I apologize if I taken up anybody's time, but like I said, I do appreciate you being here. Good luck on the rest of the broadcast. I hope these guys have a good race. I hope they put on a good show for everyone.
As we enter the last 35 minutes of this race, we want to mention, of course, our partners at the North American Racing League, Race Lab, Tam Livery, and JS Consulting. A big shout out to each and every one of them, doing a lot of work making sure the North American Racing League stays on track, literally and figuratively. Race Lab helps you to improve your driving skills. With modern overlays, race statistics, and native VR integration, you can get the best out of iRacing. Start using it now for free at racelab.app. JS Consulting provides custom website and app development, including iRacing League website design and hosting. Find JS Consulting at johnsedlak.com. Tam Liveries offers custom packages for some of the best livery designs in iRacing. Used by pros and amateurs alike, you will definitely look good on track. And I would imagine that also covers Pro-Am in that little bit. So, almost the final eighth of this race, almost down to the final 12.5% of this one, Eric. I think it's pretty cut and dry. It's the 78-17. Victor Miranda is likely BRB KCF Esports' best chance, but is he going to get it done? That's tough to say. It's a 2-lap difference on tires, so he's got the edge slightly, but it's a 25-second gap. I think it's easily Manatee's race.
Yeah, I mean, traffic has played a bit of a role in a lot of how this race is unfold, but I'm not necessarily sure that Miranda and company is going to get the amount of traffic they need to overcome that deficit with only just over a half hour to go. It's going to take something massive, I think, in order to rip this from the grasp of Manatee Racing right now. But I'm still, kind of really amazed that I don't know if it's appropriate to call it a comeback, but the effort that has been turned in by the current third-place driver in the Maradness E-Stars. Now, granted, I still believe, and Andrew, you can correct me if I'm wrong, they still have to stop at least one more time according to our numbers. So, yeah. And we're still not sure if it's going to be Morad who wheels it home for the checkers. The fact that we're coming up on 30 minutes to go, I would assume that Daniel will stay in the car, but I could be wrong. But I'm impressed that they were able to come back from the damage they sustained earlier, electing to forego potentially that fast repair that could be oh so tempting to grasp. And we'll see if that is how this podium ends up shaking down 30 minutes from now. But right now, I mean, Miranda's the one who's having problems with traffic. And you see him there flicking the lights to the slower car up ahead as an indication that he's looking for an easy pathway by. And that is not what Miranda wants to see here if he's trying to close up that gap to our leader.
Well, as Miranda rides there in second, I think it goes back to what we talked about of when it is go time. And I think Matsky knew before we did, as we have a crash on the track, a car spun around to see who that is.
Oh, that's the 257. Is that that's one of the full-time cars, I believe. This is the problem. 2 cars stopped there. Here comes more. 4 cars, 5 cars in the hairpin, all stopped. That is a Lamborghini. That is still, that's Daniel Morad. Stopped in the final corner. Contact here with the 27th position, Tiago Stefani, the 251 for Full-Time Esports Pro-Am. That is Tony Kanon's team. Unfortunately, Tony had to go do IndyCar things today. Otherwise, he would have been in the field. And oh, Daniel Morad is not happy. I wish I could go full Pat McAfee for that one. He is mad. Cuts off. Tiago shows that he is not thrilled right now. Oh, boy. Let's take a replay.
May have been a bit of an announcer jinx on my end, which that'll bring my tally up to about 8 or 9 on the year. But
I can see why he's not happy. You'll see in a second.
Let's see how this unfolded here. And, Morad again running in third. We just kind of summarized the fact that Daniel and this team has yet to make what we believe to be their final stop of the race. And here's Tiago Stefani, who we're keeping an eye on here. And the hairpin is coming up. Morad closing. And as a matter of fact, Stefani, I don't see Morad in sight just yet here. So here's Tiago through the hairpin. Just gets tagged on corner exit. And oh no, I'm kind of foreshadowing what's about to happen here. I think Tiago's going to try to refire this thing right up in front of the path of our driver, who is third in the overall. Let's see. Got to be coming soon. I mean, and granted, this is a painful feeling. And oh man, he walled himself to try to get it righted. And then Morad comes through the corner. That was your second place runner in the overall there, the 17, and Miranda going by. And here comes Morad, parked, nowhere to go.
Well, you can see right there, not happy. And it was just a bad place to get spun around right there out of the hairpin and stopped on the track. As soon as these drivers come through the corner, they're in their windshield right there as a car spun around. So you have to take quick action. And it affected most of our leaders right there. You saw Morad was involved there, not happy. But then also right there, Miranda as well riding there, not necessarily able to get by. But we look back on right here with Tiago Stefani, and he's going to go around right out of this hairpin, clipped right there, and he just stops in a bad portion of the racetrack. Cars coming by, you see, especially, it gives them a lot of racetrack right there for when they come by to the outside, but as soon as he pulls up to that wall and he gets it back refired right here to turn around, cars coming through, and it's just a bad spot for the rest of the field.
And it was the hesitation for so long that ends up doing it for him. He could have thrown that car in reverse and should have thrown that car in reverse and reversed towards the pit lane. He could have used the pit entry to turn that car around in a bit of a J-turn. That's just a really bad situation. And yeah, you got cars coming in. They don't know what's going on. This is one of those blind corner situations like turn 8 earlier in the race. You can't see through that. You're not going to know unless you've got a great spotter that is able to look ahead and spot that out for you and give you, I guess, cues as to where to go and all of that. So nothing that Daniel Morad did wrong. I think maybe the move towards turn 1 was a little bit excessive, but clearly Morad, with confidence in himself and his car, showed that he was not happy. And I think it goes back to Schaller, or at least the Schaller car that turned him around. But then the hesitation certainly did not help anything. And the biggest thing, and it comes down to, this has been advice for cam ops. I've been able to kind of learn a lot from guys like Tony Stevens from Pit Road TV and been able to coach a lot of cam ops in the real world. It comes down to, I think, broadcasters ourselves, obviously race car drivers as well. Whatever you're going to do in that situation, you've got to be decisive. Just like on a camera, if you're going to make a move, you need to just commit, go to it. When you sit there and you hesitate, that's when problems arise. When you hesitate like that, nobody knows where you're going to go, what you're going to be doing, and that's where the problem arose with the parked car.
And I think the insult to injury there was when, Tiago tried to pull away, and then it kind of stuffed him into the wall again and left him hanging there. So this was, though, music to the ears of Tim Matzke, who is currently continuing to lead. And we did see on that replay, I believe Victor Miranda did get checked up a little bit. We're going to check in on him now in Miranda, since taking over this ride here on that last pit stop that took place just past the 1 hour to go mark here. And unfortunately, judging by the timing and scoring ticker, that gap has only widened. Last we checked in on it, it was about 25 seconds. It's now been bumped up a few more markers, probably by that stack up that happened in the hairpin. But the one thing we will take from that bizarro world style of an incident that's happened here as it gets darker and darker here at Long Beach is the fact that could happen anywhere to anybody. Tim Matzke is by no means home free yet here with just under 28 minutes left to go in this race. And now I think his central focus for he and that Manatee Racing team is going to be stay out of trouble. And if you're everybody else in the field, like that of a Miranda or a Morad and so on, you got to attack and attack hard and hope that somehow Matzke finds a problem here late in the going.
Meanwhile, I would be not doing my job if I didn't cut in here and let you know this is a battle for position. It looks like Schaller Sim Racing 42 as they go by, but the number 252 is right on the coattails currently of Full-Time Esports Pro-Am. This is the battle for the win in this class. Team Empire, they had to pit. That was Kimbrough and Reister. Now these two are battling for the Pro-Am victory. Something has slowed down Full-Time just enough to get Schaller Sim Racing into things. I don't know. So this Schaller car in particular is not the one that just turned around that Mercedes at a turn out of the hairpin, but it is one of the team cars. And that, this might be the pass right here in turn 10.
It's going to continue to intensify here up to the hairpin, and there are some additional vehicles kind of in the fray. Oh, getting nudged aside there as they go side by side for the lead. 3 wide down the main straightaway.
3 wide battling for this position out on racetrack, and we saw contact made between these drivers right here. As you can see on the screen, the headlights are becoming more contact made with the wall right there. I'm not sure exactly who that is, but the headlights are coming on as the sun is starting to set. It's dark here, and the intensity is picking up with 25 minutes left of this 4-hour race.
That car in the wall, the pit wall, was the full-time entry. Full-time Esports Pro-Am, Guillermo Caritoni got the wall down the front stretch, and insult to injury. Not exactly sure what happened. Guess what? We have replays that can show us exactly what went on out of the hairpin right there. A lot went on. In fact, it even caught up the FTR Esports entry. I believe Tyler Campbell behind the wheel currently. So this is what happens. You can see they work on by that slower Mercedes out of the hairpin. What's going on here? Just contact. That Lambo gets into the Audi, and that is for position. Is that a bit of a NASCAR bump and run? Well, maybe, and that allows the FTR car to go right on by. That is Christopher Cook now in that machine.
That looked very similar to where we saw Thiago Stefani get turned around and create that roadblock scenario earlier. The only difference was that our leader in the Pro-Ams didn't get fully backwards at the time of that incident and was able to live to fight another day. Not sure about that scrub of the wall with driver's right that time, but nevertheless, losing the lead now in the Pro-Am category is that full-time Esports Pro-Am entry. And with 24 minutes plus to go, there is an opportunity to try to get it back and away if at all possible. But it's another layer to kind of keep our eyes on here. And I just can't get over, I've never seen Long Beach this dark, even in a sim setting. I've never seen it to the point where you are strictly relying on the lights that are able to illuminate off the front ends of these race cars as your navigation point to get around this just under 2-mile racetrack that has been perhaps the second most iconic stop on the IndyCar slate and has certainly become a fan favorite for many sports cars competitors and stars. And we could see why. I mean, just looking at the transition of light from when the cars enter the frame and then essentially drive away is truly remarkable. And I love these scenic shots or these still shots that we're able to throw up for you here because it just gives you an idea as to how much that lighting element matters. And I think it further complicates the visual effects of not only you driving, but also having to be aware of competition that may be coming up behind you, especially in the case of perhaps an overall or a class leader. Just something else that's going to continue to kind of become more and more difficult as the elapsed time of this race continues to flow on by.
Well, it's something we noticed when we hopped on the broadcast here, Eric, is the sun. It played a role with the shadows, but now the sun's completely gone and the lights are on. So what kind of effect does that have? One thing I noticed when two drivers were coming up upon one another, you can flash your lights at the lap car to let them know you want an easy pass. Not something we might have seen during the daylight hours or noticed as well, but as the sun has started to set and these drivers come down to the last 23 minutes of this race, we're getting to see more and more strategy play, and the tempo's here now. 22 minutes left. If you don't want to go for it now, you're not going to go for it at all. So 22 minutes left. The tempo is picked up. It's here, and now it's just a race to the finish.
And along with that, we've got a battle for position. This is deeper within the Pro-Am category. This is Quality Control Racing and Ram Racing Esports. Christopher White and Jose Antonio Ramos now battling through the hairpin. Jose in the Ram Racing entry, the 208, the Ferrari. The Lamborghini is that of Christopher White. These guys battling for 18th and 19th on the racetrack. The next car ahead of them is quite a ways ahead, in fact, a lap ahead, but it is the McLaren of Full-Time Esports, and this is one of those cars that just it's had a good day, but not good enough. At one point, they were about 15th, and they've dropped through the order. Schaller Sim Racing Anthracite, that's that car that turned around the Mercedes out of the hairpin. They are ahead, and by some margin as well. This is a car that just has not had a good day, unfortunately. Probably the worst, I think, overall performance out of Full-Time Esports, considering all, considering all circumstances and the class differences. This is probably the worst, and it's still not all that bad. But when you come from Tony Kanaan's team, Eric, this isn't a great day.
Now, I saw the driver of that car that we were keeping an eye on. Actually, it's still on the screen right now. Arthur Laced. Arthur's actually a former Formula 4 competitor, and I believe he is related to Matthias Laced, former IndyCar driver, maybe a younger brother if I'm not mistaken. But I do know for a fact that Arthur has a lengthy racing resume, and you could obviously sense the Brazil connection there with Tony Kanaan, 2013 Indy 500 winner, IndyCar champion, and so on and so forth. And as Andrew mentioned earlier, we were hoping to have Tony not only with us here on the broadcast today, hopefully driving in the event, but IndyCar duties out at the Long Beach Grand Prix has kept him away from that. But Arthur is someone who has a good bit of racing experience under his belt already. Just not been the night that he's been looking for, and man, we keep talking about darkness falling upon this racetrack. This is the first time that I've seen the brake rotors glowing on the front of these cars all race long with 20 minutes left to go. And I don't know, guys. We may only see headlights coming to the checkered flag 20 minutes from now. I'm not sure we're going to be able to see much else at that point if this should continue on into the night here in this 4-hour affair. But back up to the front, and Tim Matzke and Manatee Racing continuing to hold it down, but there is some traffic ahead, and there are also some races for position up ahead here as they're closing up on the car that is currently 6th in the overall. Grandin running by himself in that 48, but trying to navigate things around. As a matter of fact, things are tightening up here for the 4th position.
Oh, you talked about it earlier in the show. Matzke now, who has such a big lead, we couldn't just write him off yet into the sunset saying that he was going to go home victorious. He's got to get through this lap traffic and get through it clean. We saw Miranda have a problem where a car spun in front of him and it affected the distance between him and the leader, Matzke. But Matzke could be dealing with the same right now as he's got to get past these lap cars with just 19 minutes to go in this race.
We're currently on board with Undercut Racing Team driver Adrian Leidner chasing down late Apex Racing driver Michael Chow, and this is for the 4th position in pro and overall. This is an important battle, I feel like. These are a couple of teams that have sat back and have just had a decent day. They're 40 seconds behind the race leader, 50 seconds behind the race leaders, but they've just had a nice, quiet day. Both of them, you can see the LED strips are coming on. They're all lit up red right now. This is a fixed setup race, and I believe that is one of the setup adjustments that you're not able to adjust, even though it doesn't have any performance impact. I would like to see these LED strips customized to the cars, so iRacing might want to think about opening that up to each team in a fixed setup race. But regardless, this is a battle for 4th position on the racetrack and likely for the podium. Remember, Daniel Morad still has to pit at some point. He's got to come down the pit lane unless he uses all of his gap to somehow save enough fuel to go to the end, and that gap is narrowing itself. It's down to 4.5 seconds between he and these two drivers, so this is likely your 3rd place battle when it's all said and done in 18.5 more minutes.
There's no more trying to, wait for traffic or none of that nonsense. This is going to be an all-out brawl as the Undercut Racing Team used to highlight the fact that the gold there referred some of the livery on that car, but you can't really see it all that much, is really starting to now turn up the heat on late Apex Racing for what, as Andrew said, could be a podium spot. They come through the left-hander here. This is where that pass for the lead in the overall took place with a little bit of door banging as they prepared for the right-hander. Not going to see that form of physicality this time through, but I'm wondering now if you're just at a point where you're trying to find that weak spot. See where the car in front of you is not getting into the corner as well as you are or off the corner as good as you are. Pencil that as your opportunity to make a move and then find a lap that works for you to get it done. But with time running out, it's going to start to limit those opportunities to plan that far ahead. And this is where we've seen a lot of contact and bumper tag on the exit of the hairpin, but no such move right now. That number 69 is doing a great job fending off the fight so far that's coming from behind from the Undercut Racing Team as they're back on the main straightaway.
These two drivers continue to battle for what hopes to be a podium finish. Now, that's all going to depend on what happens to Daniel Morad. And Andrew, you talked about how Morad could save fuel. Now, coming from a general stock car racing background, I know stock car racing, you save fuel, you shut the motor off under caution, you lift. When it comes to these cars in this GT3 Racing Series, what could Morad do in that 3rd place position to try and save fuel? And he's also not saving fuel now, and in terms of laps, he's got to make it last for a certain amount of time.
And that time may be extended by 1 lap depending on when the field comes to the white flag, but essentially these drivers have fuel maps, and it tones the engine down. Now, that may even be outside of their reach in the cockpit as far as the fixed setup development part of this, if you will. They don't have many options in a fixed setup race. Also, I just want to mention, we don't usually get to see the inside of these cars, especially at night when those blue and purple lights come on because it's nighttime to ease the eyes. this is cool to have on PitStopTV. But anyways, back to the point. It comes down to the fuel map, if they can adjust it. If not, it's a matter of lifting early and shifting a little bit later on downshifts. But then you upshift earlier. So basically trying to keep the motor in lower revs. It means the motor isn't spinning as fast. And, well, you're burning less fuel. You're not going as fast. So it doesn't sound like he's doing anything differently. It doesn't sound like he's planning to save any fuel. You are good for more than an hour. He pitted with, I don't even remember now, but I think it was about 20 minutes to go, just like Kimbrough and Reister pitted earlier on. So I would imagine we'll see him in soon, maybe the next 5-10 minutes. I highly doubt that he can go all the way to the end. But crazier things have happened, and if it works out even after that incident they had earlier on, that would be more than impressive. This is back to that potential third-place battle where Late Apex is still trying to hang on over this, these two Lamborghinis battling.
Tell you what, Andrew, these onboard shots remind me of some of the nights that we're driving back home from the racetrack and we got the brights on, making sure that we don't take out a deer or two on the way home. Like, it is dark. I don't know how these guys are doing this. I would not be able to handle this in the sim myself, at least not up to the point in which I'm at in my sim racing career, which is at the bottom. But not only are they able to do this in terms of navigating around this racetrack, this fight for fourth just will not go away. And it continues to tighten up off the hairpin, and that's been the trouble spot. The last couple of times we've seen battles for position come off that corner, it's been the car trailing, getting into the back bumper of the car, leading the pack, and it's created a couple of unique scenarios, one of which was a roadblock, the other one was a drag race down towards turn number 1. And with laps just continuing to click off and a little bit of traffic up ahead of these two, this fight for fourth position again currently held by Late Apex Racing and their driver at the moment, and that number 3 machine of the Undercut Racing Team Gold in that battle for fourth. But we expect it to potentially be for the third spot if Daniel Morad cannot make it to the end, which we do not believe that he can. But we would not be all that surprised with that driver's expertise and experience as this race continues to rage on.
Well, it's something we are having to look at right here is can Morag go the distance of what the time we have left, but also this battle right here. And fifth place driver has not been able to take over that position yet, but he is applying that pressure. But you talked about it getting dark, and I know at the beginning of the show we were wondering if we would go under complete darkness this evening, but it's here now. It is completely dark. The conditions aren't going to get any better. What you have is what you have closing down into this final portion of the race as you see him go through the hairpin right there, as you said, the trouble spot. But this is setting up to be a battle for the finish between drivers third, Daniel Morad holding on if he can hold on in gas, and then fourth and fifth place drivers trying to get into that spot for a podium finish.
Now, while this has been going on, some 6 laps ago, we finally had a pit stop out of Big Promble Motorsports. Bit of wall contact there for William Coffey, but he has a large gap back to the 353, and this is looking like a pretty big win for William Coffey. Solo this evening, one of the few drivers to do so, and it's looking like he should come around very, very soon to collect a big race win. This is huge for William Coffey. Even though it's the amateur category, everybody's at their own position in sim racing. Everybody's at their own level, and they're all working through things. And this race is adjusted to have classes set up so that everybody has fair competition. Right now, William Coffey is making the most of it, keeping the car on track. His teammate had to abandon him very suddenly, a bit of an injury, and thankfully, he's kept in this race. Good time racing. 12.5 minutes to go, and it is a race win in the Cash Days at Long Beach event put on by the North American Racing League. So this is big. This is big for William Coffey, somebody that kind of sat around in the background of the amateur category in the proper season that we just finished up. This would be big to see him go to victory lane.
I love the team name, Good Time Racing, because that's what this is all about. That's why a lot of us carved out this time on our Saturdays, and I see a couple people in the YouTube chat as well doing that, like Tank, who's been active pretty much the entire time. Yes. He wished Caleb and I hello, and we popped in here, and he said something just a couple of minutes ago that cracked me up. We need to get them street lights on. I totally agree there, because we've been talking about the lighting situation here pretty much throughout the entire duration of our stint on the broadcast, and just when I think it can't get any darker, it in fact does. Talking about, though, William Coffey, I want to tip my cap to anybody who's trying to go all 4 hours in this race, and once you're done, if we have an Ironman award, we'll give it out to those competitors, because this is grueling. And I think that even when you're done, people, look at this and say, oh, sim racing, it's not really as hard as what they do at the regular racetracks and whatnot. Here's another one of them, Philip Ranieri, who had the most interesting story, who told us that his teammate and Dustin Glenn got deployed for military services, and we want to wish Dustin the best even as he's going through his basics and want to applaud him for his service, of course. But Philip has not allowed that to slow him down, literally, and has kept his name in the mix and has kept that car on track here coming up on 11 minutes to go. So if these drivers like that of a Philip Ranieri or like that of a William Coffey, if they want to treat themselves to a massage or an ice bath at the end of this, I would not blame them by one stretch. Or perhaps a celebratory beverage, whatever you choose. You guys earned it. I certainly couldn't do it.
And I agree with you there, Eric. Yes, celebratory, whatever they decide, because you have to think not only is this race going to go on for 4 hours, but how long they were prepping for this race, the practice beforehand, qualifying. They've been here all morning and out here until late afternoon inside in their rigs racing this afternoon. So it's a test to how tough iRacing can be, especially in these endurance races, as we ride on board with our leader coming up on some lap traffic. That's Matsky. Matsky going through that corner right there. He comes up on some lap traffic. So he's going to have to tiptoe his way around these cars as we come down to the 10-minute mark of this 4-hour race.
We've just seen a position change a little bit deeper, it looks like, in the Pro-Am field. Maybe it wasn't, but it ticked up red for a moment and caught my attention at the very least. Let's talk about this Pro-Am category. 10 minutes to go. Schaller Sim Racing recently took over the race lead, was about nowhere to be seen, nowhere to be found, anything like that, until very recently. Came from behind, not sure what kept them out of the lead earlier on, or at least out of good positions earlier on, but what I can tell you, Eric, is suddenly Schaller Sim Racing is putting people on notice. This is currently, it looks like, Stephen Peach, it looks like, in the 252 car, leading the way, 10 seconds or so, and here we go. A different subject, my brain kind of stopped there. Daniel Morad finally in pit lane. This is going to be a short one. There you see, 7.62 seconds. He's not going to lose a ton of time. Looks like it's going to be about a minute in total on pit lane that he loses, because you have to figure entry and exit. He's going to drop down a good ways, but not as far as I initially thought.
May be able to keep that car on the lead lap. Perhaps no, looks like the leaders may have gone by, but definitely going to lose that podium spot to the late Apex Racing entry, who now moves up into that position solidly after being able to fend off the challenge from the Undercut Racing Team Gold the last time through. And I'll tell you what, pretty soon we may end up in a position where we've only got about 3 cars on the lead lap towards the checkered flag of this race, which for a 4-hour race you would think that maybe it would be even, cars in the top 5 that are multiple laps down. But to have 3 cars still running on the same circuit, Morad back to about 5th when things settle out in the timing and scoring running order, and unfortunately he may be in a position where that is where that car will stay. Great run for both he and Casey Kerwin for sure, but right now Tim Matsky is hoping for just a clean ride home. He's got the margin in hand, got the pace, has played the tire strategy to perfection. As we drop back here to another car that is running here, and I will give you all the credit in the world, Andrew, for taking a shot at the pronunciation of the last name. Stephen Peach holding it down for the Pro-Ams right now, 8th in the overall, also potentially en route to a victory.
Yeah, we ride on with Peach as he comes through this corner here, but I want to note real quick as we go back to Daniel Morad, Andrew, you noted that his stop didn't take as long as you quite have thought he had. Where do you think he'd be running on this track in terms of the 3rd and 4th place drivers had he not gotten that trouble through the hairpin where he had to come to a complete stop and lost tons of time?
It's about a lap behind, and that initial pit stop put them about a lap behind. I think it's fair to say that team would have stayed in contention the entire race without that particular incident, but obviously things would have changed. He could have been in a battle with these guys, and they could have wrecked. So it's hard to say exactly, but I think if there's no outside influence, if, for example, they were all ghost cars and they could race through each other, I think it's very fair to say Daniel Morad, Casey Kerwin would be towards the top of the list for Moradness E-Stars. They are good drivers. There's a reason that Daniel Morad drives in real life, races in real life, and Casey Kerwin drives for Denny Hamlin and Michael Jordan in the eNASCAR iRacing Coca-Cola Series. So these 2 drivers have been good today. There is great reason to believe that they would be towards the top of the running order, if not on the top of the running order, had that crash not happened. But then you open up, again, so many other drivers and teams would be up there as well. I think the big one is that Audi that went on their lid, the 48 car of full-time esports. Well, just the Audi for full-time esports, currently with Gustavo Ariel. They've done a great job of recovering too. We haven't talked much about these guys, but Gustavo rather has put this car back in the top 10 and in 7th. 5 minutes to go almost. They're looking good.
Pretty solid run and venture by this team in operation, as you were just talking about here in the full-time esports team, and kind of running at the caboose of that lead pack that is currently represented by all pro drivers in that top 7 for the time being. But still a great run by Gustavo and company and keeping themselves in the mix there. And to finish up a 4-hour race at Long Beach and only be 1 lap off the pace, which right now Gustavo is the last car in the overall that is just 1 lap down, according to our timing and scoring. That is something to be proud of. Granted, we're not running 24 hours here, of course, but Long Beach in its own right is a very difficult venue to navigate around. And in order for him to be able to put himself in a position here to be that close and within touch to a car who is out to a pretty huge advantage, considering how close the field was multiple times and how close the battle for the lead was, just an hour ago? We saw him bouncing off the side of the car that was at the time not being driven by that of Victor Miranda, but it was the teammate driver who was in that vehicle or in that ride trying to battle it out there for the top spot. It's pretty wild to see the margin now in excess of 30 seconds in terms of the race lead with about 5 minutes left to go. But there's still a lot of hard work to be done here in these final few laps, including for your runner-up, Victor Miranda. He's got a lot of traffic in front of him out of the hairpin.
Well, Miranda, obviously the driver that doesn't want to have traffic in front of him as he's trying to chase down leader Matsky. But Matsky out front, and also like you said, it's not over until it's over. And with 4 minutes left, could anything happen to Matsky as we ride on board here with Morad after that pit stop? But Matsky out front right now, he's just trying to put a couple clean laps together here to get this clock clicked down to 0. Miranda obviously just trying to hold on that position, but the top 7 of these pro cars, they're doing a phenomenal job today, all within a lap of each other. I'd have to say a pretty good show so far on PitStopTV with Matsky leading.
Top 3 should stay static in that regard, and they should stay all on the lead lap. Chow could maybe go a lap down if he hits some bad traffic. We're on board with Daniel Morad for a great reason. That Lamborghini directly ahead is for position, from what we can tell. It should be the car that's directly ahead. Let's double check. It is. This could be interesting. These last couple of laps, we've seen Daniel Morad get pretty aggressive so far already. We're inside. Now we're inside of 4 minutes to go. I think Daniel Morad is going to push as hard as he possibly can. He's on old tires. Didn't take tires in that stop. Just took fuel. I would not be surprised to see this number 70 Lamborghini get up here, especially as a 3-car works into a bit of traffic. This is Scuderia Chicken House. Micah Barnett's team. Is he behind the wheel currently? The 259 is being piloted by Max Wobbles is back in that car, and I can tell you, this 3-car wants him out of the way. Right there. There's the move to turn number 6, getting on by a Scuderia Chicken House, but it might be too late. Morad's close.
Keep in mind, not that long ago, that Undercut Racing Team Gold was pressuring Late Apex Racing for a podium spot and has kind of fallen back into the clutches of the car that relinquished that spot by virtue of that pit stop that took place. So now currently trying to hold on to that 4th spot is that of Adrian Leidinger, and Morad is getting closer now that there's a lap car buffer between the two of them, but I'm not sure that Morad's going to have enough time here with 3 minutes to go, plus the run back to the checkers. This is certainly going to be one of the best battles we have down towards the finish line here, as they come back up onto the main straightaway with no changes in front of them.
Well, I definitely think having that lap car as a buffer between these two drivers is ultimately going to keep Leidinger out front in that 4th place position. But you have to look at Morad here, and it all depends on how quickly he can get past that lap car. We saw the struggles that Leidinger had with that car. What can Morad do with it? But I'm in agreement with both of y'all. We're just starting to run out of time here for Morad to try and move up into that 4th place position. I mean, we're down under 2 minutes and 30 seconds now, and he's not only got to get past that lap car, but he also has to get past that 4th place driver.
Yeah, it's looking harder and harder for, that tap to the wall might help. A couple of more of those, and Morad might be there, and certainly could damage the 3-car to the point where Morad has a chance. Morad already on the flashers, trying to get that 259 out of the way. Wobbles, is he in a race for position? That's a great question. Let's double check on that. Looking for the 259. No, I mean, he's on his own. He's quite a ways behind Matthew Dench in Renowned Sim Racing. Matthew Dench, a championship competitor from this past season. As things are changing, we've got big problems for this car. This is Full-Time Esports Pro-Am. They aren't out of fuel, but they have dropped drastically through the running order. It's Guillermo Caratoni behind the wheel. Dropped drastically suddenly. Just lost 10th place overall to Empire Racing, and that moves. KCR Maca Madlats has also gone on by very recently. They're now up to second place. They were third very, very recently, now into second. But it's all Manatee Racing up ahead, and Tim Matzke has put on a stellar performance in the back half of this race. I feel like we've kind of underplayed a little bit of it. Now, obviously, there was the great battles, and you guys got very excited when it happened. Even while I was eating chicken, I got very happy. I got very excited seeing that. I'm sure you guys can attest to that one, but I feel like Manatee, for some reason, I don't know if they've gotten the same emphasis from us. I don't know, but this has been a fantastic day for Manatee Racing. I mean, just obviously race-winning day. Out here putting on a clinic over Victor Miranda lately. I don't know many more ways to try and sum it up. I'm racking my brain, if you can't tell, trying to stall, waiting for something to come up. And Eric, it's just been a good day to be a 78 car.
For someone of your nature, having to have talked for the last 4 hours or so, I can understand why you're a little bit short on ways to describe what has truly been a spectacular performance. Now, the one heart stopper that Matzke may have to endure here is this lap traffic that is up ahead of him for what may be his final 2 circuits left to go on this racetrack. We'll see how things work out with the ticker up top, but there is a lot of traffic in front of your leader here, and he's got 40 seconds to play with. If I was Tim, I'm just going to take it easy here and just let that checkered flag come to him, because that team has nailed it here throughout the day, and it appears as though that they're going to be perhaps a lap and a half or maybe a lap away from victory.
But if you are the leader, you don't want to do anything in this position to hurt yourself on the final lap as we see the white flag. But Matzke put together a really great race today, and we're getting ready to watch him race to the finish.
It is the white flag presented by Tucson Sound Dart. One car around in turn. Oh! That's third place. That is Chow around. I think he's got enough time back to undercut. There's undercut into turn 6 and 7, so it's not going to happen just quite. But oh my goodness, what could have been if late Apex had been 5 more seconds stopped right there in turn 6 on the final lap of the race. They do go that lap down while Manatee Racing and Tim Matzke work through turn number 10 and into 11, the hairpin for the final time. Oh boy, this is clustered in front of him. But to the line, to the checkers, it is all Manatee Racing taking victory in cash days at Long Beach.
The frantic charge to the checkers for that of Matzke as he came to the finish line there. And we're going to have to wait a while in order to see our runner-up.
Everything has changed. We've got a big issue. Something's gone wrong for Schaller. They had to pit. The Pro-Am race is going to go to KCR Maca Mad Lads.
The Maca Mad Lads going to bring that car down for the checkers. And wow, and how about Scott Kimbrough up there second in Pro-Am after we thought they were out of it with that extra pit stop and driver change? That's a pretty surprising result for that team as well. But this is your Pro-Am leader and potential winner navigating the final couple of corners here in the KCR Maca Mad Lads number 69. Coming off the final corner to the checkered flag. I want to say the last name there. What is that, Terraciano? How would you say that, Andrew? Help me out here, brother.
Terraciano, I would say, just captured victory.
What a day. Well, we got a lot to unpack here. I thought that was going to be a smooth run of the checkered flag there with those handful of classes, and apparently not. Things got a little bit chaotic there at the end.
And it's a day well done as well for Good Time Racing here, Caleb. The final checkered flag of the day, at least for the winners, going to 19th place overall. Good Time Racing, William Coffey, a solo effort in that 357. Should have had a teammate. Obviously, the circumstances went awry, but the Ferrari wins nonetheless. One car dumped into the first corner after the checkers, but the race is over, and it's Manatee Racing under the guidance, at least in the last 2 hours, of Tim Matzke, taking victory at Long Beach in NARL Cash Days, the very first event of its kind, or at least of its kind in the North American Racing League, and what a day of racing it was. So honored, so humbled to have been able to cover this race. Covering Long Beach at all, I feel like, has to be a bucket list item for a lot of sports car fans, open wheel fans, what have you. Covering it for 4 hours straight for North American Racing League, this was a treat.
And it was a lot to take in there with so much happening and so many unique names, drivers, participants, and stories to be told. And I said it before, I've never seen Long Beach this dark. I have no idea how this field was able to navigate their way to the checkered flag, literally all the way up to the last corner for every competitor. And I don't even know how you can do a burnout when it's this dark out, but apparently Tim Matkey is going to figure it out here on the start-finish line to celebrate this one. That was wild. I know it took me a little bit here to get acclimated to this field and some of the stories that unfolded here in the first few hours when we jumped on board, but this has been a blast. This is certainly a lot of fun, an A-plus group of guys to be able to put on this show here for the duration of the 4-hour contest.
Well, it really was a phenomenal time. The first time I've ever gotten to experience any of this kind of racing or broadcast this form of racing, and I gotta tell you, it kept me on the edge of my seat the entire time with so many different strategies, the weather changing, the sun dipping down, the moon coming out and it going dark out here, and then we got to see those battles for the lead between Manatee and at the time Resende. So Matsky and Resende battled it out towards the end, and Manatee Racing will get the win here with Matsky. So, but all across the board, first time I've ever gotten to be a part of something like this. What a phenomenal job by the entire PitStopTV crew.
And you can't see anything, and I think this is showing now that, yeah, maybe Long Beach wasn't quite meant for nighttime racing just yet. I think iRacing maybe this shows, I don't know. But it still is a fantastic race. I'd just like to see the lights turned on. I do need to highlight here at the end the heartbreak for Schaller Sim Racing and Stephen Peach. I don't know if it was a bit of under fuel in the last lap caught them off guard. But my goodness, to go from the lead to 5th on the final lap, losing 4 spots, had to pit coming to the white flag and take fuel, losing out to Tristan Terracciano, Scott Kimbrough, Guillermo Caratoni, and Matthew Dench, letting those cars go by. Man, Schallers, I've not been in that position yet. That's something that you always have to try and avoid in an endurance racing setting. You always have to try and make sure you've got enough fuel to go to the end. That's something that thankfully I've not had to deal with just yet. But I can only imagine the heartbreak right now felt by the entire Schaller Sim Racing team. That has got to be painful. Obviously, sun is down. Lights, well, they came on the cars at least, and we're about to take a quick post-race break. A lot to try and catch up with after 4 consecutive hours of racing on the Long Beach Street Course. Don't go anywhere. More coverage is on the way.
On this edition of Cars Tour Would You Rather, on a cross-country road trip, would you rather drive or be the passenger?
Driver. I don't trust anybody else.
Probably go with driver. Probably just because I like to be doing something. I know passenger, you kind of just like look at your phone and stuff, but definitely driver. I feel like I like to drive quite a bit.
Driver first half, passenger second half. Just because.
Probably the passenger. I like doing the navigation, and I'm real good at being a DJ in the car, so that's probably where I would be.
Driver. I like to be in control.
Definitely driver, because I don't like riding unless I'm sleeping.
Driver. I like to be in control of what I'm doing. I'd rather be the driver. I'd rather be the one in control.
Definitely the driver. Specifically because I like to be in control of what I'm doing at all times. And mainly I just don't trust other people driving.
The driver for sure. I'd like to drive.
Passenger. I like to ride, I don't know. Sleep maybe, who knows?
Got to be the driver.
I like to be in control.
Have you found yourself trying to hide your joy because you're unhappy with your teeth? Your smile is the first feature noticed in an interview, on a date, or in family photos. We want you to be able to shine bright as your best self, and our teeth whitening system is the perfect step toward restoring your confidence.
Sound art is a product that is a speaker and it's art. We combine it together and we call it sound art. What makes it so unique that any picture can be your speaker? Sound art gives you the high quality sound without the ugly speaker. This isn't a picture with a speaker, the picture is the speaker. Just imagine your wedding picture uploaded onto a canvas and now it's speaking 10,000 tunes. I mean, it's a very cool concept. What we like so much about it that you can take anything that means something very special to you, upload it on the canvas, have it hanging up in your room, your balcony, wherever you want to put it, and now it's a speaker. I mean, how cool is that? It's something that we have that and no one has. No one has this product. It's just a great gift to give anybody. It's just a neat concept. Around here we say, art never sounded so good.
SoundArt introduces an entirely new way to listen to music in your home by combining the best of two products, a revolutionary high-fidelity, low-profile Bluetooth wireless speaker with beautiful artwork. Select from a library of artwork or upload your own photos to personalize your experience. SoundArt ushers in an era of invisible, beautiful, and amazing sound throughout your home and redefines your entire entertainment system. The need to reclaim your floor space and rid your home of unsightly speaker boxes that need to be bolted to the wall is now a thing of the past. Our canvas is printed on high-quality permalite by Breathing Color. And select from our gallery or upload your own. Standard sizes include 16 by 20 and 18 by 24 canvas wrapped. Custom sizing is available, as well as surround sound options.
After months of quarantine, we're all interested in how we can become our best self. The team at Permanent Makeup and Cryo is here to help you get the flawless makeup look every day without the extra effort or time. When it comes to your appearance, you deserve the best care that money can buy.
Welcome back to the virtual Long Beach circuit. What a day of racing. Just under 2 miles of street course in Long Beach, California, and it's some of the best racing you could possibly ask for in the entire world. And boy, I think this is some of the best racing you could have possibly asked for today in the entirety of sim racing. What a day of racing between all of these teams in the North American Racing League entering Cash Days at Long Beach. What a great event. First off, before we hit any any interviews or anything like that, hats off. Let's get some applause, please, at home for Scott Reister and everybody at the North American Racing League for putting this event on without a hitch. This thing was amazing. What a great day of racing. So glad, so honored to be a part of it. Glad that we have partners like Race Lab, Tam Livery, JS Consulting, and the North American Racing League that make all of this possible. And of course, our partners, Tucson Sound Art, Permanent Makeup and Cryo in Maine, Whiplash Media, and BAM Racing Videos that allow us to do all of this day in, day out, it feels like. Manatee Racing, Tim Matsky, Luca Wunsch, they bring the number 78 home in P1 and will bring in both winning drivers in the pro category from Cash Days at Long Beach. Guys, what a day of racing. Congratulations, firstly, to both of you. Luca, you started the race for the Manatee Racing car, did a fantastic job. It was a weird start, though. You had that massive incident at a turn number 8 that thankfully you guys were able to get by.
Yeah, it
Hello.
was very close there. Hello.
So from your point of view, guys, obviously gearing up for a 4-hour race, you've got that big crash in turn 8 that happens pretty early. You get by it, though. Now you don't exactly know who you're racing, or at least the list of drivers that you do know you're racing drops drastically. How does the game plan change? Does it change at all?
Yeah,
I would say that. Yeah, sorry, Luca, I'm going to answer this. I'd say that you take a little bit less risks because you know, okay, especially after the first pit stop, we noticed that the car we were fighting with was on a bit of a weird tire strategy, and we knew we were going to have an advantage at the end, so we kind of just had to do our thing and stay clean.
And that was a big conversation most of the day. In fact, a lot of our YouTube viewers keyed us on to a lot of the strategy that was going on, even for some of the cars that we couldn't catch on screen. And that was a big thing that happened right away. So getting closer to the driver change where Tim takes over from Luca, I mean, I've been in endurance races before. I know a good part of it, but tell the viewers what that's like as far as trying to get a car to somebody to go the rest of the way home, Luca. You don't want to tear anything up. You don't want to make any mistakes, and you're in just the final few minutes. Sometimes you can get inside your own head.
What did you say? Sorry, I didn't listen.
He didn't understand what you meant.
So I'm just talking about bringing the car to a driver change and trying not to make mistakes, and obviously that time is counting down. Do you start to get inside your own head at all?
Yeah, at the end we've just focused us on not crashing or get crashed by some others, and I think that's the key.
And fair enough, you bring the car rather to Tim Matsky, and Tim, you took over at the halfway mark or thereabouts, and it was just blazing saddles from there, I suppose, if you will. I mean, you roasted the tires, got going, amazing lap times. What happened in that battle, though, with the 17 car? Between turn 7 and turn 8, looked like there was a bit of contact.
Yeah, I think there was. Obviously, you've got like a bit of a chicane, and it's very bumpy in that section. Usually you use the whole track from right to left on that straight to prepare the next corner. He was defending into, you said I think it's turn 7, he was defending into turn 7 and I just went for the outside. I could always back out if I see that he pushes me wide, but he was a bit careful, so I went for it. And then I knew I have the better line for the next corner. I was ahead as well on the exit. And obviously, you're just trying to get over to the left to prepare for the very tight turn 8. He just wanted to push me a little bit to the right, so I have a worse entry. I mean, I reacted to it in the end. I was just a bit surprised by him pushing me to the right side of the track there. He's kind of entitled to do it. It was okay. Just fair and hard racing, I'd say.
At the end of the day, you guys take victory, and I recognize Manatee Racing as one of the best teams year in, year out at all the special events that iRacing puts on. I see you guys in the top split a lot. What is it like? A bit of a change of pace, I suppose. Usually those races, they're open setup, and they go much longer, usually a 24-hour, a 12-hour. What is it like for a 4-hour fixed setup? Does the preparation change at all, Tim?
Oh, definitely. Especially the fixed setup takes a lot of load from us. I was really happy that it was fixed setup. So in the end, you just got to get comfortable with the track. we didn't really have the most time preparing for this, which was a bit noticeable, I think, in the qualifying mainly. But we knew we had a decent race pace and we are experienced in endurance races, so we just had to do our thing, and it worked out. We're really happy. But the preparation definitely changes, and the fixed setup alone makes it, or you spend less time practicing with the fixed setup normally.
You guys end the day with 70 of 182 laps led, it looks like. Certainly, our laps led went your way, and just a good day overall, I'd say, for the number 78. Who do you guys have that supports the team? Who do you have as far as sponsors? Who makes it happen for you?
You or me? You. Okay. Well, firstly, pretty big on our livery as well. Our designer, iLiveries, Juandi. We're very happy to have him on board and get liveries from him, who make the green shine. And I think with the color itself, it's always great because you don't really end up in the mass. There's not many green teams anyway. And then we recently got a shirt company, or like a teamwear company, on board, Win-Win, and there's a lot of teamwear coming soon. So also thanks to their guys, mainly those. And then Craig Setup Shop also, we have a partnership with them, so we get their setups. Couldn't use their setup today, obviously.
Well, today, well done for Manatee Racing, guys. Congratulations, big time congratulations. You are the first winners of Cash Days at Long Beach, the North American Racing League. Live it up, have a great day, enjoy whatever you guys do as far as celebration, and hopefully we see you in the future.
Thank you, have a nice evening.
You guys as well. That's Luca Wunsch and Tim Matsky winning for Manatee Racing in the 4 hours of Long Beach. What a day of racing for those fellows. Seriously, big congratulations to Manatee Racing. They did a heck of a job winning this one. I mean, almost uncontested at the end. 46 seconds back to second place. A big margin of victory. We'll turn things over now to Eric Brennan with Tristan Taracciano and his teammate, it looks like, Stephen Wettstein. Big win for them in the Pro-Am category, and honestly, Eric, it didn't look like it was always going to end that way.
This was probably one of the wildest finishes that we had in today's 4-hour contest. Happy to welcome here into the interview booth, or broadcast booth, as Andrew mentioned, the drivers for KCR Bacabad Labs esports team. After getting the win, we got both Tristan Taracciano and Stephen Wettstein. And Tristan, I'm going to start with you because you were at the wheel when you came down to the checkered flag. I'm not quite sure what happened there in the late stages. Didn't look like for certain that you guys were going to end up with P1, but you came to the checkered flag with the P1 award in hand. What happened there in those final few laps that opened the door for you guys to grab this victory?
So I believe we were chasing down P2 probably like with 3 or 4 laps to go. And I think the second to last lap, we saw P2 come into the... I think he hit the wall or something, or no, he was being really slow at the hairpin. And he actually went into the pits because I think they underfueled the car. And then the next lap on the white, we were gaining about like 3 or 4 seconds a lap for on P1. And then as soon as we came back to the hairpin, we saw them come right... We saw them come right into the pits at the last lap, or just before the turned white, so... I am still like in shock of how that happened. But yeah, I guess they just underfueled the car and we were at the end there to take advantage of it.
I could hear hard to say you could hear emotion without actually seeing it, but I could hear the smiles coming through your words. And Stephen, I'll turn it over to you, but I would assume that you two are just as happy as Tristan is here with this result and this win. Even though you weren't behind the wheel of the car there, how tense were those last few moments watching your entry, slowly trickle its way up the running order when the pay window opened?
Yeah, like we were already very happy with P3, so we were already really thrilled with like a few laps to go. We thought we didn't really have a chance at P2 or P1 anymore because they were a few seconds up the road. But then the P2 thing happened, like Tristan told us, and we were just over the moon. And then P1 pulled into the pit lane. Yeah, we were quite loud in the voice chat.
I love the emotion by you two, and Tristan, I'll come back to you. As someone who doesn't really get to spend a lot of time on the sim, looking at these endurance races and how the strategy is derived and how you elect to share your time in the car, is that something that you two go over well in advance, or do you kind of have to take a wait-and-see approach in terms of how the race plays out?
So it's usually a mix of both. I think for this race, we kind of just did like a wait and see. We were debating actually to split the stints and but just doing like swapping every stint, like driver wise. But we decided to just do 2 like full stints when we were looking at everyone else. We were just watching everyone else like go by first. So it's usually a mix of both for us, I think.
Even though a couple of variables may have unfolded to help put you guys, you were in a podium position, ended up atop the box here when all was said and done. And Steven, I'm just kind of curious, what type of preparation goes into an event like this? I personally have never seen Long Beach get this dark before. And I'm curious if these are elements that both you and Tristan practice leading up to in terms of adjusting braking points and being able to navigate traffic in these conditions. What kind of work goes into a winning effort like what you guys put on today?
Well, we already did a lot of endurance racing on Long Beach before because we did some VRS endurance, and that already helped a lot. So we're already pretty prepared from that. And then this week we had a few sessions up with our team. Actually had 3 teams participating in this event, and we just we went out on track and just felt what the conditions were and talked about the corners. And well, there was no setup for this race, so mainly just turning laps and getting quicker, and learning from each other's data on our telemetry. And then we just raced today, and everything went very well.
Things went very well for this KCR Macamad Labs McLaren number 69 today. Before I let both of you guys go, I'll open up the floor to the 2 of you. Who do you have to thank? Obviously, you 2 are the ones at the wheel, at the helm, and in possession of your own fate and success here today. But who else makes it possible for you and this team to not only enter races like we had here today with the NARL Cash Days, but also all the other events that you guys are a part of across the platform?
Trying to think. Well, I just want to thank everyone, I guess, from KCR. Andy, Kenneth, Jono, everyone, pretty much. Chris too. Trying to think. Honestly, like this is such a crazy thing because we got together, I think, last year, like a year and a half ago. It just just randomly from one of the Samsung Discords. And it's just crazy to see that we're, I guess, in this position now. Like how many teams we have now?
Yeah, mainly our teammates, and of course also the organizer of this event to make this all possible is really awesome. That's I think we have to thank them the most.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm not exactly sure where you guys are located throughout the world, but here on the East Coast of the United States, it's approaching the 5 o'clock hour, so that is the ample time to start partying and celebrating the result here. You guys both seem pretty hyped, and it's well-deserved. Congratulations to both of you. Again, Tristan Terracciano and Steven Wetstein, our pro-amateur winner here today for the 4-hour event that is held at Virtual Long Beach for KCR Macamad Labs. Congratulations, guys.
Thank you, Eric.
Thank you.
Wow, Andrew, I'll tell you what, that was I love hearing the emotion out of these guys, and again, we got to hear from our pro winners, now our pro amateur winners, and I know, Caleb, you're standing by with our amateur winner, and I'm pretty sure that the emotion's going to be pretty similar there with William Coffey, who's one of the busiest drivers we had in the field here today.
Well, I have William Coffey with me right now, the pro amateur winner, and I'll tell you, William Coffey had to display a great piece of driving, but also a great piece of fortitude as he went the full distance by himself today. So my first question to you, William, would be, you had to practice this car early this morning, then qualify it, and then you were here for the full 4-hour stint. For everybody listening back at home, what is it like to be in a rig and racing for this long?
Oh man, it's my shoulders definitely got the workout, so now I have to go to the gym today, so that's nice. But yeah, I'm tired. I worked grave shift and then pretty much raced home and then jumped in the rig. So this is a nice little ending to a long day.
Well, you're definitely one of the guys we can ask this question. You were here when this race first started with the conditions, with the sunlight and the shadows, and then you were here for the end when it got completely dark. What were your takeaways of this Long Beach course as it changed throughout the day?
It was good, man. You could definitely tell like the track was changing, so it felt alive. I think my pit strategy with tires and everything else ended up working out pretty good to my advantage because of it. But man, when it started getting dark, I was like, oh no, I never really practiced for this, so this is going to be fun. So I was really just following people around. All the fast guys just kind of giving me a tow. It was, I was just lucky that there was just such good talent out there just to follow around.
Well, William Coffey, a part of Good Time Racing, driving that Ferrari. Is there anybody, William, you would like to thank?
Yeah, I'll thank my my wife for putting up with my my hobby, and then my partner for his freak baking accident that broke his collarbone. May he make the next one.
Well, congratulations once again, William Coffey, on your pro-amateur victory in your class tonight. A great display of fortitude in racing tonight.
Thank you. I appreciate it, guys.
And Andrew, that wraps up right there with William. And we saw him today have to go that full stint, and I'll tell you, he did it with some class, and he did it well.
Yeah, that amateur victory going to William Coffey is more than deserving for that number 357 Ferrari. Big time stuff there for William Coffey. That's something that he can ride the wave of for a good little while, especially in preparation for Season 2 of the North American Racing League. And speaking of Season 2 for the North American Racing League, there's one other guy that we got to talk to and that we've got to give a big tip of the cap to, and that's Scott Reister. And he's standing by, and Scott has put in hard work week in, week out, day in, day out for a couple of months now, multiple months, getting this league ready, and then this event. Scott, well done. Seriously, well done. Tip of the cap, take a bow, pat yourself on the back. This is what racing needs to be. This is everything that we need more of on PitStopTV.
Yeah, I'm glad the race turned out to be a good one. Other than I think their leaders had one incident at the start of the first stint that caused a couple of teams that probably would have been in the running at the end positions. So other than that, I think the race went great. You guys did an awesome broadcast, and we're super excited for the race.
So I got to ask, I saw you guys pit around an hour and 20 minutes to go. What happened there? You got out of the car, give it back to Scott Kimbrough.
Yeah. I messed it up for Scott. He did such a great job in qualifying and got behind a couple lap cars, and the car got loose on me, and I caught it one time and collected the wall, and then the second time a lapper spun out in front of me and I had nowhere to go and meatballed the car, so I had to limp it into the pits and take one of our fast repairs, which put us off sequence in the pit stops and made for a long day. But Scott did an awesome job. I kind of put some laps together behind Jackson Resende there for the good part of the stint, and Scott did the rest on making up some ground. So we were kind of down on hopes at the beginning of after I messed up the car, and then it turned out that we came into second. So it was pretty fun.
Big time job, well done for you guys. Even at your team, you take second place in Pro-Am, and that's pretty big. And I know that really our pro drivers from the season a few weeks ago, I've kind of dropped into Pro-Am today, but you guys all did a really, really good job. Watching you guys do some battle, Matthew Dent was in the conversation for a long time, and seeing Jackson Resende in one of the pro cars doing a really good job, just seeing you guys kind of transform from just the league that we saw, which it was great. Sure, but this is a whole new dynamic. Adds so many extra, I don't even know, just so many things. So many, obviously, to keep track of the pit strategy, driver changes, more dynamics as far as there's extra drivers, and we don't exactly know. A lot more unknowns. I could go on forever and ever, and I'd probably stammer a lot about exactly what made today so good, but everything was good today. I feel like you had the drama as far as you mentioned the incident with the leaders at a turn 8. We had drama even in the midfield. You even got into a little bit of trouble there. You said getting into a lapped car. So I really, I guess we'll go back from driver Scott Reister to league owner Scott Reister a little bit. Seriously, job well done. Today was great. We need more of this, and hopefully there are many more events like this to come alongside the, Season 2 schedule we have coming up. And now, I didn't make a graphic for Season 2 coming up, and I have a good reason why. But we do have another season coming up. What do you want to say on any of that? Do you want to go ahead and say the schedule? I didn't want to put the schedule out just yet in case it changes, but I know we have a pretty good schedule lined up.
First, I'd like to say that this is our beginning on these special events, and now that we have some good participation in our Discord and some really good teams following us, we're going to be putting more of these on. And then being the first one, we're going to learn from our mistakes, make them better in the future. As for Season 2, it's taken off. I mean, we've filled up 60 spots There's people on the waiting list trying to get in, and there's just no more spots available. So we're super excited. And as you guys probably noticed, there was some fast competition at the end of the season last year, which I let join just to get accustomed to our new series. And there's some super fast guys that haven't raced with us yet that are now entered into the series. So it's going to be quite a race to watch, or season to watch in the next month, I think, October 24th.
Yeah, right about there. I cannot wait for season 2. It's going to be a lot of fun. Can't wait to get everybody back for it. I think some of the best, well, it is the best GT3 racing we've ever had on PitStopTV. That's no disrespect to anybody else that we've had with GT3 racing on the channel, but this is what GT3 leagues should aspire to be. Amazing stuff. And you know what? There's a reason this event is called Cash Days. There's a lot of big payouts for a lot of these teams. Touch on that a little bit.
Yeah, so we put out cash prizes for each division. We have 3 divisions: the Pro, the Pro-Am, and the Amateurs. I think in total, it's around $2,000 paid out to all the positions 1 through 5 on each division. So there's a lot of cash involved to these drivers. So it works out for everyone that's finishing in top 5.
That's a pretty darn good reason to show up and race. I think
Most
so.
of our races are for cash. So it's different than other series out there that do like promotional, like cash value. Ours is actual cash paid out. So just like real racing.
That's hard to argue with. Cold hard cash for your efforts. It's a really, really good thing you've got going on here with the North American Racing League. Some great partners involved as well. I cannot wait for season 2 and hopefully a lot more of these events. Buddy, congratulations on a P2 in class. That's pretty big, first of all. After starting on pole, that's really, really solid. And congratulations on a job well done, an event well done. Cannot wait for more.
Yeah, I would say congratulations to you guys, because I was watching part of the broadcast and super excellent. Awesome job.
Well, thank you so much. A lot of these guys put in a lot of hard work as well, and it was a great day for a race and a broadcast, I suppose. Buddy, once again, congratulations, P2 in class. We'll let you go. We'll let you get to probably mellowing out. I think I'll be doing a lot of the same here. A hot shower sounds pretty good right about now, so I think I'll let you get back to it, buddy. But again, thank you. Go ahead.
Put out one more. I'd like to thank Full-Time Esports for putting in so many drivers for this event, and they've supported our league from the start, and also Daniel Morad for helping support our league also. So they put a lot of effort into bringing participation to our league and helping our drivers. So
absolutely, those 3 or 4 entries that are 4 or 5 even that Full-Time Esports had, and the entry from Daniel Morad today, and all of the help that he's provided to a lot of these drivers is very, very important. A lot of these drivers, they always reference Daniel Morad as to why they're developing and getting better. So really big stuff happening by virtue of Full-Time Esports, Tony Kanon, and everybody else over there, and of course Daniel Morad and Moradness stars as they went by today. So again, big time thank you, Scott. Thank you for having us here. It was a pleasure.
All right, take care.
That's Scott Reister, the guy that makes things happen here at the North American Racing League. Guys, what a day of racing. What do you say we look through the unofficial, for now, race results from today? Tim Matsky taking victory for I had to think about that. Manatee Racing, and these will be the driver names, and we'll pair it along with the team names. This will be driver names. Tim Matsky taking victory today at Long Beach. Victor Miranda for BRB KTF Esports. What a run they had. It comes up a little bit short, admittedly, but a really, really good day, and I think easily could have won this race as well. Late Apex Racing came from behind and stunned everybody, I'd say. 3rd place on podium, a big day for Michael Chow and everybody at Late Apex. Undercut Racing Team White putting that car in 4th place, just ahead of Daniel Morad, by just over 1 second for 4th place. Radicals Online rallies for 6th. That's Maxime Detilly in the car at the end. Full-Time Esports, the final pro car in the top 10. Gustavo Ariel brings them to a 7th place finish. Tristan Terracino, I keep saying Terracino, Terracciano. That's an interesting name. They finish in the 8th position for KCR Maca Mad Lads. Empire Racing there in 9th. And 10th place goes to Full-Time Esports Pro-Am. It's Guilherme Caratoni.
Get to our second page of results, and the first one we'll see there is Matthew Dench, who was at the wheel of the 283 machine here today. And part of me, while I check through my notes here, validate these teams, that was the renowned sim racing entry in that 283 car. Then it was Stephen Peach in 12th spot in the 252. Judging by my notes, that was the Schaller Racing team, who thought that we had a great chance to see one of their vehicles in victory lane. They had a lot of support in the chat here today. Unfortunately, a problem late relegated them back a couple of spots in class, 12th in the overall. Max Wobbles at the 259 race for the Scuderia Chicken House Polo, one of the most courteous lap vehicles we saw on the day for sure. 13th for them in the overall standings. Then Jockey So. If I got that pronunciation wrong, my apologies, but that's the Prima Esports Racing Black entry in the 293. And Arthur Lace, who we talked about earlier, driver with F4 experience, I had an opportunity to shadow that series for a while. One of the full-time Esports Pro representatives in the 49, not the run they were looking for, 15th in the overall. Sebastian Harzeb in the 271, representing the ProBid Sim Racing operation there. Next in line, came home in 16th. 17th was that of the 261 machine, driven by Christopher White in that car here this afternoon. And that team, the Colatai Control Racing entry. Finally, we get towards the tail end of the top 20. The 208 of Jose Antonio Ramos was at the helm there at the checkered flag, and trying to find that Ram Racing Esports entry on my blank. William Coffey, the amateur winner, 19th overall. That's a great run for the driver who was running Soul today in the Good Time Racing, number 357. And Austin Powell, another amateur driver, representing the 353 machine for Big Problem Motorsports, rounds out your top 20.
We'll keep looking now throughout the field here. The 021 car, the 021 car of Christopher Cook. He'll finish 21st in that 22nd position. The 254 car, looking at my sheet here, the 254 of Shaler Racing Team. That's Christopher Shaler. He'll bring it home in 22nd. 23rd is the 363 car of Brendan Murdoch. Brendan Murdoch with a nice run there. He brings it home in 23rd. 24th is the 307 of Mike Braun. These drivers looking at about 8 laps down. Not the day they were hoping for. Brian DeViras, he's in 25th in the 211. The 352 of Philip Ranieri will bring it home in 26th. And 27th, Marcus Brioch, I believe his name, in 27th. 28th is going to be Billy Bowerman. He was in the 300 car. He finished 14 laps down. So as we get down this poll of drivers, not the day they were hoping for. 29th, Linus Dahlman in the 294 car, and then rounding out in 30th of the top 30 drivers, the 251 of Thiago Stefani.
Those teams being FTR Esports in 21st, Schaller Sim Racing Pink in 22nd, then Quality Control Racing 23rd, then Empire Racing Blue 24th, Dark Horse in 25th, Triple Peaks Racing, that was Philip Ranieri in 26th, Empire Racing White 28th, Schaller Sim Racing rather in 28th. Oh, they say 28th. I doubt they tied, but they both, for some reason, say 28th. 27th, it looks like, for Schaller. Yeah, based on the results there. So, 27th for Schaller, 28th for Empire Racing White, 29th for Prima Esport Racing White, and 30th goes to Full-Time Esports Pro-Am. The final page here goes to Joshua Benjamin and Can-Am Cannons. Not a great day for Joshua Benjamin, somebody who threatened for the Amateur Championship all season long. Last time through the season, in Season 1, he finishes 31st for Can-Am Cannons. Newport Sales Group and Kevin Skomsky, they finished 32nd. 33rd goes to Wahuka Racing Team and William Valdez. 34th goes the way of Parabit Sim Racing Blue, an early exit for Philip Hendrick Pondus, but they made themselves known early on in this race, along with Ronin Academy. A lot of great drivers over there. They started this race on pole. That is your pole sitter, number 20. And let's see, some of the drivers, well, number 20 at least on the scoring, but they were, let's see, number 32 on the entry list. That's why we had trouble finding them. Josh Pillane, Alex Dunn, and Gabriel Erdelyi, I'm going with, in that number 32 car. Ending up in the, let's look through here, 36th position, it's Pierre Thompson for Extreme Speed Motorsports, then Bruno Akkerrad, somebody who almost won the amateur title for Kaus Latin Gamers, and finishing up the running order, Patterson Racing. Sean Patterson ends up DQ'd earlier on in this race, 181 laps down, because none of his laps, unfortunately, are credited anymore. 38 racing teams showed up to Long Beach. What a day of racing it was. Guys, how do you sum up a day like this?
Well, I was thinking about it going into this, and I'm going to be as candid as possible. This is a huge racing weekend. I mean, for the most part, I don't think that I could have been blessed with an off week from my traditional racing duties with the Smart Modified Tour on any better weekend than today. You've got Formula One in Sochi, all 3 NASCAR series in Vegas, the big late model race in Martinsville, modified season finale for the NASCAR Tour later today, IndyCar, of course, at Long Beach, IMSA at Long Beach. Like, the list just goes on and on. USAC racing at Eldora. You can just plug and play whatever series you want. I bet they're in action tonight. But there was this awkward void here in Saturday afternoon on the East Coast, and there just wasn't a lot going on in the mid-afternoon here. So, Andrew, when you came to me and said that you had this North American Racing League Cash Day special event, 4-hour endurance race, you were pulling the whole team together. Whoever was available, they were part of it. We pulled others like Zach Lindgren, who's helped us out before, Caleb, who's helped us out before, had our normal, entourage of Emerson and you doing a lot of the legwork with the 4-hour commitments there, JP Cost. There was so much going into this, and it was the perfect fit, and the racing just mirrored my expectations entirely. The drivers did everything they had to do properly. The series was well represented and well put together. I'm so happy that we had an opportunity there to hear from some league organizers that are a part of this in Scott Reister and hear all that they have cooking. The best word that I can come up with to summarize this experience in this race, perfect. It did everything I could have ever wanted it to do. And I'm leaving here very entertained and very satisfied for the rest of my racing weekend to continue.
Caleb?
Yeah, Eric, I think you hit the nail on the head right there with everything that's going on in the racing world. And to be able to come into this broadcast and step into something that I had never really seen before or done, my takeaways from it, or I would love to see and be a part of more of it. I mean, the strategies for a 4-hour race, I mean, it blew my mind, the kind of things we were seeing on the racetrack. I mean, we saw 3-wide racing at some points on the racetrack, trying to avoid lap traffic. Then we saw the leaders actually make contact for what would be the pass for the win by Tyler Matzke. But as a whole, I enjoyed the entire broadcast with the lights going down and darkness setting on the racetrack, the challenges that presented, and then being able to work with this awesome crew. It was a phenomenal race. I thought all 4 hours of it were entertaining. They had lots of things going on from beginning to end of this race, and I look forward to being a part of much more.
Just a solid day of racing all around. Eric, you mentioned all the racing across the United States. There's definitely a lot going on. Everything going on at Long Beach today, everything else going on the West Coast. We've got Martinsville kicking off here in a couple of hours. They've already been heat racing for the Valley Star 300, and a lot of our Cars Tour drivers that, we've gotten familiar with via the Cars Esports Tour, and a lot of the extra late model drivers and stars across the Southeast are gearing up there. I'm sure a lot of other short tracks, and I know there's some of the North that are kicking off their final race weekend here today. A lot of dirt tracks all across the country. There was some great racing everywhere this week and into the weekend. We still got a lot of racing for the NASCAR series at Las Vegas this weekend, and to be able to fill that afternoon for a lot of people, it was really, really special. And I really want to thank everybody who watched along today. There is a solid few of you still watching. Tank was mentioned, Chris Whitey out there, Schaller Racing was watching for a lot of things. So many amazing people out there watching. You do not go unnoticed. It'd take a long time to sort through all of the names out there, but none of you guys go unnoticed. You are all awesome, all amazing, and we all really, really appreciate you guys watching out there. Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, wherever you were watching from today. There were a lot of you. We recognize that, and we thank all of you so much for being here and joining us for today and for this racing action. It was a really solid day of racing. There's a lot coming up, though, on PitStopTV, a proper lot coming up. Here we go. Well, Cash Days at Long Beach. We were going to run this earlier today. That's why I left it in, but we never got a chance. There was so much action today, Eric. I wanted to touch on this throughout the day so that we could get people informed throughout the day on our upcoming broadcasts. We just never got a proper chance to do so, but we left that in just in case. Anyways, Tuesday then, we've got the Nork iRacing Series. You'll be there for that Las Vegas Motor Speedway. You'll see a bit of a preview of what that race might look like here in a little bit for the NASCAR Xfinity Series race there. And that is the championship race, the final one, 25 of 25, the last one of the season. Boy, one of our final times covering Nork, at least for the near future. This is going to be an interesting one. Yes, the championship is wrapped up. Daniel Falkingham has the championship, P1, but P2, P3, P4, all the way down through the entire 12, still up for grabs, including Zach Lindgren, who was on our commentary team today.
That's really been one of the most fun series that I've had a chance to be a part of, whether it be in sim, in real life. If I was to blend it all together, Nork is right up there, and that's one of the reasons why. Falkingham pretty much dominated, and that is considering the fact that it's been an opportunity for his sim racing career. He also had to overcome some personal loss in his, with the sudden and tragic passing of his father. And it's something that has allowed this young man to mature not only as a racer, but as an individual. And he is carrying that torch as what will be the Nork champion. But Las Vegas, as we've seen last night in the truck race, we'll probably see tonight in Xfinity, tomorrow in Cup, a perfect playground in terms of a mile and a half that can provide some great racing, and we expect Tuesday to be no different.
Fast forward, it's Wednesday for the Outlaws Sim Series, the Dover International Series. The Dover International Speedway. I was kind of mixing series and speedway there. It's the monster. It's going to be wild. Trucks at Dover, open setups, a lot of dynamics going on there, Caleb, and a lot to watch for. Emerson Arden covers that series religiously for good reason. There's been a lot of good racing lately. Swapping wins, swapping points lead. They're halfway through the season, and the points lead going into the last race was 1 point. 1 point, and they had just swapped again, so it's pretty incredible the racing that's been going on there. And then we've got trucks for the second night in a row because we're taking them to Talladega on Thursday, where we just were for last night's Intimidator Challenge.
Yeah, Talladega, it produces great racing across the board. As we saw last night, it doesn't matter what you put at Talladega, it's going to end up being pretty good racing, as we saw sprint cars at Talladega. But when the trucks hit that 2.66 tri-oval racetrack, I think you'll get to see more of what we're used to as stock car racing fans, more bump drafting, those kind of things, where we weren't able to see as much of that with the sprint cars last night. But Talladega, it's one of those tracks where just about any race fan as a whole is going to have it on to watch because of the racing it produces.
Yeah, Talladega's got to be up there for anybody watching races next week. I think all of these races could certainly be must-watch for their own reason, and we've got a lot more than just those coming up. If you go into October a little bit, the Cars Esports Tour is next up at South Boston on October 6th, and the Outlaws Sim Series will be at Charlotte Motor Speedway that same night. And the MSRA National Series will be at the Charlotte Roval on Friday, October the 8th. And there's a whole lot more going out through the rest of October. It's October 14th when things kick off for the NARL, the North American Racing League, for season number 2. Where can we keep up with all of this, Eric?
There's a lot of places. In fact, I'm going to bat out of order here because when I was hanging out in the living room earlier getting ready to come on air, I had the Roku on YouTube at youtube.com/c/PitStopTV1, and I was able to watch the first 2 hours of this broadcast, granted intermittently, had a couple of things on the honeydew list that I had to take care of. But nevertheless, that was where I went to be able to watch the live racing action, and it's pretty much my go-to spot. While the race was going on, though, Emerson Arden, who, along with Andrew Cardinale IV, was on board for this for the entire duration of the 4+ hours we were on air, he was posting some incredible shots at Instagram.com/pit_stop_TV. In fact, I saw when the race went green, we already had some video coverage up there. That's a great way to stay up to date with what's happening both on and off the track. And we've got some new interactive posts we've been sharing out there as well. Same goes for Facebook.com/PitStopTV. We live stream our races there as well. So if YouTube's not your thing and you want to be more active on Facebook, that's an avenue for you as well. And there's also those similar posts and updates that kind of keep you in tune. If you have to step away for a minute, our social media team has you covered. And the same goes for Twitter.com/PitStop_/ if you also want a quick glimpse as to all that is happening here on the platform.
Yeah, quite a lot of places to keep up with PitStopTV. Of course, we broadcast to 4 platforms. We have social media to 3. We broadcast to Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter. We post our social media updates to Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. A lot going on, and I'm sure that will grow over time, along with just the channel growing over time. In fact, speaking of growing over time, we brought Zach Lindgren back into the fold recently. We brought Caleb Gladney into the fold last night and today, and I really look forward to keeping both around for many more events, along with everybody else that we have. I think of Trey Patton, Trey Shuttlesworth, certainly, Jacob Zala, well, obviously JP Costa as well today. He does a bunch of our road racing stuff, if not all of our road racing stuff. Joe Donahue in the mix. So many great people that make things happen. I might be forgetting one or two, and I certainly apologize if so, but yeah, so many people make a lot of great things happen. Of course, our partners here at PitStopTV, Tucson Sound Art, Permanent Makeup in Cryo in Maine, Whiplash Media, BAM Racing Videos. So much goes on, and it would not be possible without any of you. That said, I think it's about time for me to stop talking for the day. I think I might go have a silent treatment on, I don't know, a little bit of Madden, I think, might fill the void for me the rest of the day. Maybe watching some late models at Martinsville. We'll figure it out. Thank you so much, everybody, for tuning in today. What a great day of racing. Make sure to follow us over on those socials. Make sure to keep up with us here at PitStopTV. I guess I'll quickly go back around the roundtable real quick. Any final thoughts as we get ready to leave Long Beach? And honestly, one of the best events, one of the best broadcasts I feel we've ever had.
It was fun. And I think fun, and I used the word perfect earlier. I'll kind of deviate now to the word fun because that's what it's all about. I kind of joked, fittingly, that our amateur winner in William Coffey had Good Time Racing as his team name. Now, I do want to know if a freak baking accident is in fact what made him drive solo. If there's more to that story, I want you to tell me the details of that one, William. But great job on that effort there. But this was a good time. It truly was. Not just saying it to be cute or add a cliche to it or what have you, but whether it's the team that you've assembled, Andrew, the hard work that you do behind the scenes to assure that we have team names, stat packages, what have you. Of course, the cameras looked awesome. We captured this beautiful historic layout from a number of different ways. I had a blast. I'm full of energy. I'm ready to go watch some more racing for the rest of the day. Happy for the wife to be getting home soon from work, and this is just another element of what I expect to be a fantastic weekend of just being able to kick back, relax, and have some fun with a sport I love and care about.
And Caleb, making a switch and making an addition, let's be honest, to your repertoire, your resume, adding on sim racing in two really big ways. Two of the biggest special events we've had all season long, all year long. What's it like? What's the workflow like for you? How does it differ from real commentary? You go to a lot of short tracks across the Southeast, mostly in Georgia, but all over the place. What is it like, and what are your first impressions?
My first impressions would be I've had a phenomenally great time is the best way I could put it. I mean, I don't think without iRacing I would be able to get to see these different forms of racing and be able to broadcast them. I mean, I never thought in my wildest dreams I would be broadcasting this GT3 racing as we saw today, and I got to do so with a great team. And then last night with sprint cars at Talladega. Whether I'm a broadcaster or not, just being able to see sprint cars at Talladega was something fun, and I'm glad to be a part of it. And I will say it presents its own challenges, but it is very close to being in a booth at a racetrack, I can say, because of the effort this entire PitStopTV team has put together with, as Eric said, the stat packages, the team names, everything. It makes our job a lot easier, and it feels like being right at a racetrack.
Certainly appreciate the kind words even from you guys and all the viewers out there. A lot of great positivity around this event, and that's the ultimate goal. To have a great time, be positive about things, and I think today did a lot of that. A great day of racing. So unfortunate that it's got to come to an end. I honestly would not mind a 24-hour. I don't know if I could do all 24 for the broadcast, I'll be honest, but hey, I'd be willing to give it a go once or twice. We'll see how that goes one day maybe, but seriously, thank you so much, everybody, for tuning in, everybody for having us here, everybody being here today, making this broadcast happen. What a great day of racing, and I'm so sad that it's got to come to an end. That said, we've got a lot of great events coming up. Don't miss them, but that will do it from the virtual Long Beach. For all of PitStopTV, once again, Eric Brennan and Caleb Gladney alongside currently, but we also had JP Costa and Zach Lindgren earlier. Zach Lindgren, a trooper, by the way, joined us for the back half as well. Emerson Arden, even more of a trooper, I'd say. Social media all day long and doing a great job as far as coordinating some stuff in the background. It's been a wild day, and I can't wait for what's to come. Have a great day, have a great night, wherever you're from, maybe a great morning potentially. Just have a good whatever, and we will see you next time.